Well, good morning everyone and welcome to Anglesey. Welcome to the Race of Remembrance 2022, the 8th running of this unique event here in the furthest reaches of northwest Wales. We've got a lovely view this morning looking across to the mountains on the far side of the sea there, over into Snowdonia, but we've got a lovely view closer into view with the cars making their way out onto the circuit, then being shown the 3-minute board to get the Race of Remembrance underway for part two of 3, the shortest part. We had 7 hours of racing yesterday into the night, up to 10 o'clock at night, so it was a late night for a lot of the teams, not least because a lot of the teams were working on the cars beyond 10 o'clock, in fact, way into the small hours, I guess. I know Rob Lewis, who's up with me, said that he didn't have an early night. You were up pretty late with them, Rob. But it was a sensational, I think is the only way to describe it. I use the word rarely, race yesterday, because so many of the favoured cars had problems.
Well, absolutely, Paul. I mean, yesterday was one of those races where it seemed no one wants to win it. We've just had the car up on screen there, car 25. That is Rob Boston Racing. They're going for the hat-trick this year. I was talking to Rob and to Tom Roach last night, and they had no end of problems with that car in the end. They ended up changing an engine. They had a wiring loom go on the engine during the race twice, which played around with the ignition system. Last lap last night, there was a big coolant leak. They split a pipe on the side of the engine, which means that fried the engine, so that's why they've changed that engine overnight as well. They had a fuel pump going as well. So as Rob Boston actually put it to me, I think I had everything go wrong in those last laps last night. So but with everything going on, so we had the likes of Rob Boston leading early on.
They also had a 2-lap penalty for a drive time infringement.
Yeah, we haven't even got to that yet. So it's just problems with the car. They had a bit of, shall we say, an extension with the stints. We spoke about yesterday 2 driver pairings. You're going to risk having.
Well, yes, but you see, this is the thing. A team like Rob Boston Racing, they normally take care of that kind of thing. And a miscalculation, you described it to me. Again, that's something that doesn't normally happen to Rob Boston Racing.
Well, the 1-minute board certainly being shown at the moment, but the teams to look out for, certainly in the top 5 for the overall honours. Williams Motorsport, Callum Lockie put in a superb stint yesterday, 2 superb stints, and they had a few little niggles of their own, a few issues to sort out. Rocket Racing as well, car number 97, they currently sit in 2nd place overall. They had a failure with a connection on the alternator, which caused all the lights to go out. They had to do an unscheduled pit stop as well, so that sent them back. And that car in shot there, the Turn 7 Caterham, Callum McDougall this morning heading back to York on a round trip of 7 hours. He got back into the garage at around 3 a.m. this morning to fit a new alternator to that car because the vibrations from the old alternator literally shook the housing apart and they lost electrical power. And for the last 2 hours of yesterday's Part 1 race, they were running purely on the battery. There was no charge coming from the alternator whatsoever. Other cars with notable incidents as the grid does get underway for the rolling restart for Part 2 of this race was car 777 ES Motorsport. They had a 10-place grid penalty due to a safety car infringement in qualifying. They were making their way up through the field and they had what I could only describe on commentary if you listen back as a big fire, a spectacular engine failure, which unfortunately put paid to their hopes. They were hoping to catch that Rob Boston Racing car for early honours. In the classes as well, further down the field, we've got the Royal Marines team leading the BMW Trophy class, as it were. Massive scraps going on in the smaller classes down the field. Car number 90 scrapping early on with the Royal Navy and the Royal Marines cars respectively. And in the C1 class, it's all about WRC developments currently. Car number 318, Robin Welch drove a monster 3-hour stint yesterday to get that car into the lead of the class ahead of the FDL packaging C1, and it'll be interesting to see what happens there. Unfortunately, one of the early pace setters, Silver Lake, they've had an engine change and a 30-lap penalty overnight. So unfortunately that's put pay to Alan Prebble and Greg Rose's hopes, but they've done an engine change overnight and that car is back out as we get ready on the formation lap to restart part 2 of the Race of Remembrance.
Yes, it's worth pointing out that 30-lap penalty, the reason for it. You don't just hand out 30-lap penalties without it being a reasonable reason behind it. They were given a black flag. Well, they were given a black and orange flag originally to bring the car into the pits. They ignored that. They were then given a black flag to bring them in. They ignored that. And then when they were hauled up before the clerk of the course, the defence was something along the lines, I couldn't see the digital scoreboard. And that's, I mean, obviously, if you're here, you can see it. It's a fairly large board that is just beyond the start-finish line. Didn't seem to have any problem seeing it when it was showing green at the end of safety car periods.
Well, I mean,
but yes, I mean it's not a penalty that you hand out lightly. But you're a driver, Rob. You do need to keep your wits about you when you're driving.
You do, and I can also understand the team's frustration because, of course, with the yellow and the green flags, you'll get those signals all around the circuit. With a black flag or something like that, it will be shown at the start-finish line. And when I spoke to Greg yesterday, you know, he was visibly a bit disappointed, a bit forlorn that they've got that penalty. You know, you have to take that penalty, cop it and take it on board. But I can understand his reasoning because especially during the night time as it was going into last night, you have a lot of people up on the pit wall, illuminated pit boards and such like, so they can get their own teams to see the messages they're putting out to the drivers because they don't necessarily have a pit-to-car radio. But unfortunately, that sometimes can perhaps obscure the view, shall we say, putting it in a diplomatic way, obscure
okay, fair
the
enough.
view.
I'll take that.
Just a driver's point of view.
I'll take that as one side of the argument. No, the other thing just to mention, because we spotted it down on the grid, the 360 Motor Racing Club Mini, which was racing pretty much all day, not quite all day yesterday, but for about 5 of the 7 hours yesterday without a boot lid. That now has its boot lid nicely fitted. It's been banged into the proper Mini shape, and it looks absolutely perfect. Off pulls the safety car. We're back underway again with green flag racing. The time is 3 minutes past 9, so the safety car lap counted as a lap, and the cars restart nose to tail as if we'd have a safety car all night long. And as soon as they pass the start-finish line, they're therefore allowed to overtake. So the restart and nose to tail in the same order as they crossed the line at 10 o'clock last night. So the positions very much jumbled up, but it gives the one restriction is that the driver who finished last night has to start this morning. So whoever had the late night had an early start this morning, unfortunately. As far as that pink Caterham is concerned, though, Rob, the number 29 Williams Motorsport car, you mentioned Callum Lockie. He is the star turn, the real Top Gun driver in that car. He did do 2 stints yesterday. He started the car yesterday and then got in it with about 2 hours to run, and I thought he was going to take it through to the finish. But the problem that car has, the number 29 car, it's quick, but it doesn't have one of these bigger fuel tanks. It has a regular sized Caterham fuel tank. So they have to make their pit stops a bit more frequently. They're not quite as flexible on their pit stops. Now, yesterday, that didn't really worry them because they were able to come in. But for the last hour, Callum Lockie got out of the car, Henry Williams got in, and fair dues to Henry. We've been lauding Callum Lockie, but Henry in the final stint did some great laps in car number 29. That was his first in the wheel, running from 9 o'clock till 10 o'clock. He hadn't driven the car until that point. But he's now heading away at the front of the field, and it'll be interesting to compare lap times to see just how quick Henry Williams is compared to some of the other drivers.
Well, as well as that very, very fast pink Caterham making its way, it's absolutely made a distance from the rest of the field. They can get the hammer down and get going this morning and hopefully open up that gap. But as we look out of at the cameras now, these gaggle of fast cars coming through, a number of ES Motorsport, the relay team up at the front as well, the white Lotus Elise out at the moment, and that's car 33, they're in 3rd place. But again, with the start we've had this morning, the one factor that we need to talk about is traffic. We had that all day yesterday. So Williams Racing can kind of make hay while the sun shines in these opening few laps. They've got a nice bit of clear track in front of them, at least for a couple of laps until they catch up with the slower classes. But the likes of Rob Boston Racing, the other Lotus Elises, turn 7, they've got to make their way through traffic this morning, and they're trying to make ground up on that Williams Caterham.
Yes, and it is Henry Williams who is the quickest one out there, as you say, largely as a result of having the track to himself until he catches up with the slower traffic. A 1:41 was his last lap time around, Henry Williams in the pink Caterham number 29. Rob Boston at the wheel of the 25 car, a 1:42 for him, and nobody else in the 1:40s of the top 15 at least. So yeah, the others having to deal with traffic and make their way slowly up through the field. There goes Rob Boston across the line now, being shown in 6th place, and what I haven't actually worked out is whether that 2-lap penalty that he's been assessed has been added. Yes, I think it has been added.
That's car number 97 in the pit lane already. So we're just looking down at our pit lane cameras. That is one of the front runners from yesterday inside the pit lane. By the sounds of it, that is struggling to start. So the team looking a bit quizzical. They're on the radio. The driver's clearly unhappy about something, but there's no sign of the bonnet going up on that car yet.
No, just trying to work out, because my timing screen having given me driver IDs, presumably because they haven't gone past the WHO tag system, it's now not giving me driver IDs. So 97, pretty sure is Steve McCulley who took it over for the checkered flag last night. Yeah,
so he should be starting this morning. And McCulley as well, in that opening stint yesterday, he was keeping with Callum Lockie and fighting with the Williams Motorsport Caterham for overall honours and trying to keep Rob Boston a bit honest at the front of the pack. But unfortunately, car number 97 still in the pit lane with some sort of issue. Like I say, they've not got the covers off, and we've got a slow car out on the circuit. That's the Go liveried Citroen City Car Cups car number 69. That's going very slow going up into the hairpin. That's I know C1s are a bit slow, Paul, but I think that
by C1 standards, that's
by
slow.
C1 standards, that's slow, and he is pulling towards the left, so I can only assume
one of the Mission Motorsport entries with a team of Mission Motorsport regulars at the wheel of that one. Just while we were talking about the 97, we mentioned Steve McCulley, for it is he who has taken the restart. That one was down to be a 3-driver car, but it's only a 2-driver car, Andrew Perry being the other driver. And it was an electrical problem, wasn't it, that brought that car into the pits yesterday when it was leading the race. And to be fair, that was the Caterham that was looking the quickest of all of the Caterhams. And for the longest period yesterday, in the 7 hours that we had yesterday, was looking like a race winner until these electrical problems started intervening.
One electrical problem, a 10p connector on the alternator.
Well, yes, but the problem is not necessarily fixing it. It's identifying where the problem is.
Yeah, it's the diagnosis. And
you know, the car comes in, it's got no power. Where do you start looking for it? You know,
exactly that. Just as car number 97, I can tell you, has rejoined the field there, so Rocket Racing can get the hammer down and hopefully gain some ground back on the circuit.
But they've lost a lap whilst they've been in the pits, and they have changed drivers. So it's now Andrew Perry who's taken that car over, and they've lost a lap. They were already a lap down on the race leader. They're now 2 laps down on the race leader. And Rob Boston, I was just talking about him, has just set the fastest lap of the race, actually, and that's not just the fastest lap of this morning's.
That is the overall
10
race.
Minutes. That's the overall, so quicker than they went yesterday. Hardly surprising, I would suggest, because we haven't really talked about conditions, but it is absolutely perfect. It's not even that cold today. I mean, it is cold. No, it's November, but it's a record warm November, I heard yesterday.
It's a lovely mild day here, as we just see on the screen. The Operation Motorsport Civic making their way through Rocket around down the inside of the BS Motorsport Mazda, which was also one of the front runners yesterday with Ben Short at the wheel. They had problems with a broken downpipe on that turbo-powered MX5 as they cut their way through traffic. But yes, Paul, it's this race is certainly churning up a few surprises so far. But as for Rob Boston and that time he's put in, he's making hay while the sun shines in these conditions. And what was the term I used yesterday that he needed to do this morning? Get a lick on.
Get a lick on, that's right. I'm learning a lot of phrases from Rob. Rob's learning a lot of phrases from me. So by the end of this weekend, we shall become indistinguishable with the phrases that we're using. Rob Boston's lap time, I mentioned he'd done the fastest. I didn't actually say what it was. 1:36.741 for the number 25 car. And as I say, he is 4 laps behind the race leader. We've got 5 hours of racing today. I did a quick calculation yesterday and suggested that a lap an hour is not impossible to catch up.
No.
So if you're doing quick, efficient pit stops, and Rob Boston, by regulation, has to do 6 mandatory 4-minute pit stops, but most of those, I think, will have been dealt with yesterday, which means that once he's done 1 pit stop today, he'll be clear to do as quick as you can type pit stops today. So, as I say, it's not impossible to catch up this gap. So a 2-lap penalty has been applied to the 25 car. He's 4 laps behind the race leader. We'll monitor that. We're going to have an hour and a half of racing this morning before we break for the main event, for the Remembrance service down in the pit lane.
Yep.
We're going to restart racing at 11:30. If you're listening around the world, you'll have to work out what time it is in your time zone.
Yeah.
11:30 UK time, we'll restart racing, and we will run through until 3 o'clock this afternoon. And then just for luck, we'll do an extra lap. And judging by what happened yesterday, Rob, that extra lap could make all the difference.
Oh, absolutely. We keep saying it on this telecast so far. No one wants to win this race, it seems.
They do. They all want to win it.
You make a good point there, especially with our international viewers. So if you are watching this Alpha Live live stream, I just want to welcome all of our international viewers from around the world. I have a feeling there may be a particular interest from the USA and Canada, as on our screen there we have the Operation Motorsport Built Civic. They've got 2 cars here this weekend. We've got Operation Motorsport USA currently in 13th place, and Operation Motorsport Canada following closely behind in 14th place, and they are 23 seconds adrift of the Team USA's car as it stands.
That's 20 seconds more than it was at one stage last night.
Yes.
They were very close last night, and they actually planned, in fact, yesterday at the beginning, we did end up speaking to Kevin Bowman. He said the plan was for the first stint at least for the 2 cars to run nose to tail. They decided that to play the safety in numbers, then by just driving round together, and remember the USA car came in a little bit early, that was always the plan as well. So Operation Motorsport USA and Canada, there may be cross-border rivalry, but they are very much a single team with a single goal.
And we have to give credit, and I hope they are listening down in the garages as well. So as well as this going out on Alpha Live, this is going down in the garages. But the way the team's been cobbled together, they haven't worked together before, but there's a great team spirit down there. They're getting the jobs done on the car. Both cars are still as beautiful and immaculate as if they've just turned up at the circuit on Thursday for testing. There's drivers here that haven't raced before, let alone raced at Anglesey before at this time of year. They're not used to the climate, they've got jet lag, they've got all sorts going on.
I think one of the 8 drivers has been here before, or has been to Wales before. All the rest are newcomers, but they've been here a week, literally, and you described that team which has been cobbled together. But by their own admission, they've got more people than they actually need. Yep. But it's that kind of team where anybody who, I said yesterday, anybody who didn't get off the bus in time ended up being brought out here to Anglesey to participate.
Absolutely. We just saw through the shot there, they're making their way through traffic as we speak, the Team USA car, as it ducked down the inside of the green Kermit the Frog coloured Fiesta of the NJM Racing squad there. Nick Jackson hopefully having a good time out in that car. TSL do have the drivers up, in fact, so we'll double check if it is indeed Nick Jackson in that car. But yes, as you see on the screen there, the Operation Motorsport, so that is the USA livery car, obviously judging by the flag on the side. And there we go, the fuel flap's doing its thing again. I saw it yesterday. Every right-hand turn, the fuel filler cap opens up for the car. That's quite a unique aerodynamic feature, I'm going to call that, Paul.
That's the number 22 car, isn't it? The USA one. Yeah, it's Hunter Reeve at the wheel of that one. He is one of the drivers having his first ever race, at Anglesey. I asked him yesterday if he, because he came up to talk to us, and I kind of asked him if it was his first ever race, and he suggested he'd done a couple of races in the USA, but they weren't serious races apparently. So Hunter Reeve very much enjoying himself here. He went out in the dark yesterday, and quite frankly I think he probably didn't get a wink of sleep because he was looking forward to getting back out this morning so much. Anyway, he's been in the car now. He drove the car a little bit in the session last night before the checkered flag came out, and as I say, great personality. Got into racing during lockdown as a sim racing driver, and through sim racing, Operation Motorsport in the USA picked him up, said, you seem to have a bit of talent. Next thing he knows, he's here racing at Anglesey. It's not bad, is it?
No, it's not bad at all. As we just saw there, the number 90 VMS Motorsport BMW 116 getting squeezed out on the exit of the hairpin there. That number 3 traction-sponsored Mazda MX5 you saw on the screen there just now, unfortunately they've hit troubles overnight. I saw the engine loom being taped together, as it were. They were redoing some of the connections, and the team did incidentally sort of admit to me last night that car was running on 3 cylinders for the last hour of the stint. Hopefully they've sorted those issues out to get the car back in. It's a shame for the team because both the Mazda and the Lotus are beautifully prepared. It's a great looking scheme on the cars. They've got all these students in as part of the team as well, working on the car. But ironically, one of the students turned around and said to me, it's weird, you kind of expect the Mazda to be more reliable than the Lotus, but it's turned out to be the other way around so far. So up on the screen now, that does look like the Turn 7 Caterham. So let's just have a look and see where they've got to. They are still in 7th place with Jebsen at the wheel there. So he's got a bit of space ahead of him, but I'll use that famous terminology again. He's getting a lick on. Currently, he's got a fastest lap of a 1:40.095, so not quite on the pace of the Rob Boston Lotus Elise, but he will surely be looking to get back up into podium contention. Yes,
that car with the 2 Huggins drivers, father and son, Neil and Lloyd Huggins, and Callum McDougall. So with 4 drivers, they've got a little bit more flexibility on the driver sequencing.
I do hope though that one driver in particular, Callum McDougall, he's probably having himself a power nap, because the 7-hour round trip he had to make to York last night to get a new alternator for that car, the issues that struck that team yesterday, they were running on the battery for the last hour and a half, 2 hours of that race. The alternator casing split, which, you know, even as not as a qualified engineer, you have to sort of realise that's not good. If the alternator casing splits, it won't be doing absolutely anything to charge the battery. So that spelt a bit of trouble for the team. But luckily they've got a new one sourced, fitted overnight, and they're back out and running.
Yes, of course, at least now they don't have to have the headlights on. Yeah. They're not draining the battery as much.
Yes.
But they do still need to have power just to run the engine.
Yeah.
You know, if you don't have any alternator charge, if you've got a trickle, okay, that'll keep the engine running. But if you've got nothing, you're still going to wear down the battery.
And that was that was the thing to factor in yesterday as well. We spoke on the commentary about all these cars having electrical issues, and it only really started as we went into the night. And we see all these lovely lights that all these cars have. They lit up the track like Blackpool Parade, but unfortunately that puts a bit of extra strain on the electrical systems in the car, and a few cars have perhaps maybe become a burden as a result. But the Turn 7 car in front of the number 97 car there, maybe if they get their heads down together, they can sort of slipstream each other and get themselves through the field, with car number 97 still in 3rd place overall with Andy Perry at the wheel. I spoke to him last night on the grid, in the pit lane, sorry. He was optimistic. They fixed the niggles, the car was looking good, and they'll get back out there. But when I go down after the Remembrance service this morning and speak to some of the teams, I'll find out what's happened with that car first thing this morning.
Right, you're not planning to go down before the Remembrance service?
Probably in the next half an hour or so, I would say.
Okay, we'll see what happens. Hopefully, just to talk about the Remembrance service for a moment, because yes, for a lot of people that is the climax of the weekend. We're going to be covering that, but Rob and I will be taking a step back and actually putting ourselves as into the congregation rather than talking about it. The service itself will be conducted by the Army chaplain, and we'll be hearing from various members of the armed services, of the military, and there will be a full remembrance service. And if you're not familiar with the way that we run remembrance services in the UK, then I thoroughly recommend that you're tuned in and watching on the live stream for that. If you're sitting around the circuit and saying, oh, I've only just come into the circuit as a spectator, doesn't matter, you're very welcome. You can come down into the pit lane and rather than have to just listen to it on the loudspeakers, you can actually stand in the pit lane and be part of that congregation as well for the Remembrance service. That's coming up at, say, 10:30. We'll be pausing the race. The cars will stop on the start-finish line. They will be then under part ferme conditions. It won't be possible to work on the cars.
Yes, so the only time, obviously, we were quite lucky last night in the fact that after 7 hours of good hard racing, many problems they had overnight, they could fettle with the cars, they could stick a full tank of fuel in there and send it back out this morning ready to go. So that's kind of been the safety cushion for the teams. But with this remembrance service, unfortunately, the traditional parc ferme rules will exist, so I'll assume they'll park the cars up out on the grid.
On the start-finish line, they won't even come into the pits, that's right.
Yeah.
And that then gives the teams a dilemma, because a lot of them have enough fuel on board to take them for an hour and a half, maybe an hour and 40 minutes. Some of them won't have any choice because they've only got enough fuel for an hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah.
But the ones who have the choice have the dilemma. Do you come in before the checkered flag in order to get the fuel that you need to restart the race at 11:30, or do you try and stretch your fuel in order to get the best possible track position, so that even though you're restarting with a fairly empty car, at least you're in a good track position, bearing in mind you'll have to come in and get your refuel fairly soon after the race restarts at 11:30. Bit of a dilemma there as to what decision you make.
There is indeed one person that's going to be probably thinking about that as he charges through the field. Here's car number 25, you see on screen, Rob Boston racing. Let's have a look at the progress he's making.
Well, he's still there in 4th place, but his lap time's still well quicker than anybody else. His last lap was a 1:39.8. Again, compare that with Henry Williams, who's the second fastest car. He's done a 1:42.0. Andrew Perry in the Rocket Racing Caterham, a 1:43. And Andrew Jebson in the Turden 7 Caterham, car number 7, in 7th place, all the 7s. He's doing laps in the 1:44 kind of, well, in fact, exactly 1 minute. No, 1:44.8 is his lap time. So it is very much the Lotus Elises of Rob Boston that's the quickest of the cars that are out there in the top position. So he's got a lap to catch up to get into 5th place, and then once he catches up with that, he'll have 2 cars fairly close together in 3rd and 4th places, the Rocket Racing car, and the one that we've not really mentioned yet, the car 50, which is Neil Perry in the Unlimited Performance Consulting. Nice jazzy name for your team, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, you've got teams with names like Rocket Motorsport or Rob Boston Racing. Unlimited Performance Consulting, Neil Perry speaking.
I'll tell him you said that.
The car itself is a nice one for us commentators, though, Rob. Sticks out like a sore thumb. I keep on calling it the Marlboro-coloured car. It's not got any Marlboro sponsorship on it, no money, and not the word either. But it's kind of red and white in the same colour, in the same layout as you would expect from a Marlboro-style car.
I think even the team name on the side is in the same font as we just see Rob Boston making his way through some traffic there. You'll see the Dayglow Mini at the back that has got its boot lid back on the car, so that did look like the number 360 car there. I could be wrong, just looking at the images there, but they're certainly, as I would say, Paul, they're getting a lick on getting through traffic as he just slots it down the inside of the BMW E30 car number 129. They had a share of issues and they're slowing on the start-finish straight there. indicating to the left. Now I'm hoping it's just a case of they're letting a few of the quicker cars through, but that car blew a head gasket yesterday and they changed the engine on that overnight.
I think he was just a bit frightened by the amount of traffic coming past the 129 BMW.
I certainly hope so. You wouldn't want to see that team run into any more issues again, but there is the 360 Mini on screen following the Rob Boston Racing Mini through, getting a real slide on sideways. Yeah, certainly getting a move on there, but Rob Boston making his way through traffic as he cuts through past the C1 and the BMW 116 Cup car. Now, talking of the BMW 116 class, let's just double check where we're looking in the standings.
Yeah, sorry, you're looking over my shoulder here, aren't you,
yeah.
Rob? So, yeah, the BMW class then just go down to the column that normally has class is absent from the screen, which makes life reduced difficult. I have no class on here. Why don't I have class on the screen? Yeah, we normally have positioning class here.
We're just hitting some technical difficulties with the timing, but I do believe it could well be certainly the front runners in the BMW 116 class yesterday was the VMS Racing.
No, it was the Royal Marines who were leading yesterday, and I think it is still the Royal Marines leading now. 18th overall in car number 17.
So there we go, and that's the car on screen as we just see the Caterham cutting down the inside. Car number 25 getting all squirrely coming out of the final bend, back up the start-finish straight, and your favourite Marlboro coloured car 50 in behind it, but on screen at the moment, car number 29. That is the Williams Racing car number 25, the Caterham 270R, and they've just come through with the best time of 1:43.78. Not this time around, but that's their best time overall. So they're still, if you think about it, 3 seconds shy of Rob Boston's best. And with the way that Rob Boston is driving this morning, getting his head down and getting on with the job, he wants to get those laps peeled off as best he can for the climax later on today.
Yes, and anybody who's been to the Race of Remembrance before, or at least in the last 2 years, will have seen that car and know how rapid it is.
Yeah.
And one of the characteristics of the team that I've always been impressed by is how they take it very seriously indeed. We talk about wanting to win this race. Everybody wants to win. I think what we saw yesterday was a demonstration of how difficult it is to win. But Rob Boston just seems to have a longer checklist somehow than everybody else, and just seems to go through that checklist a bit more thoroughly than everybody else. And I was massively surprised when he did that drive time infringement yesterday. The rule on drive time is you're not allowed to drive more than 3 hours in any 5. And what Tom Roach did, it was only over by about 8 minutes, but it was 8 minutes that he was over, and it was caused by Rob Boston having a stint that was too short in between 2 Tom Roach stints, and so that was why they went over. Simple miscalculation on behalf of the team, but unlike them, and I just wonder if they've got some different crew members involved who maybe don't quite have exactly such a good handle on how these things are going, because I've worked in garages, I know how these things work. You have a number of different people making decisions in the pit, and all of a sudden somebody says, I'm coming in, somebody else says, well, the plan is to do this, and you can, as I say, make mistakes quite easily.
Yeah, I did pop into the garage last night on my rounds and spoke to Rob Boston, and you know, he showed me the sort of basic plan they had, and he said it was very tight, it was very marginal.
Yeah, so there were only 8 minutes over.
Yeah. And that is the margin that you get. Is you know, something like 8 minutes round here is only 4 laps. So if you decide to go out and just do, I'll just do one more lap, I'll just get that extra fast lap in on an in lap, it soon adds up, and ultimately ends in failure. Just on the screen as we have a look, that's the Royal Navy currently leading the BMW 116 car. They've been going great guns in this race so far. A faultless performance. I don't want to put the commentator's curse on them, put the kibosh on them as they get down the inside of car number 432. That's the Rab Sport C1 class there. with, I'm not sure if that's Gary Mitchell at the wheel this morning. I know he had quite a late stint last night.
Yeah, it's Keith Atwood at the wheel of the BMW.
Keith Atwood at the wheel.
At the wheel of the BMW, the
BMW, yeah.
Royal Marines. And I think it was them that you were talking to on the grid yesterday when you, at the very beginning of this race, Rob,
yes.
Whose main objective, and I just loved the way they seemed to be committed to that objective, was to meet the Army and the Air Force. As far as they was concerned, it was all about proving that the Marines were the best service. And
you're always going to get that. You are always.
But I love it, and I love that different aspect that they have there. They go across the start-finish line at the moment. The Royal Marines liveried BMW, and I think the other thing. I mean, I tend to be involved in British national racing quite a lot. You do as well, Rob. You kind of overlook the entire military motor racing scene that there is, both on four wheels and on two, different aspects of racing on four wheels as well. They do motocross, they do auto testing, but there is a whole season of racing going on where the military do go motor racing, and they do so in a whole kind of separate area of the motorsporting world, which we kind of miss. And it's great to have them all thrown together in the Race of Remembrance, because apart from anything else, it's a good way to judge how well you're doing when you suddenly come up against national races. And for the Marines to be leading this class, which, as you say, is very closely competed for, is a good performance from them and the drivers in that car, number 17.
Yeah, certainly the two classes that you really want to look out for in this field, they are, you know, for the purist racer, everyone wants to see the battle right at the front, and we've been talking about that a lot, but just to divert our attention, we've spoken about the BMW 116 trophy, the Citroen C1s as well, as you know, Paul, close to my heart through working with the C1 Racing Club. Robin Welch put in a mammoth stint yesterday in that WRC Developments car, which was car number 318, and the Silver Lake team as well, with Mike Harris at the wheel.
Yeah, it's Mike Harris who's actually leading the Citroen C1 class at the moment in 458, the Silver Lake team, 28th overall.
No, so 25th overall is a WRC Developments car, so that's David Drinkwater.
Right, yeah, David Drinkwater, having been out last night until the death at 10 o'clock last night. Yeah, so it is that WRC car. You said that in the warm-up. Has completed 197 laps, including what he did during yesterday.
And there is the man himself on screen. So that's car number 318, closely followed by the sister car of the WRC Developments, 418, as they just turn and head up School Straight to be passed by a few of the faster cars there making their way past. But David Drinkwater is a name that Alpha Live viewers in particular will be very familiar with. He's a keen face on the 750 Motor Club package, recently racing that BMW Compact in 750 Hot Hatch. He's raced VLN Endurance over in Germany. I believe he's done the Nürburgring 24 Hours, loves his endurance racing, and a nice guy to sit down and have a beer with on an evening. Lots of stories to tell. But
who's this? David Drinkwater?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. No, he also competed a lot at the 24-hour race in Dubai.
Yes.
Which I think that was probably where he kind of got his taste for night racing.
And just down into the pit lane there, we've got the car 558 Silver Lake entry. Unfortunately, they had to deal with a 30-lap penalty during the race, but Greg Rose there on the fire extinguisher. The team just getting ready to get the front wheels jacked up on that car. Now, one thing we did mention yesterday was the tyre abrasiveness of this circuit, in particular with the C1 Racing Club class, but I do believe some of the BMW 116 cars also had an issue with tyre scrubbing at Anglesey, and it's just because it must be something they put in the tarmac at Anglesey. It's the same at Pembrey, so I can only assume there's an issue with Welsh tarmac just being a bit rough. And it's a bit more abrasive on the tyres, so if you are going to come and race at Anglesey, I'll bring a spare set. So back on the screen there, you can see the Silver Lake car hotly pursuing the two WRC Developments cars, bump drafting, pushing each other, working in tandem as they work their way round to the start-finish line there. 418 just in front of David Drinkwater, closely followed by 458 of the Silver Lake machine in the camouflage livery. So if you're having trouble seeing it on the screen, that could be why. They're certainly doing their best to disguise it. And the second Silver Lake car, the one with the issues, is still in the pit lane.
Yeah, 458 then with Mike Harris at the wheel, provisionally at least second in the class, and then third in the class is the 417 FDL packaging. You saw more action on the screen there, Rob.
Absolutely, you could really tell these drivers are going for it. It's the two WRC development cars closely following each other. No one can accuse these C1s of not pushing hard, because they can get a bit tail happy if you put you can push these cars quite hard, especially around the corners, and they will corner quicker than the BMW 116 cars, but unfortunately they've just got a bit of misgiving on the straights, as we just see down the back straight at the moment. Rob Boston still making his way through the field, following the relay team car number 33, the ES Motorsport car, but on screen we're still seeing the Silver Lake car closely following the WRC Developments car in the lead battle for that class there, as the Traction Elise just slips his way down the inside, working their way through the traffic. That car number 4, I don't want to put the cargosh on it, but so far they've had a pretty reasonable running. They haven't had a lot of issues, unlike the sister MX5 that, funnily enough, you can also see on the screen there.
Yeah, you only have to, if you're watching the stream, any shot which only shows one car has got to be a tight in focus, because there really literally are cars all around the circuit, and there is never a dull moment, certainly if you're just waiting for cars to come past. Often in an endurance race, after you've had 7+ hours, there'll be little gaps building up as cars have got problems and they're trying to work on them in the garages. Not in the Race Remembrance, not at Anglesey. There's always something to go on as a group of 6 cars arrives at the final turn. I'm just looking out for where Rob Boston is and whether he has managed to get himself past the 360 Motor Club car. The difficulty that we have now is that what we're seeing on the road is not necessarily what we're seeing on the track, because the timing screens are showing us the aggregate positions, including yesterday's race, and so you can have a battle on the track, but it doesn't actually get reflected onto the timing screen. But Rob Boston Racing was 6th, is now, I think, secure in 5th place on the aggregate times. They've got themselves ahead of Duncan Rogers in the 360. There goes the 360 car across the line now, and yes, so he has now dropped behind the Rob Boston Racing car. So Rob Boston up to 5th place, having started 6th on the aggregate times, and that includes his 2-lap penalty, and he's still, though, 4 laps behind the race leader. Lap time for Rob on that last time around was actually a slower lap. He must have encountered a bit of extra traffic. 1:43 for Rob Boston last time around, compared to a 1:40 for Henry Williams.
Just saw on the live stream there, David Drinkwater getting it a bit crossed up and off the circuit while the faster cars were making their way through. So that battle's still raging on at the head of the C1 racing class, albeit on the aggregate times they may be close together on track, but certainly on our timing screens, and we'll hopefully be able to sort the timings out as we go into the final stage of the race to really show where people are in terms of proper track position. Don't forget, this is an aggregate race because it's split up effectively into 3 parts. It's a bit like the 1994 Japanese Grand Prix when Damon Hill took that famous victory from Michael Schumacher. It's the same kind of premise as that, so if you are a keen motorsport fan, look that up. That's kind of how we're running it. Now, we do have a visitor to the box, so I think it's only right that I hand the headset over to Mr. James Cameron. I'll put him on the spot here, but I think I'm going to hand the headset over to Mr. James Cameron to have a chat and bid us all a good morning.
Always nice to hear from James Cameron, the CEO of Mission Motorsport. I don't think he was expecting to be called upon, but having been put on the spot, you are familiar enough with contemporaneous speaking, James, to be able to talk without much preparation.
I think it's on my LinkedIn profile. Yeah.
I'll feed you the questions. We were talking yesterday about the race we've had. It's been a phenomenal race so far, continuing to be so. I have to say, you do this every year. Whatever the weather throws at us, come Sunday morning, the sun shines. And I've had to bring me sun cap, as you can see, in order to deal with the sun in my eyes. How do you make the weather work for you every year?
It is extraordinary, and the reason why you've ambushed me is because I come up for the view. For those who haven't been to Anglesey in person, it is the most exhilarating backdrop to places with Snowdon and Snowdonia dominating over behind, but by far the best view is up in the commentary position, up on top of race control, and on days like this it is absolutely amazing.
I mean, it ought to be a national trust property, oughtn't to, this building?
It is incredible, but oh gosh, most of that goes for most of the North Wales coastline, though. It is absolutely exhilarating. But on mornings like this is the best circuit on earth. There's no two ways about it.
Talking of the North Wales coast, in previous years you've run an adventure on Monday morning after the race up into Snowdonia. Are you doing that again this year?
No, not this year, no. So on the Monday mornings there's been a bunch of us who've gone and bounced up Snowdon, which you can actually see the top of incredibly clearly today. Yeah. Today it would have been a glorious day. Tomorrow, not quite sure what that looks like. But I mean, for me tomorrow, I'm at Three Sisters running a veteran karting event for a whole bunch of beneficiaries just outside Wigan. So yeah, no rest for the wicked and bouncing straight on to the next thing.
Other things to do, and of course, talking of other things to do, we are but an hour away from bringing this portion of the race to a close to build up towards the Remembrance service, which I've been plugging for the people who are listening on the live stream to stay tuned for the Remembrance service. You've been working with Northwest Sound and Light to get that set up, and I think virtually everybody here who's been here before is looking forward to that service.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the reason we come here for this weekend. You know, there are some other activities that we do around it. You know, one of which being a 12-hour and a bit automotive race.
Just a 12-hour race.
But otherwise, it'd be a bit silly coming here and we wouldn't have anything to do. We'd be kicking our heels. So, in order to, it's a bit like, I think that there was a theory which I think that there was a theory that the little chefs were built on the confluence of ley lines, and then the roads came along later and joined them up. I think Race of Remembrance is very much in the same way.
It's the same philosophy behind it. Will you be speaking during the service?
No, all of that is...
you have an army chaplain to actually run the service, don't you?
I think we've got a Royal Air Force chaplain. So
the Royal Air Force one, right.
He's a fine bloke. So actually from RAF Valley, they bring across their service of remembrance in order to be able to do it here. And of course we've got teams from all three services here as well. We've got a lot of service personnel who are here on duty. But as well as that, you've got various other groups, of course, our American cousins, our Canadian friends, you know, so all sort of bringing it in. So at the service, you'll see a whole bunch of different people represented during the course, but people hear enough of my voice. So,
and I mean, the other thing is, anybody who's here spectating, because you've been kind enough to kind of have this as an open door race meeting, spectators can come in without having to pay an admission fee or anything. And you're right, you would pay an admission fee just to get into this area to look at the view. But they don't have to stay in the spectator enclosures during the Remembrance service, do they? They can come down into the pit lane.
Absolutely encouraged to come and take part, because it's not about, it's a service of remembrance, and the obvious focus is those sort of in the front ranks with you know, sort of berets and medals on and all of the rest of it, but actually, remembrance is a shared activity. It belongs to the community. It's not just about one specific thing. And so, with Anglesey, we've worked as part of our you know, conditions for being able to run the event. And what we ask Anglesey to do, and what they provide for us, is to waive the gate fee, because it needs to be open to people so that not just motorsport and military community can come together, but local community can too. And if people are within reach of Anglesey this morning and want to come up and join in the service, then they're absolutely encouraged to do so.
And of course, somebody said yesterday, how often do you go to a motor race and still get the opportunity to go to church on a Sunday morning?
Yeah, no, that's very true. Or where the pause for church bells on Sunday morning is something that's positive and not an embuggerance.
True enough, true enough. Highlights of this year for you so far?
I will wait until the end of the race. I'm going to wait till the end of the race. I mean, isn't it wonderful having the Op Motorsport team back, having missed them last year? I mean, this is the biggest by some margin. You know, 55 cars starting. We've still got more than, you know, sort of more than 50 running right now, which is incredible. all of those things are wonderful, but it's that whole sort of community coming back together. And the really interesting thing for me, because it's really easy with your sort of iPhone or whatever these days, to do year by year and just flick back and look at pictures from previous years. How it has grown is quite astonishing. You know, in my head, Biathlon of Foolishness is 20-odd people, a few of whom are in costumes. That was not the case yesterday.
I think there must have been 150 people starting yesterday's Biathlon.
It was just extraordinary. So it's really good. So our job and what we've been planning in the background, and clearly we're running a couple of race teams, and there's a bit of motor racing which is going on as well, is coordinating all of the things that need to be done for that service and working out how to get those people into actually a space that we're starting to spill out of to make sure that we get everybody in for it. And just making sure that we can do it safely and link in with the BRSCC staff who are busy running the race in the background.
And doing a great job, I have to say, the
Incredibly
BRSCC, because as you say, it isn't something which necessarily is that obvious as to how to do, and kudos to the Mission Motorsport people for bringing in the BRSCC to actually run the race meeting as a race meeting.
Yeah,
so thank you for that, James.
No problem.
You have to...
I'm going to quietly step off into the background. You guys are doing a fantastic job, and I'd also like to particularly credit, I think, those who are producing the imagery as well that's going out across the world. We've had the most fantastic feedback from people who are watching this from all over the world. And for those who are joining us from the United States, who've got out of bed very early this morning in order to watch a remembrance service, welcome. Welcome. You too are looking at a random piece of bodywork which is now lying somewhere on a piece of Welsh mountainside.
I can tell you, got somebody listening from Zolder in Belgium, Axel Goldstein, welcome to him. Somebody else last night was tuned in from Bathurst in Australia, and somebody else, Erwin Raven, has tweeted that Anglesey is a nice track indeed. There's a nice element of understatement.
Yeah, it is a little bit. I came in early this morning, went and sat at the top and just watched the sun come up over Snowdon, and it's a truly special place.
Gorgeous. Thank you very much, James.
Thank you.
You probably have things to do. We've got a remembrance service to organise, and as I say, that is less than 3/4 of an hour away now, and we will be concluding this segment with a flag that we couldn't really see properly last night. But the red and white checkered flag, I don't know whose idea that was. I should have asked James. He'll probably deny all knowledge of it. Somebody had the idea and we decided to do it.
But I tell you what, the views,
yes,
the views we've just been discussing now, we saw that out on the screen. That's what we've got from the commentary box times 10. the 360 panoramic view, the 180 panoramic view we've got here of the North Wales Mountains with this beautiful racing circuit. Now, the one thing I did see on the images while we were just talking there to James Cameron, car number 318, the leader, WRC Developments, in the C1 class, is in the pit lane carrying out their pit stop, and I did see David Drinkwater get out of the car. But the WRC Developments team, they've done their fuel stop, they're busy getting to work. One of their sister cars as well, car number 528, is also in the pit lane as we carry on. But overall...
just a question on the 318, and then we'll go look at the overall positions, Rob. You will... are fairly close to David Drinkwater in at least the sense that I think you're in the same house as he is. I'm surprised they've come in to refuel after only 45 minutes.
Do you know what? From what we were discussing earlier, so with the way the Remembrance service works and there's now parc fermé conditions, I reckon they're effectively setting themselves up to go a further hour after the service and not have to immediately pit afterwards. We just saw on the screen there the 360 racing team that have come into the pit lane as well. They've dropped down to 6th place as a result, but that looks like that is a regular stop for that team, and they've been going brilliantly as car number 318 is now making its way down to the end of the pit lane and heading out onto the circuit, and we should be told by our timing screens who that's now gone
in
to.
the 318.
That'll be the WRC Development
Paul
car.
Hinson.
So Paul Hinson has now joined the circuit out in that car,
and he's an experienced driver, so
absolutely, another
we'll be expected to go quickly, because they've in the 318 car had Nicole Drought driving yesterday, of course, who isn't here today.
No, unfortunately, she's decided she fancies doing a bit of rallycross today, so they headed on the boat back to Mondello Park tonight. Just on the screen there, we've got car number 223, the Pure Track Racing team. Hopefully, at some point today, we'll have Sarah Dennis joining us in the commentary box. But 2 cars they're running this weekend. The husband and wife pairing of Sarah, Matt Dennis, and Simon Coombs running the team with them. So hopefully, we'll see that they want to come back every year and improve and get better every time.
So back at the front, we've still got Henry Williams leading the way in the number 29 Williams Motorsport Caterham, the pink car, on 233 laps completed. On 222 laps completed, therefore 1 lap behind, is the number 33 relay team, Mike and Bailey Edwards. Mike Edwards is out at the moment. Michael Edwards is in the white Lotus Elise.
Yeah.
If you catch it on the screen, there are 2 number 33s. There's a white one and a green one. If it's white, it's Michael, and if it's green, it's Bailey Edwards doing the driving for that relay team. Not eligible to win the trophy, but nevertheless having a great race. Currently running 2nd place overall. On 231 laps, Rocket Racing with Andrew Perry at the wheel of the number 97 car. And then in 4th place, although not for much longer, I don't think, because Neil Perry in the Unlimited Performance Consulting Caterham, number 50, is being closed in upon by Rob Boston. Everybody is being closed in upon by Rob Boston, but Rob...
I think the whole field is.
Yes, quite. But Rob is close enough to the back of Neil Perry on aggregate times to be taking over that 4th place within the next few minutes, I think. So we'll keep an eye on the timing screen and watch how that gap comes down. If you're watching around the circuit or trying to follow the battle on the live stream, you won't see it because it's an aggregate overtake, not a position that's going to change actually by 2 cars overtaking each other.
Now, we just saw some action down there in the pit lane. I can tell you we've got the Operation Motorsport Canada entry currently having a refuel stop there. 223, I'll put the commentator's curse on it because it looked like the Pure Track Renault Clio has had to visit the pit lane with the team there. No sign of it underneath. That's the problem with Anglesey. The half of the pit lane is kind of hidden away from our view up in the commentary box.
Yeah, we see the whole track, we can't see half the pit lane.
No, oh, there we go, on the screen now. So that's car number 223. They're currently performing a fuel stop, so they're just getting one of their 4-minute stops out of the way. Don't forget the pit stop rules are as such. You have to do 6 compulsory stops at a minimum of 4 minutes.
That's right, and after that, as far as I understand the regulation, you're free to do pit stops as quickly as you like.
Yeah.
So we may see the pit stops happening a little bit more quickly as the race progresses. My eye is drawn to the 2 Track Scotland cars, 55 and 155, that are circulating nose to tail. I don't know if the live stream will pick them up at some point.
we've got them on screen now. So the pink and blue Mini's going great guns. Go on, son.
They're leading the Class B class, and we've got
Rob Boston's just getting involved as well, making his way past the Track Scotland cars as well. But again, they're a team that have kept out of trouble in this race effectively. They've got some wonderful machines there, very well presented. I could see the team hurriedly getting those cars prepared last night as we finished the first stint of this race. But those 2 teams going very well and utilising the equipment that they've got, as we see car number 97 just ducking down the inside, so they're certainly getting involved in the overall scheme of things.
Yeah, Lowell Forsyth in the 155 car, Fiona Kindness in the 55, and they are, I'll say, battling for the lead of the class. They're 8th and 9th, as you were, 9th and 10th places overall in the race. There is actually a lap between them on the aggregate scores, so although they're running nose to tail, there's a lap between them with the 155 ahead of the 55.
One thing we can see on screen with them, where they're almost working together in tandem. We spoke earlier about Operation Motorsport and the fact that they sort of had a game plan to get together. Now, obviously, it's likely looks the point that they've decided between them this morning, right, we've got this first little segment before the Remembrance service, get your head down, no trouble, let's just, you know, wake our way through. And it proves that, okay, the Mini Cooper, it's not a very powerful car. It's probably, you know, if it's from the Track Scotland team, it's likely to be one of the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup cars.
Yeah,
so
yeah, it is.
They're not very powerful, they're great handling little cars, but it's not going to be an ultimate front runner like a Lotus Elise or a Caterham, as we've been commentating on this morning. But by working together, keeping out of trouble, making the pit stops right. These teams that you can see on screen now, if they can get a decent top 10 finish for both cars, that team will be mega with that. And if
they'll be very happy with that indeed.
And if they can get a class result with that too, fair play to them. So well done, Track Scotland. It's all going to plan so far. Keep it up.
And exactly what you were saying, if you know that the car behind you isn't trying to overtake you, then you can still concentrate on looking ahead, not having to worry about your mirrors. But you do get a little bit of an extra push aerodynamically from having a car taking away your wash. Two cars running nose to tail down a straight will run faster than a car running on its own down a straight.
Absolutely.
So you can, as you say, work together and get the benefit of knowing that you're not actually in a battle. If you're in a battle for position, you end up losing time, of course.
Of course. So it's yes, it's all about it's playing that team game with the endurance race this weekend, especially with what's been going on. Car on the screen right now, car number 97, just making their way through. They've got a bit of clear space around them. One of the jobs I need to do before the Remembrance service gets underway, certainly, I'll make my way down to the pit lane shortly and just see if I can have a word with a few of the teams and find out a few more of the niggles that's been going on this morning with certain front runners, certainly.
Yes, and maybe if you can get to the bottom without getting any of them to give anything away strategically, how they're going to deal with that dilemma that we were describing of question, do you refuel before the interval or try and go through to the end and get more track position?
I mean, to me as well, Paul, that'll actually hurt a lot of the Caterham teams a lot more. They've got a fuel issue as it is. They can't, apart from the cars like Turn 7 that have modified their fuel tanks, effectively they've got such a tight window around this Remembrance service because they can't fuel the car, they can't work on the car, so it'll be interesting. I'll see
whether they'll actually tell you what they're doing is another matter altogether, but you can pose the question and see whether they shift uneasily from one foot to the other.
Then I'll know.
Yeah, exactly. You don't always need to hear what they say as long as you watch how they say it. The Rob Boston car, 25, continues to make progress. Remember, it was 6th an hour ago. It's now 4th. It has got past the Neil Perry car of Unlimited Performance Consulting. Hello, can I help you? Car number 50. I have to put that in brackets on the entry list. Hello, can I help you? Anyway, they are, as I say, they've passed the car number 50 of Rob Boston, and I think it will be Rob. And again, he may well be planning to come in just before the interval in order to allow Neil Roach, Tom Roach, who's Neil Roach? Tom Roach to take over and then take the restart after the Remembrance service. But the car, so far, it's not over yet for Rob Boston Racing. You keep saying, Rob, they're on for the hat-trick this year. They'd dearly like to make it not 3 in successive years, because the Race of Remembrance actually missed a year. But certainly as far as it has been possible, when did we miss a year? We missed a year in 2020.
That would be
21,
COVID.
it's 22 now, isn't it? Yes, so they won in 2019 and 2021, and they're looking to win again this year in 2022.
Absolutely, and to be honest, Paul, it's not... It's not impossible that.
No, I said earlier on.
We don't want to put the kibosh on it because we spoke about this a lot yesterday. A car would go into the lead. Oh, that car's doing really well, especially Rob Boston, Turn 7, Williams Racing, Rocket Racing. We ran out of cars to commentate on in the lead. We were scared to say anything because they were dropping like flies.
Exactly right. And it means that it is absolutely worthwhile. I mean, you would have forgiven Rob Boston and Tom Roach yesterday at one point when things were not going their way, of throwing in the towel and saying, this race doesn't want to come to us. We're just going to give up. Absolutely wrong decision, and anybody who's involved in racing knows that Rob Boston's not that kind of racer anyway. You keep trying, you keep pushing. As I say, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that they can do this even just on pace alone, let alone if one of the leading runners, particularly Henry Williams in the Williams Motorsport pink Caterham number 29, starts to fade away or has another of those niggly little problems.
Indeed.
Then Rob Boston is still in with a chance of winning this race.
Absolutely, but let's not discount Williams Motorsport. They are absolutely...
No, I mean, the race is theirs at the moment. Everybody else,
we see them on screen now.
They've got the target on their back. Look, there's a target painted on the back of that car.
let's not put down Williams Motor and ES Motorsport. You know, the relay team, they're in second overall. Okay, they're not eligible to win the trophy, but if they can get a decent overall podium result out of this by,
well, it's I think the phrase is props to them.
Yeah,
is that the modern phrase? Props to them.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
let's go with that.
I know about these modern phrases. Yeah, I'm learning from my son.
Yeah, and Rocket Racing in third, 97. That's one of the teams I'll be making a beeline for. So, lads, if you can hear us down there, expect to see me shortly. I want to find out what's been going on with that car in that early stop this morning. But, yeah, car on screen there. That's a Williams Motorsport overall leader with Williams at the wheel. He'll be, he's just got his head down. You know, he's churning out consistent 142, 143, making his way through traffic. The only car really to worry about, I would say, in that top 5 at the moment is Rob Boston, because he's lapping. Okay, he's a bit slower this time around, but earlier on he was still in the 139s, about 2-3 seconds ahead of the pack. So, like we say, whether they decide to gamble before the Remembrance service, they bring it in, they fill it up and get Tom Roach out in the car.
I mean, the problem is, this is going to be the commentator's curse. We've run for an hour and a bit so far this morning without having the dreaded safety car word. As soon as we have a safety car, then there is a benefit to making a pit stop.
Yeah.
There is a penalty to making a pit stop because you're going to lose time. And if you still need to make your 6 pit stops, you're going to lose 4 minutes getting refueled.
Yeah. I mean, to be
nearly
fair,
2 laps.
To be fair, the good thing yesterday, I mean, how many safety car periods did we have? About 8?
9.
So it was 9 in total. So that is a lot of safety car time that teams could have utilised to pit under that, because, you know, for the folks watching on the stream that maybe aren't too familiar with the endurance racing aspects of it, under a safety car period, obviously the field is touring a lot slower. That effectively means that you can gain time for free because the safety car bunches the field up. You trundle around the track quite slow. It's a big field here as well, all of the slower cars. So if you can get into the pit lane while the safety car is out, perform your pit stop, nice tank of fuel, yank one driver out, stick another driver in and send them on his way for another 2-hour stint, for example. Happy days. But car 29, as we say, he's got his head down. The last lap around was a 141.718 with Harry Williams at the wheel, and they'll be happy with the work done so far. Second place, 1 lap behind is ES Motorsport with Edwards at the wheel. Rounding out the podium overall so far is Rocket Racing's Andy Perry at the wheel of that. He's again doing consistent times similar to the leader of around 141. And Rob Boston Racing is in 4th place with Rob Boston at the wheel, and they are 3 laps adrift of the leader according to our timing screens. In the top 5, Unlimited Performance Consulting, how may we help you, with Neil Perry at the wheel there. See what you've started, Paul?
Yeah, I have, right.
And turn 7, RAF Motorsports with Jebsen at the wheel. They've got up to 6th place after replacing that alternator yesterday. The Mini Cooper, which has stopped already this morning, I will pop down and try and see if that was a tactical stop. They're in 7th place.
I think that was the plan, yeah. Duncan Rogers handing the car over. Now Martin Smith back behind the wheel of that car.
Yeah, 8th place, we've got Traction with TWP Racing, car number 2, with Mackay at the wheel. That's the Lotus Elise. And the 2 Track Scotland Minis, Track Scotland 1 and Track Scotland 2, are rounding out our top 10 in 9th and 10th place. A good effort from Track Scotland. They've had a really good race. And a big shout out as well. I know George Grant will be excited down in his garage at the moment. They're running out of the Rob Boston garage this weekend, but in the Mazda MX5 car number 169, the Clapham North MOT entry, they're in 11th.
And those 3, 9th, 10th and 11th, are all leading their respective classes, or at least 9th place Track Scotland 1 is leading Class B, and in 11th place Nick Rutter with the Clapham North MOT car number 169, which George Grant will take over at some point this morning. Just the 2 of them, Nick Rutter and George, driving that car. They're still leading Class C, so top class leaders in the lesser powerful cars, going well there, just inside or just outside the top 10.
And shout out for our international viewers as well, as we had James Cameron in the box earlier talking about our wonderful viewers from across the pond. So an update on the cars you'll be rooting for. Operation Motorsport USA currently 12th overall with Reeve at the wheel of a Honda Civic Type R. And in 14th place is the Operation Motorsport Canada entry with Jesse Weisberg at the wheel.
And a car that we've not mentioned, Rob, and I don't know if you can add this to your list of cars to investigate when you go down into the pits. But sat over by the two ambulances on the far side of the circuit is car number 77. I hadn't spotted it earlier on. I thought it was just one of the marshal's car, but it is actually a racing car. It's the Strong Brew racing car for Russ Howe, Neil Broom and Scott Armstrong, the Mini Cooper, which is stuck over there. And it must have come to grief there since this morning. They wouldn't have left it there all night.
No.
They restarted this morning 7th in their class, in car 77, but have been sat over there for, well, I'll just take a guess, because I'll say 20 minutes. But as I say, the car is pulled safely out of harm's way, but isn't playing any further part in today's activities. And I just wonder if you can find out from the team
absolutely
what's going on.
Just look at the screen now. So just on your right-hand side, he's managed to pull off to safety. Now, without being a doom mongerer, that would tell me that it could well be something fairly terminal.
Well, they can put. Of course, the problem is now is how do they get it back without just throwing the safety car? And there's no reason to throw a safety car because the car is not in a place of danger.
If he's pulled off and out of the way, it could well be that he's told the marshals, you know what, lads, sorry, it is what it is. The engine's failed or whatever.
But on the other hand, it may be one of those 10p bits that if they get it back to the garage, they'll be able to get it going again. So during the Remembrance service, I imagine they're going to pull that car back to the garage and give the opportunity for the team to just have a look at it and see whether it's a quick and easy fix or, as you say, whether it's terminal.
Absolutely. Stop-go penalty being issued for car number 19. So car number 19, the message is just going out on the screen. And for our international viewers, the car on the screen, the Race of Remembrance Operation Motorsport USA car is in. They're just performing their fuel stops. Now, the one thing to remember, we're going to have a few representatives hopefully come back up to the pit lane to chat later on in the day. These Skip Barber racing cars, beautifully prepared. I love the wraps on them. They're so, I mean, the artwork on the bonnets of these, Paul, is something to behold.
They are. I mean, they're Skip Barber Racing School training cars, which have been brought over from the States. We did mention this yesterday, but they've been literally shipped over and from the Skip Barber Racing School, the largest racing school in the world. And so, yeah, if anybody's going to prepare your cars for you, then
you want it to be them.
Skip Barber is certainly not a bad choice at all.
Now, we're just going into the last 20 minutes of this race, and we're just looking up and down the pit lane now. I can tell you, turn 7, Caterham has come into the pits, and the driver is getting out. The car's up on screen now. So that turn 7 Caterham, they had issues yesterday, and it does look like they are going for a fuel stop. So you can see there, with the fuel stop, you've got one driver there performing the act of a fireman, so he's got the extinguisher ready to go. So that car there in particular has a modified fuel tank, and at points yesterday, they were able to get that car to a 2-hour stint, albeit with the help of safety cars, but they estimate that with a free running race in terms of no safety cars, no stoppages, no halts, they could go for 1 hour and 45 minutes. And I think they're utilising this time to get that fuel stop done, get a new driver in so they don't have to stop after the Remembrance service because they are under Parc Fermé rules.
Exactly so, and that car then slipping to 6th place behind the Unlimited Performance Consulting Caterham number 50 as a result of that stop. But it does remind me of a regulation. Sounds like I'm making these regulations up to go along, but it's not the case. It was one of the regulations that is there is that in the last 15 minutes leading up to the Remembrance service, there is no refueling allowed. You can come into the pits, you can do a pit stop, but you can't refuel the car. So they don't want any fuel about in the last 15 minutes before the Remembrance service starts. So we're coming up to that point now, and then you say 20 minutes to go. So you've got about 5 or 6 minutes at most to get in to make a fuel stop if you want to get some more fuel in before the service.
So we're either going to see a lot of cars coming in after the service, or we're going to see
a lot of cars coming in now.
Yeah, so we're going to see a lot of the cars coming in now. But I tell you what, some of the cars in this field we had on the screen there, the bright pink MR2 that we've got out on circuit, which I believe is the second of our relay teams. I'll tell you what, Paul, you wouldn't miss that car, would you?
No, it was very distinguishable whether it was day or night. I think it actually glows, actually. Whether they've acted, digest a little bit of uranium in the car just to give it an extra piquancy. It is the other of the relay teams, that's right, number 84. We've got 2 cars with VTR sponsorship on the side. Those are the cars of Neil Stratton and Gareth Baxter. We've got a white Toyota MR2, and then this pink one is Rhys Dorman's car. And so you can tell who's driving
we could see
purely by which car it is.
I was going to say, we see it coming through the stop there, really getting a wiggle on as he was hard on the brakes for Rocket, turning in, just getting around the 116 car. But yes, if you stuck that in Westfield car park, you would not be able to lose that. You can see for a month of Sundays.
You can see it from space. As I say, it is Rhys Dorman at the wheel at the moment. He's currently 16th overall. They've completed 227 laps, compared to the ES Motorsport Lotus Elises team, who have completed 243 laps, so they're 17 laps behind the other relay team. But the only team to have a multi-car relay team, 4 of these Toyota MR2s, and what they do when they come into the pits is they have to have somebody aware on the stopwatch, because they start their 4 minutes timing at the point where they come into the pits, and then the other car goes out 4 minutes later, so they have to coordinate fairly well the passing of the baton from one car to the other. They can't just go one car in, the other car goes straight out. They still have to have a pit stop time of 4 minutes.
Yes, and just seeing the final throws of this race at the moment. So as we come up to the 15-minute mark, we've got a few cars coming into the pits. I'm going to take the opportunity to head back downstairs,
including the race leader. So I said with 15 minutes to go, refueling is banned. Henry Williams in the race leading car coming into the pits. So
he's sorted that out. 18 minutes on the clock. He's got that right on the lock stop. Perfect.
So Henry Williams doing exactly that. He said it was going to get busy, or maybe not, but and Rob Boston coming in, so they've read the rules. They know there's no refueling in the last 15 minutes. So Rob Boston is in, or was he? I thought he was in. Has he gone in and gone out again very rapidly, or was that me misreading the screen?
That might be a misread, Paul, but it's a long day. At this point, I'm just going to take the opportunity now. We're coming up to the 15-minute mark, so I'm going to head downstairs and see what information I can grab from the teams. But certainly seeing that Williams Motorsport car in, that'll be the garage I head to first. We'll have the Remembrance service, and then hopefully when the race resumes, I'll be able to bring some more interviews from the pit lane and join you back in the commentary box later, Paul.
Okay, thanks very much, Rob Lewis there, who's been up here since the start, and thank you for your input from up here, and look forward to hearing from you down in the pits and what else, other information we can find out. So race leader in the pits being refueled. It's a routine stop, nothing to worry about. There's no work going on the car. They're just waiting for the 4 minutes that are required to tick away. 6 mandatory pit stops to be made over the course of 12 hours, and also into the pits now comes the 97 Andrew Perry Rocket Racing Caterham. And as I say, we're getting close to this 15-minute, call it a curfew if you will, for refueling. Fuel is already in the number 29 Caterham. It's going into the 97 now, and as I say, the team then has to just wait for the mandatory 4 minutes to elapse. Driver change has already happened, and for 29, I wonder whether it's going to be Callum Lockie, Toby Ballard, or Roger Patke. They're the drivers that are at the disposal of the 29 team, and 97, who's also in the pits, they have no choice. It's Steve McCulley taking the car over from Andrew Perry. Time ticks down. I'm still a little bit puzzled by Rob Boston, whether he's going to come in, because I swear I saw his name come onto the screen as a pit stopper. But into the lead, not for the first time of the race, but the first time today, first change of lead, goes Michael Edwards in the relay Lotus Elise. He will also be due a pit stop, or try and maintain that lead so he can restore it come part 2. And of course then they'll have to make a pit stop to change driver, but it will still be a 4-minute one for Michael and Bailey Edwards as we go through an hour and a quarter into this morning's racing. And back out again. Actually, there was no driver change for Williams Motorsport. I was speculating about who it might be, but no driver change for Williams Motorsport. Henry Williams taking the car back out again. So Henry Williams staying behind the wheel. He has to now make sure that he doesn't exceed the drive time limit of racing for 3 hours, although it may well be that the drive time resets during the pause, which if it does is good news for him. There he goes now, back out onto the circuit then, Henry Williams, crossing the line and completing how many laps? 246 laps in total, but he is now a lap behind Michael Edwards' Lotus Elises relay team of father-son team Michael and Bailey Edwards. Andrew Perry still in the pits with the Rocket Racing car 97. The fuel is in, and that is almost certainly now Steve McCulley, just looking down through the binoculars into the pit lane to see if I can identify Steve McCulley behind the wheel. But it was a good stint from Andrew Perry to get the ball rolling this morning. Car just waiting still, waiting for the time to tick down, and the team looking across to check when the time says go. It says go, up he goes. First of all, he gets to the WHO tag recognition system, waits for the green light to confirm that his WHO tag, the driver identification tagging system, has been identified. The light goes green, says yes, I know who you are, and the screen hopefully will update itself. It does, to Steve McCulley. And so Rocket Racing back into the race, still 2 laps behind Henry Williams in the Williams Motorsport car number 29. So we're beyond the point now where refueling can be done, and Rob Boston Racing hasn't taken the opportunity to come in, but they have got themselves a lap back in this first hour and a half. Remember, after the Remembrance service, we'll be resuming at 11:30 for a further 3.5 hours, and so that will give Rob Boston a further chance to catch up. Is he going to be able to catch up 3 laps? We'll have to wait and see. And his lap times continue to be a lot quicker than anybody else's, a 1:40.917. So the screen is now telling me it's Tom Roach, so that car did make a pit stop. So Rob Boston Racing has made a pit stop, has come in and changed to Tom Roach. So it was a quick stop, but I don't think they took on any fuel. If it was 4 minutes, then hats off to them. They did a good stop, and they've got a car now with a tank full of fuel. So Tom Roach on his way. There he goes, in fact, across the line now. A 1:40.841. 1:40.851 that time around. That's consistency for you. 244 laps completed. They are 1 lap behind the Rocket Racing car of Steve McCulley, and a further 2 laps behind Henry Williams in the Williams Motorsport car. So all 3 of our leading runners in the top 3 places for the Heroes Trophy are full of fuel, and we're counting down into the last few minutes before the Remembrance service, which will be starting in just over 10 minutes time. Henry Williams across the line, completing 248 laps now, although Michael Edwards has already completed 250. Just goes through now with 8 hours and 22 minutes on the clock. Waiting for that to update itself. Still the two Track Scotland cars circulating in 9th and 10th places, leaders in Class B. Nick Rutter leading Class C with the Mazda MX5. In Class A, I'm not sure if we'll be able to pick that one out. In the BMW class, if you like, the Royal Marines still leading the BMW 116i class with Keith Atwood in car number 17. From the Royal Engineers, who are, no, it's the VMS team, which is second in the class, car number 9, and that is Warren McKinley in the number 9 BMW, and then the Royal Engineers team is third in the class with Tom Sykes in the Royal Engineers car. Danny Holland is driving in the RAF team. Always good to see Danny out at the Race of Remembrance. He's a regular driver here, and we normally hear from him in the commentary box, but he's not been up this weekend yet. In the Citroen C1 class, leading Class A first is the car 118, which is the Auto Bliss car, the Toyota Aygo of Stuart Bliss, who's up there. You can be multitasking. I've been joined up here by a driver I've not met before, Henry Williams. I said, it says here you're in the car. He said, yeah, I've just told the timekeepers that. And they've taken that on board and updated the screen. So it's now Callum Lockie behind the wheel. You've answered the question. Henry, it took a long time for you to get into the car. What was it, about 9 o'clock last night when you first got into the car, pitch black, but you did get in the car in the end. Well done.
Yeah, no, the guys, they wanted Callum to start and sort of strategy for me to finish and then start today. So yeah, it was entertaining waiting for many hours and then sort of being thrown in it and
frustrating.
Told to go. No, not at all. I mean, this event is amazing because it's just a team event. So, you know, you do what the team tells you, and yeah, it's great.
I was talking to Callum yesterday, in fact, about how the team event works, because and he was echoing the fact you have to do what you're told as a driver in terms of deciding when you come in, when you go out, and you're very much, yes, okay, you do the laps and you're the heroes because you're turning in the laps, but you're also being very obedient, and say if the team manager says pit this lap, Henry, you have to come in because.
That's exactly right. I mean, it's all about team strategy, and it's I mean, luckily, you know, Callum's an incredible national champion, very well known, but we all lap at a very decent pace, and you know, the whole thing is keeping the car going. So out on this stint today with myself and Callum, you know, with the strategy of fuel, and you know, we can only use 30 litres out of our tank, unfortunately. So we don't have an endurance tank. So I was eking out the last. I think I came in with a litre to spare. You know, everything is. There was some coasting going up into 5th. So yeah, not accelerating too hard.
It's a tantalising situation, and looking forward to the race after we've had the Remembrance service for the last 3.5 hours, because, as you say, you have the track position, you have the race advantage, but you do have a slower overall package because of these more frequent pit stops that you have to make.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. I mean, and it was today, I mean, we were very lucky. I think we came out on pole, and we managed to sort of gain a lap
Everybody else
pretty
was
quickly.
in traffic.
Yeah, but it's amazing how quickly you do hit traffic and carving your way through. I mean, Rob's Lotus is unbelievably quick. I think I stuck with him for about 3 laps and then got caught in turn 3 with the C1, and that was it. You know, the little Caterhams is all about corner speed, and as soon as you've lost that bit, lost the toe, it's very, very hard.
I was going to say, you did well to stay with him for 3 laps.
Yeah, that car is very fast.
And they've had their share of problems, more than their fair share of problems, you could say. But they've also made mistakes with the. They've had a 2-lap penalty. I'm not sure if you're aware.
Oh, I didn't know
They've had a
that, no.
2-lap penalty for a drive time infringement. Basically, what happened was Tom Roach did 2 long stints either side of a short stint from Rob Boston. That took him over his drive time limit. That's not a problem you should have because you've got the 4 drivers.
No, exactly.
Makes life a lot easier. But it's Roger's car, isn't it? Roger Patke.
Yeah, it's
Richard Patke.
Yeah, Rituj, Rog. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's Roger's car. Rog came into. I met Rog through Callum, and he came and did the Caterham Academy this year. Yeah, fantastic guy, really great guy. Managed to win the academy in only 4 races. Got unfortunately knocked off in his first race. Did the next 4, won outright, and then didn't even do the final round.
I was there for him not doing it. Yes.
Yeah.
But then there was a kind of final end of term race beyond that, wasn't there?
Yeah, unfortunately, Rog got hit.
Again,
so,
he didn't finish. But so it's obviously a good car.
It's a lovely car.
It's your name on the team though, so
yeah,
help me out here.
Yeah, so I've got a Caterham dealership, do a lot of motorsport, run the team, and Roger's, he's a customer, but yeah, he's become a good friend now. So yeah, it's our name on the car, and but the car's a very nice one.
Okay, good news. You're back in the lead. So you've
good to know.
got back in the lead as a result of getting ahead on aggregate of the ES Motorsport relay team Lotus. Even if that car wins, it's not allowed to take the trophy. So you still have that advantage. But as you say, there's this tantalising last 3.5 hours
Yes.
with 4 drivers to get through. Are we going to stick to the same driver order, so it'll be Rog getting in next after Callum?
I don't think so. I'm not too sure. We'll really see after.
You're just going to go down after the service
after this stint and
see what the team manager says.
Yeah, see what Melindy tells us.
Do as you're told. Fingers crossed.
I do as I'm told, especially with Melindy.
But I mean, obviously, this is this your first race of Remembrance? You've done it before.
So this is my first.
Your first.
It's and it's absolutely amazing. And we're already talking about next year already.
Good. I mean, it's good and bad. At end of season, you can be fed up with it and you don't want to do any more. But I think this year, with some uncertainty about where the economy is going next year, we've had a record entry this year. I mean, it really has been a great advertisement for the event.
Oh, it certainly has. I mean, this is absolutely amazing. I mean, we raced Anglesey sort of late August, and I think it was my favourite event of the year. It was absolutely incredible. 37 degrees showing in the paddock, slightly different to today. But it's just Anglesey is such an amazing track. It's such a driver's track, and the thing that I've really loved out here today is how courteous everyone is. I mean, you do feel very safe in the car, and okay, sometimes, especially in a Caterham, people don't see you and someone might turn in, but the amount of people that would see us coming up behind and you'd see them waving so far in advance, letting you go through. It's absolutely amazing, and the driving standards have been so good.
Do you feel the physical aspect of it? Because watching on the live stream, the Caterhams just look a much smaller car, and you feel. I mean, I'm a short guy, and I feel overwhelmed by tall people. Do you feel the same thing yourself when you're in the car?
Yeah, you do. Yeah, some of the big ones are like the guys in the American Civics and stuff.
Yeah, they seem to be even taller, don't they?
Yeah, they look really tall.
Everything in America is bigger.
Yeah, they look really tall when you're coming up around them and things. And so yeah, you do. And I think Callum and I spoke to Roger and Toby and sort of said, you've got to be sort of aggressive, cautious. So show where you want to go. Put yourself there, but be very prepared to back out if you have to.
Henry, I'm going to have to stop you there because we're on the last lap of this segment. We're going to have the red and white checkered flag bringing the segment to a halt. Thanks very much for coming up and having a word. I'll keep my fingers crossed for you.
Thank you very much.
Not that I'm showing any favouritism at all, but the way the car's been going, Callum Lockie continuing to lap quickly, goes on to his last lap now, in fact. It was a 1:41.7, so he's lapping quickly. Rob Boston's lapping in the 1:40s, 1:40.3. So it's now Tom Roach behind the wheel of the Lotus Elise. So thanks very much again, Henry, and good luck. By all means, stay up here, but I recommend you go down and enjoy the Remembrance service as well, because that's something very special. Okay, thanks very much, Henry Williams. And as I say, on the last lap is Callum Lockie, and he is going to be carrying forward an 18-second advantage or thereabouts on the Michael Edwards as the checkered flag goes out. Actually, it's gone out exactly at the completion of an hour and a half, rather than waiting for the race leader, which was a surprise. Anyway, there he goes. The checkered flag is out. A red and white checkered flag being used, to my knowledge, for the first time at a motorsporting event, because this is not the end of the race. This is merely a suspension of part 2 in order for us to hold the Remembrance service, which we are about to do. So the cars will complete this lap, a slowing down lap, no overtaking allowed, and then they'll come into position on the start-finish line and be lined up nose to tail in parc fermé conditions in order to then be able to restart as soon as we've done with the Remembrance service. There goes Callum Lockie across the line. He's now taken that checkered flag. Michael Edwards has already been through and taken it. The gap now 23 seconds between the two of them. It's then 3 laps back to Steve McCulley in the Rocket Racing Caterham, car 97. Tom Roach next up in the Rob Boston Lotus Elise, car 25. A further lap behind still, so he's got his work cut out. It's going to be a tough last 3.5 hours for Tom Roach and Rob Boston. David Rook is 5th in number 50. In 6th place is Neil Huggins at the wheel of the Turn 7 RAF Motorsports Caterham. In 7th place is Martin Smith, and these are the drivers that are going to have to take the restart. In 8th place is Andy Mackay in number 4, as there's a change there as Martin Smith goes through and takes the checkered flag, and our aggregate moves ahead of Neil Huggins. So it's Martin Smith in 6th, Neil Huggins in the Turn 7 car in 7th. In 8th place is Andy Mackay in the number 4 Lotus Elise. In 9th and 10th places are the 2 Track Scotland cars, leaders of Class B, and that's Lowell Forsyth and Fiona Kindness. In 11th place, Nick Rutter, still at the wheel of the Clapham North MOT Mazda. 12th is a Jaffa Cake Racing Mazda, car 96. In 13th place, number 22, Mike Stillwagon in the Operation Motorsports USA Honda Civic, number 22, ahead of 14th place, car 220, John Weisberg in the Operation Motorsport Canada team car. And then 15th, car number 84, is Rhys Dorman with the bright pink Seat from Space Toyota MR2. Those are the positions, and the cars, having completed their slowing down lap, are now coming onto the grid, where, as I say, they've been taken around for another lap. I think that's just possibly to enable them to bunch up and enable them to safely then be lined up by the marshals, ready for the restart after the Remembrance service. And in a few minutes' time we'll be closing down the public address from up here and handing over to our colleagues from Northwest Sound and Light down in the pit lane to cover the Remembrance service. But before we do that, Rob Lewis is back up here. What did you manage to find out, Rob?
Not a lot, unfortunately. It's a lot of the teams at this point in the race. There's a lot going on to prepare for the race of Remembrance. So after the race,
for the Remembrance service.
For the Remembrance service. So
yeah.
After the Remembrance service, I shall be getting some more teams up and down. What I did do, I did speak to Callum McDougall on the Turn 7 team. They found a lot of the Caterham teams, including themselves, even with the modified fuel tanks, with the way the pit stops go, they've had to get the fuel in early because the Caterhams just don't have the fuel and stint capacity. So they've had to get that stop in early before the 15-minute mark. And of course, you had the interview with the Williams Motorsport team. As soon as I saw the driver, I was like, you know what? I think Paul would want to have a chat with you guys. So
that's fine. No, it was very interesting to speak to Henry. Not a driver I've met before, but very impressed by him. What I'm confused about, you may have seen the frown that I was wearing a moment ago, Rob, is that they've lined up Michael Edwards as being the race leader at the moment, which he isn't. So either TSL have missed a trick, or the marshals have missed a trick. So can't quite explain that one, but the screen shows quite clearly a 23-second lead for Callum Lockie in the Williams Motorsport Caterham over Michael Edwards in the white Lotus Elise. But let's say the marshals, well, they showed the checkered flag at the Lotus Elise. That was what puzzled me. Yeah. And I thought at the time, oh, maybe they were just doing it based on time.
No, I think.
But I think the marshals think that Bailey Edwards is leading the race.
Yeah, I think at this point what they're doing now, I think they've just got to a point they want to get the Remembrance service up and running, just reading the body language down there. The drivers just starting to get out of their cars, but indeed the lineup being comprised of the ES Motorsport relay team up at the front. But I think...
here comes Callum Lockie down into the final turn now, and he's saying, I'm leading, I should be up at the front. Are we going to have a wave by? Will be the only way to do it. It's not a huge number of cars to wave by, probably about 20. And that number 77 Mini, which was parked over by school, is now being pushed back to the garages. So it rolls on all four, and so that'll be another task for us to find out after the Remembrance services whether we're going to see that number 77 resuming racing, because as James Cameron said when he was up here, we've still got over 50 cars running in this race,
remarkable,
which is a remarkable illustration of the reliability of most of these cars. I mean, they're based on road-going cars, so they should be reliable. They are just
when race hard, that
yes.
can.
So some of them have proved a little fragile, shall we say?
a little bit fragile. And who would have thought that RKC Motorsport turning up with two Hondas? Well, I know their lorries packed up, they're ready to go. They're staying for the Remembrance service, but by the looks of it, afterwards they're hot-footing away and getting on the road. But,
understand. Sorry, when you say their lorry had packed up,
no.
I thought that was slightly ambiguous what you said.
But. What I would say is the most important part of this weekend is just about to get underway. So I believe, without further ado, as the crowd make their way down the pit lane, the cars are indeed lined up on the grid. I believe it is time to... Yeah. So from the commentary team for the moment, stay tuned. We should be bringing you some images of the Remembrance service that is taking place, and it's time for us to head down and pay our respects.
Yeah, so as Rob says, just a few minutes to wait until we're ready to go with that. There'll be, as I say, a different production company is handling the output of the sound. Alpha Live continuing to provide vision, and orders of service being handed out down in the pit lane. And as I say, normally a very moving part of the weekend, and really a Remembrance service is what this is all about, around which a race meeting kind of gets squeezed, and say the handling of it normally done extremely carefully, and the timing is also another masterpiece of organisation, because they get exactly to the 11 o'clock point, and we have the... In fact, I can hear a piper in the background already. Normally there's a bugler as well to sound the last post, and Rivali, and various of the traditional Remembrance words are spoken. and we're ready to go down to Northwest Standard Light now. So over to our colleagues down there.
One, two, 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 one, two. One, testing, one, two, one, two. Testing, one, two, one, two, one, two. Testing, one, two. Testing, one, two, one, one, two. One, two, one, two, one, two.
Before we begin, if you have a mobile phone, if you could turn it to silent, please, and therefore we don't have any interruptions. And also, if you are responsible for any of the garages in the pit area, if you could make sure the compressors are switched off as well. Thank you. Welcome to this, the most poignant of days in the life of our nation. We are blessed with good weather today, albeit a bit windy. We are blessed because we are in another's company, and we share in something of the sadness, the solemnity, and the thanksgiving that this day brings. You are all very welcome here. Order of service will follow as it is printed in your orders. First hymn that we're about to sing in a moment, there is a brief introduction to the first verse, and we are going to sing the last verse twice. There will be 6 verses, not the 5 that are printed there. We will sing it for the 6 verses. We sing together, O God, our help in ages past.
First reading is taken from Psalm 46. God is our refuge and strength, an ever-present help in trouble. Therefore, we will not fear, though the earth give way and the mountains fall into the heart of the sea, though its waters roar and foam and the mountains quake with their surging.
The next verse is from John 15, verse 12 and 13. My command is this: love each other as I have loved you. Greater love has no one than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends.
These readings are particularly poignant, not only for those of us who stand here today, remembering friends, colleagues, family members who fought and suffered and some who have died in the cause of peace and freedom. They are poignant for us in all times and all generations. Today we know the extent to which the wind and the waves can have an effect on our daily life. The words from John's Gospel that speak about greater love is true when we talk about the struggle for peace and freedom and justice. But if I may add one more reading to our two readings this morning, it would be a reading from a letter that was written to the early believers, those who found truth and freedom in the person of Jesus Christ. It is these words: "I have fought the good, worthy and noble fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith. And there is in store for me the crown of righteousness." For those of you who are racing this weekend, those words have a deeper significance. But as we think about the life that we live, the world that we inhabit, the things that we hope and pray for in our lifetime and for generations, these words have even greater significance. We all have a part in fighting that good, worthy and noble fight, to speak out for truth and justice, and to work for that which is honourable in our time and generation. For many of us, the race is still going on. For those we remember today, the race has been completed. But for each of us, there needs to be that sense in which we keep the faith, whatever faith that may mean to us. Faith in humanity, faith in one another, faith in what we believe. For those who are prepared to put their trust in the values that we are remembering today, the values that those of previous generations have fought for and given their lives for, there is that crown of righteousness. And as we remember, we also pray that those who have lost, have given their lives so freely, will be at peace and have received that crown of righteousness. We are in the context of ongoing war in our world, and the war in Ukraine focuses our mind at this moment. Instability across the nations are a present reality for us. It is a reminder that peace, freedom, and security are fragile in every generation, every place, every time. But we have our part to play in it, and it is worth striving for. We are hope. We have been hope, and we will continue to be hope if, as today, we hold to those values that so many have given their lives for. On this day, when hope may feel that it is just out of our reach, lives so many gone, broken, lost or diminished, the greater love is ours. I pray, as we hopefully all pray today, that we will continue to have hope in ourselves, in others, and in the future, as we struggle, as we strive, as we dream for peace and justice, truth and life and love in our time. For those we remember and give thanks for today, we offer them once again to God. May they rise in peace. Let us pray. We meet in the presence of God. We commit ourselves to work in penitence and faith, for reconciliation between the nations, that all people may together live in freedom, justice and peace. We pray for all who in bereavement, disability and pain continue to suffer the consequences of fighting and terror. We remember with thanksgiving and sorrow those whose lives in world wars and conflicts past and present have been given and taken away.
They shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them.
We will remember them.
when you go home, tell them of us and say, for your tomorrow, we gave our today.
Let us pray. Almighty and eternal God, from whose love in Christ we cannot be parted either by death or life, hear our prayers and thanksgivings for all whom we remember this day. Fulfill in them the purpose of your love, and bring us all with them to your eternal joy. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. We pray for the leaders of the nations, that you may guide them in the ways of freedom, justice, and truth. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. We pray for those who serve in the armed forces of the Crown, that they may have discipline and discernment, courage and compassion. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. We pray for our enemies and those who wish us harm, that you may turn the hearts of all to kindness and friendship. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. We pray for the wounded and the captive, the grieving and the homeless, that all in their trials may know your love and support. Lord, in your mercy, hear our prayer. Most holy God and Father, hear our prayers for all who strive for peace and all who yearn for justice. Help us, who today remember the cost of war, to work for a better tomorrow. And as we commend to you lives lost in terror and conflict, bring us all in the end to the peace of your presence, through Christ our Lord. Amen. We share in saying together the prayer that Jesus taught. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. We sing together our second hymn printed on our orders of service. may God grant to the living grace, to the departed rest, to the Church, the King, the Commonwealth, and all people, peace and concord, and to us and all his servants, life everlasting. And the blessing of God Almighty, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, be with you all, evermore. Amen.
you. Cheers. Cheers.
He's over there.
Guys, watch your back. Please move to the garages immediately. Guys, to the garages immediately. Guys, clear the fast lane now, please. Thank you.
stay good. But we've been very fortunate with this race. We've had 3 days and it's not really rained. Friday night it rained just a little bit. Oh no, it's good. My third time in this year. But I wanted to come to do this one. And the service down there just now is absolutely beautiful. I was watching it on. Yeah, lovely.
Well, thank you very much for everybody who was involved in the Remembrance service. I think everybody was moved by that, and it lived up to its reputation, and we're very grateful to all of those involved, particularly Northwest Sound and Light, who provided us the coverage. And we will be getting underway with the restart very shortly indeed. The time was being shown on the screen as restarting at 11:30, but I think we're actually going to get underway a little bit before that because the safety car is leading them off now. The race recommences, the race time countdown recommences at this moment, and we are now going to continue the 2022 Race of Remembrance. Let's go racing, said James Cameron, and I'll echo that sentiment. Let's indeed go racing. And we're now having not exactly 3.5 hours. We're going to have a little bit less than 3.5 hours of racing, because the race yesterday evening ran a little bit over 7 hours. On Saturday evening we went up until a minute and a half, practically past 10, and having completed part 2, we then got up to 8 hours and 32 minutes. So there remains but 3 hours and 27 minutes to go, and the TSL timing screen, if you've got an opportunity to look at TSL timing, tsl-timing.com, then they will be showing you the race positions. Confusingly, this is always a confusing race, part of the tradition. The race leader is not behind the safety car. The safety car has come out. The stoppage happened with Michael Edwards being shown as receiving the checkered flag first, and so the cars are lined up behind Michael Edwards. The race is being led by Callum Lockie in the 29 pink Caterham, which is just heading along the back straight at the moment. He has on the road immediately behind him the Unlimited Performance Consulting car number 50. David Rook is behind the wheel of that car. That is on the road immediately behind him, but the car number 50 is actually in 5th place. Ahead of that car number 50 is the 25 car, Rob Boston Racing, with Tom Roach behind the wheel in the Lotus Elises, still 4 laps behind, so he still has some catching up to do. Then we've got Steve McCulley, who is 3 laps behind in the Rocket Racing Caterham, number 97. And then ahead of him is Michael Edwards, who leads away at the front of the field. So Michael Edwards is going to get a few clear laps in, although it was interesting when we were speaking to Henry Williams. He was in a similar situation at the beginning of the day of leading the way, and he said, it wasn't that long before I started catching up with the traffic. And I know what he means, and he'll get a couple of clear laps in, but it will enable him just to extend a couple of seconds on the rest of the field for Michael Edwards. Then Callum Lockie will be fighting through traffic. He's got about 20 cars ahead of him that he has to overtake. The green flag is waved though at Michael Edwards. We're back underway, racing for the Race of Remembrance, and so Michael Edwards then heading off up towards target. Here comes Tom Roach with the playing catch-up Rob Boston Racing car, and he immediately pulls out and starts overtaking. They have to wait until they reach the start-finish line before they're allowed to overtake. There's Callum Lockie. He waits to the start-finish line. Very good driving from him. And as I say, behind him, David Rook, putting Callum under a little bit of pressure there. Although if they work together, those two, they're not battling for position or anything. So if they work together, they might actually be able to tow each other round. And in Caterhams, of course, where slipstreaming is so important, that might be good for them if David Rook can keep up with Callum Lockie, of course, which is not necessarily the easiest of tasks. In fact, Callum already heading off down the back straight and making up ground, not making up any places. He's overtaking cars, and he's kind of left David Rook just gasping a little bit in his wake. So race positions then, let's just recap. Race positions and the gaps between them, which are more important, is that Callum Lockie is this is where the race gets confusing. Callum Lockie does actually lead the race. The TSL timing screen shows us that he doesn't, but when he comes through and passes the start-finish line, then he will be leading the race. The screen showing us that Michael Edwards is leading, and the gap on aggregate between the two of them are 1.5 seconds, but as he goes through, now you see he still leads. So this is, as I say, where it gets just a little confusing. Tom Roach goes through and does what is in effect his first flying lap in 1 minute 40.373, and so he right down onto the pace straight away. We're still waiting for Callum Lockie. Here he comes across the line, completing his first flying lap, caught up in traffic just a little bit, and yes, even though he's gone through, he is 1.4 seconds behind. So there is a battle on in virtual reality. So all you sim racers out there, look at the screen. That's where the real battle is on, because the distance in aggregate between the now new race leader Michael Edwards and Callum Lockie in second place is 1.4 seconds. So I was saying this was going to get confusing. Rob Lewis is back up here again. Where were you? First of all, Rob, your first Remembrance service at the Race of Remembrance. First impressions?
Very, very moving. Very moving. There's nothing. There's nothing quite like having a Remembrance service of that magnitude in the middle of an event like this. It's certainly, yeah, it was teary-eyed and very struck by everything going on. But I took the time to come back up to the commentary box. I just ducked into a few teams to see what was going on. WRC Developments, it turns out, have actually gained a lap at the head of that C1 class battle. So when the red and white checkered flag flew for the 318 WRC Developments team, it actually cut a line effectively in between the 318 car and gave them an extra lap over the car chasing them, the FDL packaging car. So that's actually given them a bit of a cushion. I was chatting to Robin Welch downstairs, and he can't believe his luck.
Well, it's actually a cushion which will be an illusory one, because remember, it's an aggregate race, so the distance between them as they cross the start-finish line will be maintained. Even though it cut a line, that's in terms of what's happening on the track. In terms of their aggregate positions, that cushion will be maintained. So it's kind of an emotional luck. But as I say, once the aggregate times come through, they'll find out whether or not it's actually happened as well. One bit of news that arrived on my doorstep. It's great. I get news just kind of dumped in my lap.
Would this be car number 77?
Yeah, exactly.
I did manage to head down there, and I told them to come up and keep you company for 5 minutes while I was having a wonderful.
Yeah, so he came up and kept me company, and yeah, so that car's sadly out of the race. Second engine for the number 77 car. They worked till 2 o'clock in the morning to put a new one in. Lasted on his first lap. I think gutted is the word you've been using, but very disappointing. Yeah, over the for that team. That's the number 77 car that stopped over at school on its first lap. I said it was kind of 10 minutes into the first session, but it didn't even make that far.
Wasn't very long, was it?
So no, it was actually on its first racing lap. So sadly, number 77 will no longer be participating in the race. That was the Strong Brew Racing team car. It was actually the transporter next to which we parked our car. So I hope they don't pack up too early, and I hope we're not in their way, because I assumed that they would be staying till the end, but never mind. Yeah, so what else have you found out in your perambulations?
Not a lot at the moment.
Yet.
A few of the teams are just starting to get back into the groove. Like I said, WRC Development sort of celebrating a bit of a win there. As we see the number 4 release, that's into the pit lane just over the shoulder of the live screens we have in the commentary box.
That's Andy Mackay coming in with the number 4 out of 8th place.
Yeah, so fuel it looks like going into that car. I dropped in to see the Pure Track Racing team to see if their luck was improving. They had a couple of unscheduled stops this morning. Unfortunately, a little bit of contact has actually sheared 2 wheel studs on the Renault Clio 197, so they were just sorting out getting that rectified.
I was going to say something fixable at least, but a delay for them.
Yeah,
just going back to the Remembrance service, there were 2 points of it in particular that caught my eye. One was the laying of the reeds, which is always an emotional part, but the fact that they were laying the wreaths on a Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo car, you get used to seeing wreaths being laid at the Cenotaph or at your local war memorial, but have them laid on a Lamborghini, I don't know, it was just added to the poignancy of this event somehow, the mix of these two entirely different communities.
Very poetic. Motorsport and the military coming together in remembrance.
Exactly.
That's the kind of thought I had in my head as those.
And at the end of the service was the other point, where the Padre, the RAF chaplain, gave the blessing. We sang the national anthem. God Save the King for the first time for many.
I know, I found that so strange.
Got the words wrong, bet some people. However, having done that, we then had James Cameron saying, "Let's go racing," and everybody hugged each other. I mean, what an outpouring of emotion that was when all of a sudden, as I say, there was this outpouring of the stillness which had been during the 2 minutes, and then, as I say, this huge amount of hugging. I don't know if you got hugged at all, but everybody seemed to be hugging each other down there in front of the Lamborghini. It was very moving,
poignant,
as you say.
Very poignant. Car number 17 into the pits, the Royal Navy, Royal Marines Motorsport. Very good looking driver, just getting ready to go in there. So they've been going great guns in that BMW 116 class. I cast my mind back to the early stages yesterday when the battle with the VNS Racing BMW 116 as well. It's been on for young and old in that class, as well as the C1s. So the team just getting to work there, talking the wheel bolts, getting the driver strapped in. They will be good for another 2 hours. So
and still leading their class.
Still leading their class, and the bit to cast your mind over as we look at the timing screens and things like that is the amount of pit stops in terms of mandatory pit stops. So for this race, you've got 6 mandatory stops that are 4 minutes long, and you have to get them done within 4 minutes. So how many of those teams have done that? If they've ticked that box, happy days. They can go for a splash and dash at the end.
Actually not.
No.
I misled you earlier on, and I apologise for that, because one of the reasons that I don't actually go downstairs for the Remembrance service is it gives me a few moments just to collect my thoughts and check through things. Any pit stop involving refuelling or a driver change, or in the case of a relay team, change of car, any of those 3 categories of pit stops must be 4 minutes. You have to make a minimum of 6 of those, but if you then have done 6 4-minute pit stops and you want to refuel or change your driver, it's still a 4-minute pit stop.
Oh wow!
So you can't go quick as you can, which, as I say, I may have misled you, and that's what I thought was the case, but it's not. So any pit stop involving refueling has to be a mandatory 4 minutes. They don't want people refueling in a hurry, is basically the message there. They want to give people time to get the fueling churn in, make sure there's a fire attendant standing by with a fire extinguisher, no rush, no hurry, 4 minutes if you want to refuel the car. Yeah. So we have had, for example, the, which one is it? The Callum Lockie car, the number 29 Williams Motorsport Caterham, has done 6 4-minute pit stops. But if they want to refuel, it's going to cost them another 4 minutes.
Yeah.
And the problem, as Henry Williams was explaining to us when he was up here just before the Remembrance service, that car has a 50-litre fuel tank, and so it can't go as far as some of the other Caterhams on every tank of fuel. So although they've got this advantage at the front, they're not as quick as the Rob Boston car over a single lap. And they're going to have to make more pit stops than the Rob Boston car are going to.
Kind of, that just puts them, that's 2 lots of disadvantage there, both with the fueling and with the overall pace.
Exactly.
So as long as Rob Boston and Tom Roach between them can A, get their stints right in terms of how long they're allowed in the car.
Not go for any more driving time violations.
Make sure that they keep the fuel topped up and time the stints right with the fueling. And I mean, Rob Boston's pace this morning, it was blisteringly fast. Superb to watch.
And Tom Roach is even quicker. You haven't said that to him yet.
I dare not say it to him, say it to his face. More cars into the pit lane now. We did think this would happen. 305, the BMW 116 trophy car, just getting a nice splash of fuel. So a lot of the teams now that would have elected to stay out before the 15-minute mark, when the 15-minute mark came in, which means they weren't allowed to take a refuelling stop at all before the Remembrance service. So a few of those teams taking advantage now, and car 305 is one of them. The two cars we can actually see out on circuit, hopefully the camera crew can catch up with them. The Operation Motorsport USA and Canada car, they're doing exactly the same as they did at the start of the race yesterday. The two Honda Civic Type Rs, the Skip Barber Racing School cars, are following nose to tail in what I can only imagine is a strategy of just following the other car home. Now, overall on the positions, according to the timing screens, they're still going great guns in 13th and 14th overall. They've kept their noses out of trouble. You know, a lot of inexperienced drivers in that team. As we said earlier, one driver has raced here before.
One driver has been here before.
Not necessarily raced.
And I think that was only a matter of being to Anglesey, never mind about actually even being to the circuit before. Say two complete novices, and the rest of them just enjoying the experience, I think, and getting on with things. They are close together on the road. They're not quite as close on the timing screen as they are on the road. Although they're nose to tail on the road, they're separated by 20 seconds on the timing. But it is USA ahead of Canada as they are on the road. But it's just that when you aggregate the times from parts 1, 2 and 3, then they're split by 20 seconds. The battle for the lead, for it was a battle, it's now beginning to resolve itself as Callum Lockie stretches the legs of the Williams Motorsport Caterham. Callum Lockie now has a 30-second advantage over the Lotus Elise, and that's going to extend even further now because that's in the pits, the Lotus Elise relay team, and that will be white coming in to be replaced by green. In other words, Michael Edwards handing the baton over to his son Bailey Edwards, and they're in the pits at the moment. That's going to enable Rocket Racing Steve McCulley up into second place.
Just on the screen now, we've got one of the Track Scotland entries into the pit lane. They've been going great guns as well. The two Mini Coopers under their disposal. They've been following each other. We saw them in tandem earlier on, and that was car number 155 and car number 55, currently showing as 8th and 12th overall. The car in the pit lane 1549 is currently in 8th place overall, and as you can just see the cars coming through our shot there on the live stream, there we go, the Operation Motorsport Honda Civic, a Skip Barber Racing School car, USA and Canada, they're duking it out. I think they're going to be running like this now, I think, until they can get it home.
Well, subject to how the pit stops pan out for the two teams, I think so. One thing that Kevin Bohm let us know yesterday is that they only have one crew to do the pit stops. So They can't bring the two cars into the pits together. They will always get one in before the other. And that might mean that the cars get separated, obviously, as one pit stop may work a little bit better than the other, or not, as the case may be, but they will bring the cars into the pits on different schedules, and they've said if they get split up, okay, they'll get split up. If they're running together, then they'll run together. They'll see how it goes. One thing with those two Honda Civics, and it was something which Henry Williams said to me, and I thought, well, that's right. Those two Honda Civics are bigger than any other Honda Civic somehow. And I jokingly said, well, that's America for you. Everything's always bigger in America. But they do give you that impression, that they're looking at them on the screen or out on the circuit. We're lucky enough to be able to see them on the circuit. They just seem to be a bit bigger than the other Honda Civics,
don't
they?
I'm glad you said that. I thought that myself.
You thought so too.
I didn't want to say anything. You almost feel bad. You don't want to say, oh, your car's a bit fat, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
You don't want to say that, but you see him going through it. Okay, now looking at the screen, a Citroen C1 is always going to make it look rather big. But as we see them coming up the school, well, we call it a turn, really. I call it the school straight because it's flat through there, a little bit of right hand down as you go up into Rocket, hard on the brakes. So those guys are running line astern. But the one thing you cannot fault, those cars are beautifully prepared. Back in the pit lane, we've got the car number 33, the relay entry. So the relay crossover would have happened. What they're doing at this point, they're just counted down. They'll have a man there that's just at his driver's window with the stopwatch. He's not going to be asking whether he wants fries with that, I'm sure, on the drive through this time around. Maybe if he can pop into McDonald's later on the drive out of the circuit. But they'll be waiting for their 4 minutes to elapse. And you have to give credit to this team, although they are not eligible for overall honours, certainly, in this race. It has been a wonderful example from those two, running two cars, line of stern, so effectively two drivers, although they've got their own separate car, which we see the Operation Motorsports team battling away still.
Yeah, just try to continue one thread. Talking of the Bailey Edwards there waiting to go out, the ES Motorsport relay team there has certainly operated under Rule 1 of endurance racing, stay out of the pits. And they've only made 3 proper pit stops. So every pit stop has been absolutely scheduled. The cars, when they have been out, have been, knock on wood, regular as clockwork. They haven't experienced any problems. And as I say, the only pit stops they've made has been to literally change the car from one driver to the other, one car to the other, and they've done 3 of those. This is their 4th stop. So they really are minimising the number of pit stops, Rule 1 of endurance racing, and that's why they're running so near the front of the race. And they've got a quick car, it's not an ultimately quick car, but unlike the number 29 Caterham, which they've been battling, they have had to do more pit stops, of course, with the number 29 car, Williams Motorsport car, but they've had to do more pit stops. Bailey, with the 2 Lotus Elises, have really stayed out of the pits, and that's why they're up at the front.
Absolutely, and like you say, Paul, Rule 1 of endurance racing, if you are going to do an endurance race, the car that will generally see the pit lane a lot less will be the one out front. And that's whether you're at Le Mans, whether you're doing a 24-hour C1 race, or whether you're doing Race of Remembrance. Rule 1, as we could just see Canada having a little look down the inside of the US. We joke about cross-country rivals there, the battling via the borders, as it were, but certainly running line abreast, those two, making sure that they cut through the traffic like a hot knife through butter. There we go, Paul. That's another saying that we can pick up on today.
Absolutely, commentators' quotes, and and it's great to have these 2 cars here. And
the thing is with that as well, the bit I haven't really commented on yet, with the current state of affairs in the world in terms of economy, the cost of living, the cost of shipping, the fact that this team have managed to get these cars together, get them in containers, you know, get a team of, was it 40 odd?
40 people, yeah.
40 people. Hopefully they didn't bring them in a container. I think that might have been a bit cramped on the ship if they'd stuffed them in there as well. But to bring a team of 40 people, run these 2 beautiful cars and bring them out to this event, it's a credit to Operation Motorsport. To James Cameron, they're just getting a bit sticky as they come up the straight there. They've had to have a little lift. They got stuck behind the Kermit-coloured car. Rob Boston just going in there around the outside. Oh, slight. I could have sworn there was a little touch there on the Team USA car as they just go to sort themselves out into rocket. That was a bit untidy going through there. Luckily, it would appear no issues, but the Rob Boston racing car quite lucky there.
Yes, it's supposed to be Tom Roach at the wheel of that one at the moment.
Yes, it is.
Because,
going great guns.
Rob started yesterday, and thank you very much. And you're very kind. Thanks very much to Sharon there from Operation Motorsport USA, who's been a great support and has enabled us to talk to various of the drivers from over the water, and that's been very kind of her. Just checking to see the latest news from the Motorsport Operation Motorsport America team. Our team has been operating very well together. Our beneficiaries are improving at every pit stop, and each time they're behind the wheel. Our cars have been great the entire race. I shouldn't be saying this, I'm just reading it out, okay? Our cars have been great throughout the entire race, and the whole team was happy that our cars were so close together. Positions 8 and P9 at the break last night. Looking forward to getting into the car for the final time later in the race. Thank you very much. That's from Kevin Bohm, the lead crew member, really, of the Operation Motorsport USA team. And I won't say without him it wouldn't have happened, but he's kind of the chief coach and coordinator of the team. If any of the drivers have a question, it's to Kevin that they go first of all. He's not just a very quick and accomplished driver in America, but also a very accomplished engineer, knows how to prepare a car, and he's been responsible for the setup of the cars to make sure that they're ideally suited to the Anglesey circuit, because as you've been saying, Rob, you know, it is a circuit. It's a driver's circuit, but it does depend on you having the car set up well in order to run well.
A well set up car, and basically drilling it into your drivers to look after that car. We see one car that's been through the wars in the pit lane, the car number 129, which is the BMW E30, perhaps maybe the oldest car on the grid.
I think it probably is, yeah, good call.
But they had some problems overnight. They did have a head gasket go on that car, and it's a shame to see, because for me, an E30 BMW will always be very iconic. I cast my mind back to the production BMW championships that they used to run on the MSV package, and funnily enough, race winners from that, the likes of Robin Welch, that are actually in this race with the WRC development squad. But that's
currently 46th place overall. So yeah, they were up. In fact, at one point they were leading the class with that BMW, but yeah, they had their problems, had a spin, caused a safety car to come out.
Yes, they got bogged down, didn't they? Yeah.
And funnily enough, that wasn't the worst of their problems, because because the safety car came out to enable them to get out. Marshals were so quickly on the scene to push him out of the bog. That he got going again, got himself onto the tail of the safety car queue, didn't even lose a lap.
Yeah, exactly. It was phenomenal, wasn't it? And then later on, particularly late last night when I was down doing my stint in the pit lane on the comms down there, you noticed a familiar smell as it came by, and the familiar white smoke coming out of the exhaust.
Hopefully not too familiar, but I know what you mean.
Hopefully not too. Well, I race a Ford, Paul, so I'm used to things breaking down, if you know what I mean. So it's I say it from experience. We see there the Flying Haggis Racing team. I did mention them this morning, car number 44. They had that car apart last night with a fuel surge issue. That car was running very lean. They took the spark plugs out. It wasn't wanting to rev properly. They diagnosed it down to a fuel pump. But it's good to see those guys, albeit they're going to be well down the order. I don't know what it is about this race, but it seems like the most reliable car that's meant to be the Honda, touch wood. The two cars that have been going, and we have them on the screen, the Operation Motorsport, I think so far, touch wood, they are the only reliable Hondas in the field. I would have cursed it
from the Hondas, yes, quite. Getting split up a little bit now, actually, because the Canada team car has got itself ahead of the USA one. You said that he was beginning to have a little bit of a look. I think it's John Weisberg who is at the wheel of the Canada team car. The screen not showing us all the drivers at the moment, so we're having to do this from memory. But John Weisberg at the wheel of the Canada car has moved ahead on the road of the USA one, but they're still split on aggregate positions with the USA car leading the way.
And the car on screen there is the familiar Marlboro-looking car, the Unlimited Performance Consulting Delivery. Limited
is the entry.
That's the entry, yes, and yes. Certainly a team name that you wouldn't expect.
No, I took the mickey out of them earlier on, and certainly no offence meant, and hopefully none taken, all in jest. And they're running well, that's more to the point. It's more important that we talk about them. Car number 50, 5th place for that Caterham. David Rook, I think, should still be the driver, and we're due to see Benja Headley getting into it at its next pit stop. And Benja Headley, a very quick Caterham driver, who should be expected to drive that car pretty quickly when he gets behind the wheel. Up at the front, due to the pit stop that we saw, Bailey Edwards now carrying the baton for the Edwards team, Lotus Elises relay team. They dropped down, of course, with that pit stop, and it's 3 laps that has cost them. I don't know whether they actually had a problem on their pit stop, but dropped them down a little bit further than I expected. So Williams Motorsport, Callum Lockie, with pretty much a full tank of fuel, Rob, because they came in just at the 15-minute mark before the interval. And so Callum Lockie has been running now for getting on for 25 minutes in this segment of the race, and so he's been able to extend that margin with the pit stop of the Lotus Elises. Rocket Racing still in 3rd place with 97, Steve McCulley at the wheel, and in 4th place is the Lotus Elise still playing catch-up, Tom Roach, and still lapping under 1 minute 40 at 1:39.244 last time around.
So late in the race, Paul, that is astounding pace. That is effectively 1 to 2 seconds quicker than all of the cars above it. And that's going through traffic. I mean, those cars up ahead, the only saving grace for Williams Motorsport, all of their drivers have performed exceptionally well. But to have a star driver like Callum Lockie behind the wheel, I said on the grid walk, probably the only BRDC member that's on the grid this weekend.
Yep.
And there's pure pedigree in that man there, and he'll be getting his head down. He's a learned man, certainly in GT racing and endurance racing. He's been there, done that, got the T-shirt and the waistcoat.
Yeah, just to explain, I talk about BRDC. The British Racing Drivers Club is a club to which you only get invited to be a full member if you have achieved racing success. And that's not just a matter of tooling round at the back of the field in not anything against mini racing, but in any form of racing, you've got to have won a championship or had success at an international level in motorsport. The British Racing Drivers Club, originally founded back in the 1920s with the Bentley boys and such like, and they decided it would be good to have a club for themselves. And since then it's been a very highly sought after membership, and lots of drivers have wanted to become members of the BRDC, and as a result of Callum having won the British GT Championship back in, when was it, 2004, something like that.
Possibly even earlier.
Even earlier than that, possibly. So as a result of that championship, British Championship win, he was invited and joined the British Racing Drivers Club. So he is, as you say, going great guns in the lead of the race, and slowly getting through his tank full of fuel. Talking of the Rob Boston car, Tom Roach, I've just looked down because TSL have been kind enough to provide the information. They lost 20 minutes in the pits earlier on yesterday when they were having that wiring problem, and the problem wasn't fixing it, was it, Rob? The problem was diagnosing what the problem was in the first place. Having found out what it was, they were then able to resolve it pretty quickly, but it cost them 20 minutes in the pits.
And 20 minutes here is a lifetime.
Exactly.
It really is.
They then lost a further 2 laps as a penalty for going over the drive time limit. Tom Roach driving for more than 3 hours within any 5, which is the restriction. He was 8 minutes over that, and so he was penalised 2 laps for that. So they've had a 20-minute pit stop. They've had a 2-lap penalty, and they're in 4th place. So they're playing catch-up. But I still reckon that the podium is within their grasp, and I must say, I said that wasn't possible when they fell back with that 20-minute
neither
pit
of us
stop.
could see this coming, could we?
No.
It was, the story of this race was really set in stone yesterday. Anyone that got near the front immediately hit trouble. I mean, turn 7 at one point had a 5-lap lead over everyone else, and then they started to hit problems. Quite a funny anecdote from that. I understand the turn 7 team actually went to the other Caterham team, Rocket Racing 97, and asked them if they had a spare alternator, knowing for the fact just as the Operation Motorsport USA car dives down the inside of Team Canada, the team rivalry may be getting a bit mixed up there now, just saying, right, you clear off into the distance, I'm going to come back at you, and car 22 immediately stamps on the power and gets comes back out of Rocket out and gets crossed up behind one of the MR2s. I believe that's part of the second relay team that's in this race.
Yeah, that's the yellow car, which according to my notes here is Neil Stratton.
Yes.
Yeah, the yellow one with the VTR sponsorship on the side.
And now Team USA, the oldest trick in the racer's book. Flash the headlights, get out of my way, I want to come through. Canada comes through as well, I want to come and play too, right up his back bumper.
I just wonder if there's not necessarily team orders, but a team convention that the USA, because they are ahead of Canada on the aggregate scores, that they're allowed to be ahead, because they did swap round earlier on and the Canada car got ahead. And in fact, there goes the Canada car now. Where's the USA car? It's gone off ahead, hasn't it? So it's actually getting away in front.
But right behind that Team Canada car is that pink Caterham. lurking
Callum Lockie, yeah.
like jaws in the water. You could almost hear the music with it creeping up behind you.
I was trying to get Henry Williams to tell us what the driving sequence was going to be after Callum Lockie, after the Remembrance service, and quite frankly, he said he didn't know, and I believe him. I don't think they'd actually decided what they were going to do yet.
Were they going to flip a coin, perhaps?
Possibly. I don't know that's how they run it, but the beauty of that team is that they do have the strength in numbers. They've got 4 quick drivers, equally quick drivers, at their disposal, and so they can kind of select who they have in the car at any time, and that's no disadvantage, you know, because with Rob Boston, Neil Roach, with Steve McCulley and Andrew Perry, his co-driver, with the Rocket Racing car. They are limited in their choices. You know, if you come in and want a driver change, you've got to go to the other driver.
Absolutely.
Whereas the Williams team have got these 4 drivers they can choose from, and they're all pretty quick.
Yeah.
Rog Patke, I should say, is this year's British champion in the Caterham Academy, and it's his car that.
We've got a car off at, it's at the outside of the hairpin. That's a Mazda MX5, and that is...
Going to get going again.
He's just got going again. That was a bit tricky. The problem is we had this issue yesterday, certainly when the BMW 3 Series went off. If you get out right into the grass there, it can be so slippery. Especially in a rear-wheel drive Mazda. It's fair play. He managed to get going again, and it looks like...
Here he comes here. It's the second one of these 2 Mazdas coming through here.
And that's car number 191.
191 is... just at the bottom of page 1.
Yeah, you can just see it up on the screen there going through. So it looks like he's just had a little bit of a moment, or perhaps been assisted. We don't know. We didn't quite catch it.
Just saw him come back on, didn't we?
Yeah, just caught the aftermath there. But yeah, all appears well. Now the blue Mini in front of that car is one of the Track Scotland cars that we mentioned earlier. We've also got the pink Caterham. Just going through a shot there. So yeah, car number 191. All is looking well with that car, to be honest. I think he's just had a bit of a moment. Got upset. Oh, we got puff of smoke. Is there someone off there? Marshall's running. Now, I can only assume that's a car that's expired.
He's gone off and stayed off, hasn't he?
Yeah, I saw Marshall's running just behind that Marshall's post, so the cameraman just got to the aftermath, but we couldn't see a car as such. So it's just behind. Now that is a Caterham.
It's the race leader.
29. Unbelievable.
Who would have thought it? Callum Lockie with the Williams Motorsport Caterham seems to have expired. Callum's out of the car.
No.
He's looking to get the bonnet off. Callum's telling the marshals, no, leave it. I know what I'm doing. And, well, you don't want the car to break down on you, but Callum Lockie then, the hood comes off. Bonnet, I think we should say. We're not in America, are we?
What is going on, Paul? Race leader, the drama never stops. The 2022 Race of Remembrance will be remembered for the race that no one wants to win. And poor Callum Lockie, he's having a good look underneath, but the amount of smoke that came out then, I can only imagine this could well be terminal for the team. It will certainly be terminal for their hopes of winning this Race of Remembrance. He's having a good look both sides of the engine. There was certainly enough smoke there to suggest it has expired. And
what a disaster.
Oh, it's tragic, absolutely tragic. But what this does do, this puts ES Motorsport, the relay team, in the overall first position, and Rocket Racing on your screen there, car number 97, they are in the box seat to win the Race of Remembrance. I'm not going to tempt fate, Paul. I'm not going to tempt fate, but at the moment, they're in the box seat. And another thing to remember, the car that's in 4th place on our timing screens, but effectively would be in...
He's playing catch-up.
Well, he's playing catch-up. He's 4th place on our screen, but when the Williams Motorsport car gets overtaken, that'll sit in 3rd place on the timing, 2nd overall. And that's Rob Boston Racing. And after the troubles they had yesterday...
20 minutes in the pits and a 2-lap penalty.
You couldn't write it, could you? You could not write this race so far. This is astounding.
Yeah, somebody's just put on the screen. Dave, commentator. Oh, you should be with us, Dave. Leader broken down, he says. Erwin get revving. He says he's been watching this for hours and it's almost soothing compared to the Bahrain 8 hours yesterday. I did follow the Bahrain 8 hours yesterday, but it was only very much as a kind of side issue.
And
there was quite a lot of action happening there as well.
Just to cut across you there, a forlorn Callum Lockie. He's getting busy. He's trying to get that done, so the bonnet's going back on. I'm not sure if...
yeah, no, look, the body language of Callum there suggests that he knows what he's doing.
Safety car on circuit. So teams coming into the pits. That is the FDL packaging car. That is fighting for the lead of the C1 racing class, and that is the BRSCC safety car out on circuit that has picked up the ES Motorsport Lotus Elise, effectively the leader on track, although the timing screens would suggest they've still got 2 laps to overtake the stricken Williams racing car.
I'm surprised they've called the safety car for this, if it is for Callum Lockie, because the car is safely out of harm's way, tucked behind the marshal's post. I wonder how exposed it is to drivers coming back down from the banking, because although he's tucked behind the marshal's post, if you're going into turn 1, into target, you might be a little bit more exposed if you're coming down back from the banking.
But this gives us a moment just to give a big shout out to the officials and course workers. They were absolutely flat out yesterday, especially when we had the big fire, as it was described in the Lotus Elise.
That will go down in motorsport history.
I think
big
that will.
Fire,
big fire.
And interesting, the remnants of that big fire still evident on the circuit, with the trail of cement dust down going into turn 1 and up through target up towards the banking. There's still that trail of cement dust as evidence of the car having expired there.
So that is effectively the race leader on the timing screens. Callum Lockie's load, and they're going to winch it up onto the flatbed. So that tells me it's trailing fluid at least. They won't want to tow it behind a Land Rover if it's trailing fluid. So they'll get it up onto that flatbed truck. They'll hopefully get it back into the team. And if they have either a Caterham, okay, an engine change isn't a 5-minute job, but if they can get the engine changed in that, if it is such a thing.
It may not need an engine change.
It may not.
It was interesting the way Callum suddenly started rushing around, and he's still. There is a sense of urgency about Callum there in how he's behaving and how he's rushing around, and it's as if he's saying, "Okay, get the car back to the garage. I know what needs doing to it." I don't know if he's had a chance to get on the radio and tell them, but. Drama, building on drama. 2 hours and 47 minutes of drama still to come in the 2022 Race of Remembrance. And what have we got still to come?
You certainly can't script this, can you?
I've had a little look in the script to see what's coming. The ES Motorsport Relay Lotus team then from the Michael and Bailey Edwards team leading the way, or at least they will do when they catch up enough laps on the race leader. Rocket Racing are 33 seconds behind, and of course that's a gap that's going to get squashed behind the safety car, because they're on the same lap. We'll count them through at the end of the lap. You said that it is Bailey Edwards, yes, who's picked up behind the safety car.
Yep.
Now, where is Rocket Racing? The answer is right behind him. So that's going to be a nose-to-tail battle for the race lead.
Cue the Jaws music.
However, it's not quite as simple as that, because what you see on the track is not what you get in real life. We have to add that to the result of part 2. Lucky I had that printed out for me.
So according certainly to our live timing screens, they are 33 seconds to the good ES Motorsport ahead of this Caterham. So because of the way the aggregate times and because of the way this race is split up into 3 parts, just to tell the viewers at home, think back to the 1994 Japanese Grand Prix, Damon Hill's famous win over Michael Schumacher when it was in 2 parts due to the rain. Think of it a bit like that. It's the same kind of...
In fairness, those of us over a certain age, any race which had to be stopped was run as an aggregate race. And you can go back to the 1981 race at Brands Hatch when the Group C cars were running. Yeah. Exactly the same thing happened. The race was stopped after 10 laps, and it was a race between the Lancia the Lancia prototype car, which Riccardo Patrese was driving, as I recall, and then you had Jackie Hicks in the Porsche, who had to overtake the Lancia, but then pull out a 10-second advantage in order to try and win the race on overall. Similar situation to what you described. But as I say, it was the standard procedure for any race which had to be stopped to run it as a two-part aggregate race. And the Macau Grand Prix even was run as a two-part race for many years. And again, it meant that it was never quite as simple. You had to have an eye on what happened in part one in order to work out what you needed to do in part two. In fact, I think that was a Michael Schumacher incident as well, because Michael Schumacher, as I recall, didn't win the Macau Grand Prix, although he won it on the road, because he didn't win part two. I forget the exact details of that, I'll have to look it up, but I think partly as a result of having too much to remember. I forget more than you do, Rob, but yes, you remember that Japanese Grand Prix quite clearly. Anyway, the safety car remains out. For how much longer, I don't know.
Well,
because
Callum Lockie's car is on the back of a low loader.
And has already come back into the back of the paddock.
Right. Well,
so we could be good to go.
I was going to say, what I will do at this point is see if I can grab hold of the camera crew and a microphone, and I'll see if I can get some wise words from Callum Lockie and find out exactly what happened.
Or Henry Williams, or Roger Patke, or any of the rest of the Williams motorsport team, because that really is an absolute disaster for them. And as I say, having only met Henry Williams for the first time, the safety car is in, so we are back underway with racing. Steve McCulley at the wheel of the Rocket Racing car, trying to chase down Bailey Edwards in the number 33 Lotus Elise. And just to see if we can give you any further confirmation of the drivers who are actually at the wheel at the moment, because the main screen is not giving us that information. Yeah, Steve McCulley, it is suggested, at the wheel of the Rocket Racing car. As into the pits this time comes Rob Boston Racing. So more work for Rob to do when he gets down there, because now we've got into the pits Tom Roach with the Rob Boston Racing Lotus Elise for what should be a scheduled pit stop. We've also got Track Scotland, you can see on the stream there in the pits. Going out of the pits is car 118, that's the Auto Bliss Toyota Igo. Going out onto the track once again, identifies himself at pit out, and we've also got in the pits at the moment car number 18, which is the car that Brian Watson is driving. Brian is the overall head of motorsport for the RAF, and whether it's him or one of his co-drivers, I'm not sure, but that car number 18 then for the RAF Motorsports entry, heading out onto the circuit. Well, yeah, so Steve McCulley goes through in the lead of the race on the road. 1 minute 42 was his last lap time, compared to a 1 minute 45 for ES Motorsport, Bailey Edwards, and the gap on aggregate just over 23 seconds. So Rocket Racing will be trying to extend that advantage on the road. Steve McCulley will be trying to extend that advantage on the road. Let's have a look at what it is on the watch. If I can get my watch into the correct mode. And the gap first to second on the road is 5 seconds, so it needs to be 23, so a further 18 seconds needs to be eked out by Steve McCulley, and then that should change on the timing screen as well. So that'll give us something to keep our eyes on. The screen is showing us the Track Scotland Mini car number 55, which is currently in the hands, is it still in Fiona Kindness? No, it's Ian Bonthrone driving the 55 car now, and they are currently not being shown as the lead runner in Class B. I think that might be a glitch on the screen. We'll have to pick that one up. Track Scotland 1. No, it's 155 which leads the class in Class B. Track Scotland 1. As Bailey Edwards crosses the line, and the time on the road between him and Steve McCulley. Got the cars the wrong way around, haven't I? So being shown on the screen as 19 seconds, so the gap continuing to come down. And as Steve McCulley continues to draw away on the road from Bailey Edwards, now to the tune of 9 seconds. And so he's got to get it up to around about 25 seconds before he will actually take the lead of the race overall. But it's not a situation that we've had to worry about in recent years in the Race of Remembrance. The last time a relay car won is in my notes on this page here. The last time that a relay car won was in 2018 when a relay team of Caterhams won the Race of Remembrance, and in those days they were eligible for the race win in the Race of Remembrance overall. Now relay teams are not allowed to win the Heroes Trophy, and so it's going to be an interesting situation if they win on the road and then have to smile politely as the trophies are given to someone else. That's always assuming that the situation continues to unfold the way it is. We've got just over 2.5 hours still to go. There goes Steve McCulley across the line again in the 97 car. Here comes Bailey Edwards in the 33 Lotus Elises, the mean green lean machine, and he crosses my timing line now. 12 seconds is the gap, and it's a further 5 seconds. Steve McCulley going like a rocket in the rocket racing car, now 12 seconds ahead on the road, and he needs to gain 25 in order to take the position. So this is doing everything pretty much right, going strongly in third place, and just having had a pit stop which has by rights put Rob Boston back at the wheel of the number 25 car. And I'm not sure whether that's Rob Boston or not at the moment in the 25 car. But he came into the pits for a stop, and I'm assuming that was Neil Roach handing it over. There's the Lotus Elise of Bailey Edwards on the screen, 33, leading the race, although on the road he's got Steve McCulley ahead of him, and Steve McCulley extending that advantage. He's got a 25-second protection, if you will, and once he gets to within 25 seconds, as somebody goes grass cutting on the final turn. That's the Ollie Smith Angus McLean Citroen C1 of the AOF Motorsport team. Gets it back onto the track at the school cut through and continues untroubled on his way. Bailey Edwards through again, a 1:45 that time around compared to a 1:43. The gap comes down on aggregate to 11 seconds. Rob Boston, whilst those two were lapping, it was 1:45 for Bailey Edwards, 1:43 for Steve McCulley, 1:41 for Rob Boston. So Rob Boston, you know, he's not out of this yet. 2 laps behind and 2.5 hours to go. 2 seconds a lap is not going to be possible. But who's to say they're not going to strike further problems? So Rob Boston will keep on pushing away. No point in giving up just yet. And a podium, certainly his for the taking for Rob Boston. And after the problems they've had, that would indeed be a worthy winner. I was going to say earlier on to Rob, whoever wins this race, and it is far from certain, but whoever wins will be a worthy winner by virtue, if nothing else, of just having the stickability to stick at the task. There goes Rob again through another lap in the 141s. He completes 279 laps. The two cars ahead of him, Steve McCulley there closing in, completes his 281st lap. So he's 2 laps ahead still, but it is pretty much exactly 2 laps ahead. Where is Bailey Edwards with the Lotus Elise? Well, there's a fair deal of traffic back to him now. Here he comes out of the final turn across the start-finish line, 20 seconds. That means 5 seconds is all there is for the lead now. 5 seconds then for the lead of the race. Just refreshing my screen to see if we've got classes on this thing yet. No, we haven't. So there they go. We've got Rob Lewis. He's been working very hard up here with me. He's now down in the pits working even harder. Rob, what have you got for us?
Okay, Paul, I'm down here. I've managed to grab Callum Lockie for a chat. Callum, what happened?
Well, we've got an engine problem, unfortunately, and we can't do anything about it, so I'm afraid it's retirement.
Gutted for you, the car. We'll just step away. We've got a bit of refurb going on with the microphone, but you guys were going, the pace was mental. You guys were going great guns, catching Rob Boston Racing. You must be heartbroken.
Well, yeah, I'm afraid it's a great shame. The crew have done a fantastic job. The drivers have been faultless. But it's just one of those things, you know, we're putting a lot of pressure on these cars, and sometimes they cry enough.
It's unfortunate, mate. Look, I'll let you go and get packed up for now. I know the team are looking after the car, but bad luck, Callum, mate.
Good to see you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Right, for the moment, back to you. Apologies for the reverb. We picked the wrong spot. Back to you for the moment, Paul.
Thank you very much, Rob Lewis down there. At least it meant that we could hear a little bit from Callum Lockie there. And the battle for the lead continues, and it's changed. So Bailey Edwards just not quick enough with the Lotus Elise. Rocket Racing, Steve McCulley, has been living up to the name of the race team. I am glad that it is Rocket Racing that are going so well. Purely because it's a good name for a team. Anyway, they are heading up towards 9.5 hours out of 12 completed. 2.5 still to go. They've completed 282 laps, and it's Steve McCulley now in the lead of the race overall and on aggregate. They've been pulling away at the front of the field for the last, 10-15 minutes, and they've now established 25-second lead over the ES Motorsport Relay Lotus Elise team and Bailey Edwards, and that means that on aggregate they have a 1.7-second lead. Rob Boston is then third with the number 25 Lotus Elise in second place. Into the pits comes number 30 now, and that is, car number 50 comes into the pits from fourth place, the Unlimited Performance Consulting, red and white Caterham. And let's see who that was David Rook. And they're another team with, yes, it should be Benja Headley. We suggested getting into the car next. So David Rook, who's been at the wheel since the restart following the Remembrance service. And so that car, number 50, in the pit lane. And so Steve McCulley continuing to extend his lead now, and in quite convincing fashion. A 141 on his last lap, a 142 on his last lap from Rob Boston. That gap till 2 laps then back to Rob Boston. The Unlimited Performance Consulting car losing ground in the pits now, but we're getting to the stage where they can start what I call back timing, and that is to say, look at the end of the race and work backwards from there. Where are you going to plan your pit stops? With 2.5 hours to go, an hour and a half potential fuel in the tank, and so the next pit stop, whenever it might come, could be the last one. If you pit in the next half hour or so, then no, you are going to need 2 more pit stops. Otherwise, if you can keep going for another half an hour, then 1 more pit stop will do you, and that'll be your last one. The problem for ES Motorsport, well, part 1 of their problem is that they're not quite as quick, but part 2 of their problem is 1, 2, 3. They've done 4 pit stops. They have to do 2 more before the end of the race, and that could turn to Rob Boston's favour and certainly help them close in that 2-lap disadvantage. So it'll still be a Lotus Elise in second place, but it will be a Heroes Trophy single car entry Lotus Elise instead of a relay team Lotus Elise. Car 50 still in the pits, receiving attention from the crew. Nothing looking untoward though with it. It's a routine stop. They've had the fuel in the car. They're strapping in the new driver. Yet to confirm it is Benja Headley, but I'm expecting that it will be Benja. Nice shot of the sky, nice shot of the mountains in the background, the mountains of Snowdonia across the Irish Sea out to the south of us, and the sun continuing to break through hazy clouds, and we've had perfect weather really for this second day of racing activities. Into the pits comes the race leader. This is Steve McCulley coming in. Scheduled pit stop for the number 97 car. In he comes, goes down beneath our feet, and the board being held out to show Steve where he's supposed to stop. He stops now. He's not getting out of the car straight away. It's a 4-minute stop, so he doesn't need to rush. And in fact, now he gets out of the car. And so Steve McCulley out. He stands by with the fire extinguisher. The refueling nozzle is opened. The tough jug goes in. The mechanic holding the tough jug. Each of those tough jugs holds between 20 and 25 litres of fuel. There'll be 2 of those going in. And that car getting ready to get into it is Andrew Perry, that is, who's standing by, waiting for the fuel to be in. As soon as the fuel is in, then Andrew Perry will be in as well. Standing by, watching the fuel going in there is Andrew. In fact, no, what he's doing, I see, no, so we've got Steve McCulley on the fire extinguisher, but talking to Andrew Perry there, who's waiting to get into the car, and just having a little word with the outgoing driver. Always a good plan, see what the track conditions are like. Anybody in particular I should look out for, any novice drivers out there. The first 25 litres goes in. There goes the second 25 litres going in now. And the pit stop then for the number 50 continuing. You can see why they want to make these 4-minute stops, because what you don't want to be doing is taking any chances with getting that fuel in a rush, and any butterfingers, any slip-ups causing any difficulty for anybody, as we wait then for the completion of the pit stop. This is the race leader, and of course as long as he's in the pit, so it's allowing Bailey Edwards with the lean green Lotus Elise to catch up, and he'll be in a position to retake the lead overall. And it's allowing Rob Boston to catch up as well, because Rob Boston has already made this equivalent pit stop. There's too long to go to get Andrew Perry to the checkered flag from here. Fueling is done. Nozzle is, the fuel canisters are taken away. Andrew Perry slots himself into that Caterham. That is not an easy car to get into, but no driver is allowed to remain in the car during the refueling. But Andrew Perry then as I say, he slots himself between the rollover cage and the tyre pressure's just being checked. Andrew wants to talk to somebody. He needs a hand with his seatbelt, I think, and just checking that all is well. 4 minutes can tick away. You don't want to be spending more than 4 minutes. Of course, gives you time to do what you have to do. What it doesn't do is give you time to faff about. And it's so easy to change a relaxed pit stop suddenly into a faffing about pit stop. There's the team manager is down there, and see even Luke Souch is down there with from the BRSCC watching what's going on. And now we're waiting just for the time to tick away. I think Andrew is happy in the car. Off has gone car number 191. Not the first time that car has visited the grass. This is the Stuart Humphrey Howard Ashcroft Mazda MX5. Having taken to the grass, he gets going again. I think that was a rocket. No, maybe it was coming back from the banking. So anyway, he gets going again. Lucky to do so, having been in the grass, and that's very magnetic grass. Once you get into it, it's often difficult to get off it again. But Andrew Perry then on his way in number 97. The lead has gone back to Bailey Edwards, but Bailey is into the pits again. Now that strikes me as being too soon, too early into the pits for for Bailey Edwards, and certainly didn't expect to see him back into the pits just yet. So more problems heaping upon problems. What's happened with the relay team? Maybe he's just doing these pit stops now because he has to get them out of the way, so at least we know where he stands on aggregates. The Operation Motorsport USA Honda Civic is in the pits and having again what looks like a routine pit stop. 3 tough jugs of fuel ready to go into this one, and they look like slightly smaller ones. They're probably pints because they'll be American spec cars. They'll measure the fuel in gallons rather than in litres, and so in goes the first one. Top comes off the second one. In goes the second one, and this is I think that was Mike Stillwagon who's got out of the car, and I think probably Jason Bivens will be the driver getting in next. Still these 2 Operation Motorsport cars from the USA and Canada respectively, running very strongly, and USA still staying ahead of Canada. USA in 8th place. Canada had their pit stop a little bit earlier and have dropped down to 12th. Still leading in Class B is car number 155 for the Track Scotland team, and leading Class C is the Clapham North MOT team, which George Grant is now driving again. So we can go down to the pit lane, and we've got another interview from Rob Lewis. Rob.
Well, I've managed to find the man that's in charge of the best moustache in pit lane, but it also turns out Steve McCulley I've dragged out for an interview. You're also aboard the number 97 Caterham. It's been an interesting race for you guys. That 10p piece that failed on the car yesterday. We've now seen Callum Lockie bow out with the Williams Racing Caterham, so what's the plan for you guys? Has anything changed?
No, I mean, obviously gutted for those guys. You know, they were running really good tactics. They were going strong. We couldn't compete this second half of the race because we didn't have the tyres. So yeah, really unfortunate for them. I guess it gives us a bit of luck back after we had some bad luck last night with quite a long pit stop trying to sort out the alternator.
So how's the car performing for you guys at the moment? Everything okay so far?
Yeah, I mean, a touch wood. Yeah, like I say, we're on some old slow tyres, so it's just about trying to keep those steady lap times and not make any mistakes, really.
Well, that's kind of what I was referring to. One of your team members did say he's right. I'm not going to say the exact words he used, but he said we're running on the rubbish tyres, so we'll see how it goes from here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so yeah, it's just steady laps, keep it consistent. You know, obviously, I think our big competition is Rob Boston Racing. You know, they can run a lot longer than us. They've got a bigger endurance fuel tank. We can only hold, well, not a lot in a Caterham, so it's going to be very close, I think.
Are you able to sort of up the game in the closing stages in terms of pace out of the car?
No, I think, like I say, we're on our slow tyres and they're only going to get slower, unfortunately. Shouldn't give the game away there. Yeah, so it's just about managing those tyres.
Right, okay. I'll let you go and get yourself a refreshment there. Thank you very much for chatting to us there. So there's Steve McCulley there with Rocket Racing. We'll hopefully see number 97, fingers crossed, hold out and get to the front. Paul, back to you.
Well, that is the big question, because that pit stop for it struck me as it was a little bit over 4 minutes. I haven't got the last pit stop time working on the screen at the moment, so I can't tell you what the time was. But the problem has now come for the ES Motorsport team, the relay Lotus Elises, car 33, which is only just now going back out onto the circuit. That's the white one, so they've had another change of car. Just checking they do. Yes, there it goes. Michael Edwards is back out, so they've done another pit stop, and I think that was scheduled in the sense that they need to do 6, and they weren't on schedule to get through 6. So they've come in and changed again. It was a short stint from Bailey Edwards. Michael is now back out again, and as a result of that extra pit stop, an extra 4 minutes in the pits then has dropped them down to 3rd place. Steve McCulley handing over to Andy Perry, as we've just been finding out from Rob down in the pit lane there. Good to hear from Steve McCulley. Rocket Racing car, that's had a pit stop and lost another 4 minutes. Dropped down to 2nd place because into the lead of the race, and I didn't think for one moment yesterday I was going to be saying this today, is the Rob Boston Racing Lotus Elise, car number 25. From, I don't know, 19th I think it was at one point yesterday. 20 minutes that car spent in the pits yesterday, and he's now in the lead. I'll pause at that point. Unbelievable. Terrific performance from Rob Boston and Tom Roach. They've battled away. They've not given up. They've never said die. Kept going. They've had tremendous pace. Everybody has remarked on it. It really is a... I mean, if there was a rocket ship out there, never mind the Rocket Racing Caterham, but the Lotus Elise from Rob Boston Racing is a bit of a rocket ship. And it's completed coming up to 10 hours of racing. We're 17 minutes short of completing 10 hours. But Rob Boston at the wheel of the race leader then, car 25, in the lead of the race. And as I say, I never expected to be able to say that. Remarkable performance, and Rob continuing to lap very quickly. He's still got to deal with the traffic, and it's been a very tough race for him, but well, I'm certainly not going to tempt fate by saying it's his race, because there's more than 2 hours to go, and the way this race has been doling out the fate, we'll have to see what happens. So the gap first to second, what's that? 1 minute 21 seconds on aggregate. No point in trying to put a stopwatch on the cars on the circuit. What we need to see is what the lap times are and whether Rocket Racing with Andy Perry can go faster than Rob Boston at the wheel of the Lotus Elise. 1 minute 41.2, 1 minute 41.2. They're both lapping at exactly the same speed, so I can't say that stalemate has been reached, because there's still more to come, no doubt about that, as there comes the Lotus Elise from Michael Edwards. He crosses the line and completes another lap. He's in 3rd place, 46 seconds behind Rocket Racing. Turn 7, the RAF Motorsports team car number 7. This is the Callum McDougall car. that has been plugging away despite various problems that car has had, and is now back up into 4th place, would you believe? So turn 7, do we have any idea who might be at the wheel of that? No, the screen won't tell me who's driving turn 7 at the moment. There's been so much going on, I kind of lost track. It was Andrew Jebson when they came in for the Remembrance service. There goes the car across the line at the moment. My guess would be that Callum McDougall's back at the wheel. So it is his turn. No doubt we'll be able to find out from Rob when he can get in touch with the turn 7 people, but they're back up into 4th place. 5th place is the number 50 Unlimited Performance Consulting car, the Neil Perry, David Rook, Benja Headley car, which is, again, trying to see if that is Benja Headley. Yeah, we think that is Benja Headley driving the number 50, so that would make sense on the cycling through. He's in 5th place, number 50. 6 is the 360 Motor Racing Club Mini Cooper S, who are having a pretty uneventful race now that they've got the boot restored to that car. I reckon that should be Will Smith back at the wheel of that one by now, and he's again having a good run. Will racing with his father Martin, and ably assisted by Duncan Rogers, with whom that team has raced before. Although Will Smith, I should just stress, having his first race today, or had his first race yesterday. This is merely the extension of it. As Andrew Perry goes through now, fighting his way through the traffic. It was a 1:42. He can ill afford time lost, and lost nearly a second on that lap to the Rob Boston car, and the gap goes out to 1 minute and 22 seconds on lap 291 completed. So not quite a lap separating them, and at the moment in any case Rob Boston slightly quicker on the track. So now we just need to work out when Rob, because Rob's going to have to do at least, there he goes across the line now, at least 1 pit stop, possibly 2 more pit stops still to come. So we can hear from Rob Lewis down in the pits with the 318 Citroen.
The battle in the C1 class of this race of Remembrance is certainly hotting up. Now, I've got David Drinkwater with me, the car number 318. On the timing screens, you're about 2 laps clear, but all is not well with the car, or is it?
Not quite. Yeah, we're 2 laps ahead, but Patrick's done, their car's done an extra stop. Yeah, but our car's not running its time. We had a problem with the rear shoes yesterday, which we found last night, loosened them off, but we've checked on the first stop, but just can't get the time out of the car, so we'll check, see if it's bearings or what it is, but we don't know yet.
How many stints have you got to come, and how many drivers changes have you got to come yet in this race?
We've still got two drivers in to go, so that's 2 stops, and that'll be our 6. Say Patrick's 1 ahead, the 2 laps behind, but on the road they're right behind us, and they'll probably overtake us in the next few minutes, because we can't do the speed with an empty tank, so it's just strange.
So is it one of those things you kind of have to suck it up and see?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We'll check it, see if it is bearings or something else, but you can't do anything about that. It'll just be send it out and let it run, see what happens.
How close has it been for you guys, particularly in this class this year? We commented on the 116 trophy earlier, but the C1s, it's been hotly contested, isn't it?
Yeah, it always is. I mean, we've done it for quite a few years now, and we've had tons of battles with Patrick and 417 in his cars and 497, so yeah, it's always a tough class. They're so similar, so once you get some good drivers, some good strategy, it's quite hard to win it.
Fantastic. Right, I'll let you go and get refreshed and eagerly watch the timing screens there. So yeah, that's David Drinkwater with the WRC development squad. More twists and turns of fate up and down the class structure. I'm just going to see if I can head up the other end of the pit lane and chat to a couple of the BMW trophy cars and find out what's going on there. For now, back to Paul.
Thanks very much. Rob Lewis down there finding out what's going on in the pit lane, and so it would be good to know, just to confirm my speculation that the short stint from Bailey Edwards, car 33, was planned to the extent that they have to get that 4-minute pit stop out of the way, so they might as well do it now. So they have one more pit stop to go, ES Motorsport, and it will be possible for them to get that done and dusted before the turn 7 car gets up into 3rd place. But as I say, there's a relay team. The 33 cars aren't eligible to take the Heroes Trophy anyway. Rob Boston then, we've talked about being in the box seats, 1 minute and 24 seconds is now his advantage, so a further couple of seconds eked out as they go on to lap 293. This has been a remarkable race. They should look at the way Rob Boston then coming up the inside, everybody else staying nicely out of the way, including that 318 car there, which was David Drinkwater's car that he was just talking to there. We didn't actually find out who was in the car at the time. If we did, I missed it. Paul Hinson, I think it was, who was last in the 318 and might still be. So there's the battle continuing. Just been joined up here by Martin Smith. Martin Lewis is somebody else altogether. Martin, who we're talking about, young Will. The boy's done good. I was saying, you were just telling me, Martin, you're planning for him to go to the end from here. It would be a 2.5-hour stint for him under those circumstances.
Yeah, and I think he's up for it. He's well up for it. It'd be nice if he can do it.
Nothing like a baptism of fire, is there?
It is what it is. I mean, if you're going to be a bear, be a grizzly. But, no, he's certainly, as I said to you last night, he's warmed to it. He's done very well with the car. The guys at Track Toy Racing have done remarkably well with the car, considering we had to repair it overnight because I lost a boot, which we managed to do.
Is it the same boot that you've bent back into shape?
I must say hello to the marshals, because they when we stopped for the Remembrance service, the marshal who actually collected it for us last night said, I collected that for you. He said, I tried desperately to get it before someone ran over, but unfortunately they did run it over. So, but we've repaired it, and it looks all right. It's just gone past now. You
wouldn't even know that it had been in a fist fight.
Them track toy boys.
But no, I mean, as you say, Duncan Rogers then was in the wheel at the start of this morning's, because he finished the race last night and therefore had to be in the car this morning. You've then taken it over. You did, what, an hour and a half or an hour?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I did from about 10 to 10 till now, sort of like 10 minutes ago. So.
Okay, so and with the Remembrance service in the middle for you to get a bit of a breather. And now, as I say, happy to let Will go out there. You do realise you're setting yourself something more than just Race of Remembrance with Will now, because he's going to be tugging at your sleeve now, figuratively if not literally, from now until you actually give in to do another race, isn't he, Martin?
Yeah, definitely. And why not? I mean, if he's got the attitude for it.
If he's up for it, you're up for it.
Yeah, without a doubt. You know me. I've loved it all my life, endurance racing especially. So, and he loves it, and he's good at it. So, if he's good at it, that's great. It's just going to cost me an arm and a leg.
and several other limbs as well, I suspect. Having said that, joking aside, 6th place overall. I mean, you took the choice to run in the big boys class, in Class D, so you're always going to be wanting to be in the top 10. You're in the top 6. It's you must be happy with that.
Very, very happy. Very happy with how we've gone, but more important, just in taking part, Paul. But obviously, we'd like to be up there. You know, others have had issues which have helped us out. It's sort of like kept us in the game. It's unfortunate, but that's endurance race. It's unfortunate for them.
I mean, have you had to lift the bonnet? I mean, there's not been any reason to, has there?
Don't say that, Paul.
No, I've been saying it all race. That's why it's been happening to everybody all race.
Yeah. No, we have had a couple of niggles with it, but
I always want to say good, because if you have the little niggles and get over them, that's part of, as you say, part of endurance racing is coping with those things.
Exactly, it's all part and parcel of it, and it's also a hell of a lot to do with strategy and things like that. I mean, I think we've still got to do another pit stop.
Right.
But whether we just do a pit stop and with fuel, I mean, we've still got a mandatory 4 minute to do.
Yeah, even if you refuel, even if you've done your 6, if you need the fuel, it's got to be 4 minutes.
It's still 4 minutes,
so there's no sense in which there's a splash and dash, because as soon as you put fuel in, it's cost you 4 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. So all of that has to be considered when you're thinking about towards the end of the race. So, we'll see what happens as it develops, you know, and what develops around us. I don't think I'll go back into the car boy that way. I'm quite happy. I'm quite happy now.
So Martin's done his bit. He's happy.
Yeah.
You've done the Remembrance service again, an important part of it.
Yeah.
You were down there for that, I take it.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't miss this event. I've loved it since it started, and I've always been a part of it. And to be a part of it now with Will is just the icing on the cake for me, Paul and Trev.
Absolutely. So good to have you up here, Martin.
Cheers,
nice
mate.
to have
Look after yourself.
Nice
again, you guys. You're absolutely brilliant what you're doing. Cheers.
You're racing drivers. You're brilliant as well. Well done. So that's Martin Smith, not Lewis. He's that TV man, isn't he? That's where I got the name from. Anyway, thank you very much. Martin Smith then makes his way back down the stairs, and having had the best view in motorsport from up here, the 360 Motor Racing Club car number 360 in 6th place with, say, Martin's son Will going very well at the in 6th place, and say he'll be quite happy with that, I would think. And ahead of him, how far ahead is the Unlimited Performance car ahead of him? He's 3 laps down, so I think that's going to be a bit of a tall order, particularly with another pit stop to come for fuel for Will. And from what Martin was saying, it'll be Will staying in the car. Across the line comes Rob Boston again, reeling off the laps. 122. Actually, it's come back down again, the gap first to second, as they go on to the 295th lap. The gap first to second, I was going to say remaining fairly constant. It's not changed. Actually, is that screen updating itself? 9:52. Yeah, we are still pretty much on schedule as we go into the last 2 hours of the race, or at least we will be doing in a couple of minutes' time. And we'll see. There goes the 360 projector. Mini Cooper S in 6th place, and Will, certainly from the outside, looking as if he's been racing all his life, as Martin has said. I mean, yes, he's his father, so of course we'll talk nicely about him, but he certainly does seem to have an aptitude for it. Michael Edwards crossing the line in 3rd place, and the number 33 car going through there in 3rd place. And down in the pit lane, Rob Lewis has more for us. Rob, over to you.
Hi Paul, I've got with me Keith from the Royal Navy Royal Marines Motorsport team, the BMW 116 trophy car number 17 that we've commented on quite a lot during this race. Keith, the battles you were having yesterday we caught on the live stream were mega. How's this race gone for you guys so far?
It's going very well. We've had a couple of ups and downs, but by and large we're where we want to be. We've got 1 stop left to do hopefully today. we're on track basically to get the result we need and we want, particularly against the other services as well.
That's the important thing against the other services. I must apologise, actually, we did get the name wrong on the commentary, so it's the Royal Navy Royal Marines car in that order. So I'll make sure I get that right. But as well, we've commented a lot on the C1s and the BMW class of car. It's so competitive. What's the secret to getting the best out of this car?
It's really down to the setup and having confidence and seat time into it. They're pretty underpowered, as you've seen out there, but once you get the feel and the confidence for it, you can really chuck that car into the corners. But you've got to get that rear end lively, make it dance for you. And as soon as you do, that car can actually take some really good cornering speeds, and that's the really important thing for these underpowered vehicles. Keeping your speeds up through the corners to maximise what you can do on the straights. And it's the only way to get ahead of the other members in class, it really is.
Fantastic. And again, immaculately turned out car. This event in particular, though, how special would it be to win the class at this event?
I don't think we can describe what it would mean to us as a service, actually, and to all the people in the military, to have a class win from a military team. That'd be very special for us. It's a poignant day, not just for the military, but for everyone in this country. Irrespective of who wins today, it really doesn't matter. It's the coming together, celebrating our act of remembrance, thinking about our fallen colleagues, the people who gave their lives, the ultimate sacrifice for our country. And the racing, immaterial, it is coming together at the end, being friends, discussing on how we reflect on this and enjoying it, really.
I don't think you could say it fairer than that. Keith, thank you very much for talking to us. Hopefully we will see car number 17 keep on that good form and cross the line in the 116 trophy cars. For now, back to Paul.
Yes, the car leading the class at the moment, and as Keith Atwood was saying to Rob, as far as the other services are concerned, the Royal Navy Royal Marines motorsport car beating the other services. 17th place overall for car 17. Seemed about right to me, although interestingly they're still playing catch up on Callum Lockie's Caterham. Remember how long ago Callum Lockie's Caterham came to a grinding halt with a broken engine? The Royal Navy Royal Marines team yet to catch it. So that sort of gives you an indication of the relative pace of the Caterham versus the BMW 116i's. But nevertheless, if you, I think he was kind of saying, take them by the scruff of the neck and throw them at the corners, they'll look after you round the corners. There goes the car on the live stream now, actually, just going into target, the left-hander, and then up the hill towards the banking. It'll go and then turning through the banking, the long looping right-handed hairpin, and then back down the hill. So the car having been driven by Michael Wells, Adam Dewis and Sebastian Unwin. Currently Michael Wells is the driver of that car and leading the way in its class. I'll hesitate to say comfortably, but they've had a trouble-free run, which was the aim of the exercise. And just echoing what Keith Atwood was saying there about the motorsporting community, something that I am not really aware of because I'm not involved in it, is the military motor racing community, because there is one, and they do all kinds of motorsport, and we've met various members of the military motorsporting community this weekend, not only from the Royal Navy Royal Marines, from the Air Force as well, and other services. And it's great this weekend to have the opportunity of mixing the regular motor racing community with that military racing community, and everybody has spoken of how courteous everybody is to one another, how great it is, and the sense of community that we do get, and obviously that is part of what makes the Race of Remembrance so special. We're over the 2-hour mark, and so an hour and 56 minutes in all that remains of the Race of Remembrance, and maintaining that advantage as they go on to 200. You see my lap. Yes, just looking at the timing screen, we seem to be stuck on 294 laps. That's better. Refresh it, and We are now on 301 laps, so that's more like it. So 301 laps now completed, and the gap first to second, 1 minute and 25 seconds, as off on the circuit goes car number 16, the Mazda MX5 of Chris Fellows, Clive Bailey, Alex Martin, and Anis Sutawalla, and this is the tequila car that kept getting black and orange flags yesterday. They've got a stop and go penalty now, and they're stuck on the grass on the exit of Church. As you come back down from the banking along this long straight, it's extremely muddy and boggy there. There's 2 marshals standing by the car, and the car, the screen will advise me who's at the wheel. Clive Bailey at the wheel. The car is going nowhere, and inevitably we get a safety car. So safety car is out. The 2 marshals that are there aren't able to move that car on their own. We saw 4 marshals trying to push a Mazda MX5 in the first part of the race yesterday, and they had to, well, they didn't give up, but they had to get the help of the Land Rover tow vehicle to help them get it to a place of safety. So that car, then Clive Bailey requiring a recovery unit to, I think a tow unit will be enough, won't need a flatbed unit, so hopefully it won't be a long safety car period, but this is only the second safety car of today. We got through the first part up to 10:30 without any safety cars at all, and this is the second one since then. So Rob Boston slows his pace, goes across the line now. That will have the effect of enabling Andrew Perry to close up, and wait and see where Andrew Perry is, and it will depend where the safety car is, of course. That's the other thing. We've now got 4 marshals doing pushing of the car, 5 marshals doing pushing of the car, and the recovery unit waiting for a gap in the traffic to come out onto the circuit to go to their assistance. The marshals have actually managed to move the Mazda backwards. Hats off to you guys. They're moving it backwards, and it's a little bit more grip there. We might even be able to get away without the tow vehicle coming in. Here's the safety car then. Rob Boston is immediately behind the safety car, so the gap is going to be squashed. Where is Andy Perry? He was 1 minute and 25 seconds behind. Still waiting for him to come through. Here he is, so just coming out of the bus stop now. He can see Rob Boston across the way, and he'll be saying, hey, yeah, I'm getting some ground back now. This is closing the gap first to second. So Andy Perry closing up between himself and Rob Boston. As I say, he had a 1 minute 22 second gap, but that's going to be reduced to under a minute, and could be into the few seconds. Into the pits has come turn 7 in the RAF Motorsports team car. Neil Huggins it was who has brought the car in. They're having their routine refueling, an hour and 52 minutes. That's a bit too long for that car to get to the flag. As the marshals, well, they moved the car, but they weren't able to get it out of the bog. There's been an awful lot of rain here in Anglesey. Although we had a very dry summer, the last couple of weeks have been quite wet, and that has meant that the drainage here, which always suffers a little bit with the proximity of the ocean, and it does mean that when the grass gets wet, you get a race car onto the grass. Very often it's not able to get going again. So the safety car leading them up towards the hairpin at the end of the Tom Price straight. Tight 180 right-hander, and then they come back past the old pits to the bus stop, which is really more an area of track rather than the final turn, and the recovery unit still getting that Mazda out onto the track. He's got the rear wheels on the tarmac, and turn 7 ready to go. He's going to get out just before the safety car comes through, is he? Yes, he does. So timed it just about right there, did turn 7. Not losing any more laps. Nearly Lloyd Huggins it is who's taken the car back out again. So we've got Benja Headley in the 55 car. We've got the race leader, Rob Boston, in the 25 car, leading the way. And at the back of the queue, actually it's not back of the queue, it's halfway down, there goes Andy Perry across the line. Well, he's 47 seconds behind, but that's going at, 50 miles an hour, possibly even 40 miles an hour behind the safety car. The recovery unit tows the Mazda out of the grass. They can't get it restarted, that's the problem. They were willing and able to let it go, but the number 16 car had just been pinged anyway for a stop-and-go penalty, I believe it was. Does my screen still tell me the message? No, it doesn't. But I think it was a stop-and-go penalty that they'd been pinged for anyway. But the safety car then taking them slowly along the back straight. The recovery unit, I think, will take them in through the back entrance of the paddock. It'll cut through the club circuit. Yes, there he goes, through the club circuit. And so by the time the safety car gets back to start-finish next time, I do suggest that that's going to be back up to full racing speed, and the safety car will be able to pull off. We'll be able to get racing back underway again, with Andy Perry much closer to Rob Boston than he was before. Both of them still needing a pit stop. The problem is it wasn't quite just yet, and so for them, an unfortunate timed safety car, because they could have done with that safety car coming out in about another 15 minutes time. The Mazda being pulled back. Clive Bailey, number 16, the tequila car then. That's back in the paddock now. Safety car lights are still on at the moment as he comes down through the corkscrew. And all eyes are going to be on Andy Perry. Where is he? See if we can count him through. Rob Boston is there. He's about 10 or 15 cars behind is Andy Perry. So he's not going to be on Rob Boston's tail, but he is going to be a lot closer than he was. As I say, a lead of 1 minute and 22 seconds has suddenly been whittled down to something which is going to be more like about 30 seconds, I would guess, when we get underway again with the safety car. Safety car into the pit lane. Rob Boston slows the pack and then speeds up again to maximise his advantage, and away he goes across the start-finish line, clearing off. Ooh, that's an unfortunately timed car going back into the race, out of the pit lane. And no overtaking until he crossed the start-finish line. That's crucial, otherwise you'll get a penalty for that. Here comes Andy Perry. Wait. Oh, that was desperately close. Yes, the race control will be looking at that. Andy Perry there getting desperately close to overtaking before they crossed the start-finish line, and I have a good view of the start-finish line, but I would say that was too close for me to call, and we'll see whether or not a penalty ensues. But it would be a disaster for Andy Perry if he misjudged that one and ends up having to be penalised for a safety car restart offence following that green flag. Then 305 laps are completed. 46 seconds is the gap shown between those two. That's remember, we've got to take in mind what the gap is on aggregate off the timing screen. and not just what's happening on the road. Rob Boston pulls away at the front, goes into the hairpin at the top of the Tom Price straight, turns right, 180 degrees, back down the back straight, past the old pits, into the bus stop, hard on the brakes. Wait, leave the braking until now he brakes, and then turning left into the final turn, up through the gears, across the start-finish line, completes his first lap on the green flag in... Come on, screen, tell me. 1 minute 44.286. So a good start-up lap, not quick as it might have been perhaps, but what it needed to be. What have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9 cars back then to Andy Perry, and the gap still 45 seconds on aggregate. And a 1:43.598 means that Perry closes the gap that time around. Michael Edwards still third with the Lotus Elises relay team car, the white car in third place, car number 33. Benja Hadley in fourth place with car 50, the Unlimited Performance Consulting Caterham. He is 2 laps behind Michael Edwards, and then Lloyd Huggins is the next one up in the turn 7 car, number 7. He's a further lap behind Benja Headley, and then it's Will Smith in 6th place, a further 6 laps behind. So behind the first 2, the gaps have got them a bit stretched out, more than a lap separating those cars going back there. But don't remember, we've still got another pit stop to come, and we've still got an hour and very nearly 3/4 to go before we get to the proper checkered flag, the black and white checkered flag. That's the one the teams want to see. Here comes Rob Boston across the line. 307 laps now completed from him, and we wait for Andy Perry to see what progress he's making. But while he is making the progress, let's go down to the pits and hear from Rob Lewis.
Right, now we knew that last safety car period would be quite key to this race, and one team I saw absolutely frothing at the mouth when that safety car came out was the Turn 7 RAF Motorsport team, and I've got Chris Slater with me. So after that safety car came out, did that come out at the perfect time for you guys?
Yeah, so race against the other Caterhams, we've put in a bigger fuel tank, so we have a bit more endurance. We've had a window for we had a 30-minute window 25 minutes ago that before that safety car came out, that we could take gas and then get to the end without another stop. So we don't have the pace to go against the Elise of Rob Boston and Rocket in the Caterham, but we're just hoping that we could try and get them on a tactical. So that we'd put our strategy together before the race that we wouldn't need like 6 fuel stops. But we had our alternator problem yesterday, so we've taken our mandatory stops when we were doing battery changes to get ourselves to the end yesterday. So we were 5 in front yesterday at 5 hours, and then we were 5 behind. So we started this morning for a 5-hour session, 5 behind. We're currently 4 behind, but we don't have to take fuel again. So we've put Lloyd Huggins out. Lloyd's quite experienced in Mazda MX5s. This is his first go in a Caterham, so yeah, well that's us. If we're playing poker, we're all in. But we saw the Mazda go off coming out of church, and luckily Neil was at the hairpin, and we got him on the radio and boxed him. And the scene from Days of Thunder where he's bashing the dashboard saying "Get me out in front of that pace car," he tagged out as the safety car came around the last corner. So that will effectively got us a lap as well. So yeah, it couldn't have really gone any better for us.
Almost a fairy tale last stop for you guys.
Yeah, and we've all worked really hard. You know, we've got some university students here. They've never seen the car, they've never met us before, and we've got people from all over the place that are all chipping in. And yeah, that last stop was a little bit over time, but it pretty much took the whole tank's worth of fuel.
Right, tell you what, I'll let you go and relax now, watch the timing screens, and hopefully we could well see Turn 7 eke their way above the leaderboard in terms of tactical, as Chris was saying. But for now, back to Paul, let's see how they fare against the quicker boys.
Yeah, they're up into 5th place overall. it's kind of maximising the chances, isn't it, what they were doing there. It's good to hear from Chris, because we did note how the car got underway just as the 4 minutes was up, just before the safety car came round. So I hope they got their timing right with that car. It was actually a slightly longer pit stop, according to the unofficial timing I've got here, than it needed to be. But importantly, he did get out before the safety car came round. So rather than gaining a lap, it saved him losing another lap, shall we put it that way. But Lloyd Huggins, certainly the man to have in the car, as Chris was saying there, his experience of the Turn 7 Caterham, and with the extra large fuel tank on that car, they will be planning to get it to the end of the race from here, although that might not be straightforward. They might need a safety car in order to enable them to do that successfully. There goes the Rocket Racing Andy Perry through for another lap. He's still trying to close in on the race leader. The safety car helped. It could have helped him more, but yeah, so the gap having come down from 1 minute 25 seconds down to 40 seconds. So, well, that's halving it really, isn't it? So with 309 laps on the board, it's now 40 seconds separating Rob Boston from Andy Perry in second place. Not many people can come to the Race of Remembrance to see close racing. I think I'm probably the only one who does, but they've certainly kept me happy, and we've had a lot of close racing here at Anglesey this weekend, and it's been good to see it. Lots of commitment shown, and the words of the RAF chaplain echoing in my ears as well about fighting the fight and running the race. That's exactly what they've been doing. Michael Edwards is still there in third place, although he's dropped now a lap off the lead lap. 2 laps behind him is Benja Headley with the Unlimited Performance car, number 50, and then a further lap behind is Lloyd Huggins with the Turn 7 car. So the top 5, well, there's 5 laps covering them, 4 laps covering them, and with an hour and a half still to go in the race, it's still everything to play for. In 6th place is still Will Smith, knowing that he's still got an hour and a half to drive that car, and knowing as well that he doesn't have enough fuel to get to the finish. So Will is going to have to be in to get fuel. That will cost him 4 minutes in the pits, and then that should enable him to hold on to 6th place. I'm just wondering if Will can do any better than that. I think it's going to take a problem from one of the cars ahead of him in order to get the 360 Motor Racing Club car any higher than 6th. 5th is the Traction Lotus Elise, and there's David Smith at the wheel of that car in 7th place. In 8th place is the Track Scotland car 155, and that's Alexander Dawson, Alex Dawson, number 155, in 8th place, leading Class B. In 9th place, hooray for Operation Motorsport, car number 220. That's the car of, who's in that car at the moment? It is car 220 down as Hugh Leahy, and Hugh Leahy then in 9th place overall in the Canada Operation Motorsport team car. Where's the USA team Motorsport? That's dropped a little bit further down, had a longer pit stop, I think, the USA car, because in 10th place, just rounding out the top 10, is the 2nd place car in Class B, the 2nd of the Track Scotland team cars, Ian Bonthrone, car 55. Then it's Jaffa Cake Racing, car number 96, with Sam Moody driving that car in 11th place. That's a Class B car, so they're 3rd in Class B. And then in 12th place, that's as far down as that car has been for some time actually, Nick Rutter, back at the wheel of the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX5, car 169. George Grant done his stint, Nick back at the wheel of that car. Still leading Class C is Nick Rutter, so they've had a good run although they're down in 12th place overall. And then in 13th place overall is Jason Bivins in the Operation Motorsport USA car. As I say, that car, having had a longer pit stop, has dropped back a little bit. And then in 14th place is the second of the relay teams, the Toyota MR2 team, jovially calling themselves the mostly rusty two-seaters. Think about the initials. And number 84 then with, who is it? It's Sean Trainer, the white Toyota MR2, which is out at the moment. Ahead of the 15th place car is the car 14. 15th is car number 14, and that is Phil England at the wheel of the Lancaster Insurance Mazda MX5. That's the top 15 places. We've lost the car class positions off our screen at the moment. They are working on it. But for the moment, what I can tell you is that the BMW class is still being led by the Royal Navy Royal Marines, and that car with Mike Wells at the wheel leading the way for the Marines. 16th overall now for car 17, and they lead, as I say, the BMW class. Leading the... I'm going to work out who is the leader. 223 is a Class C car. So leading Class A is Stuart Bliss in the Auto Bliss Toyota Igo. So they lead a class. And then 318 leads its class, the WRC Development Citroen C1, leading the C1 class there, with Clive Brookson at the wheel of the C1. And that covers all of our class leaders. With a little over an hour and a half still to go, Rob Boston comes into the pits, and the camera elsewhere, but this should be the final stop for Rob, will it be? Handing over to Tom Roach down beneath him. Let me lean over and see if I can see anything. No, I can't, the roof sticks out too far. So we'll have to wait until the cameras pick up on that pit stop for Rob Boston. But hopefully this is a routine stop for Rob, and handing the car over to Tom Roach to say for the final time, and then it'll be a matter of whether Tom can stay ahead of the Rocket Racing Andrew Perry car, which has... Does it have fuel to get to the end? That's what I don't know. There goes Rob Boston. I should say Tom Roach, because it's changed. Out of the pit lane now. So the pit stop itself, bang on the money, and was in fact shorter than 4 minutes. Now, if only Rob Lewis could hear me, because I'd like to get the message to him that that pit stop from Rob Boston was a short pit stop, whether they put any fuel in the car. Because if they put fuel in the car and it was a short pit stop, that will be against the rules. So the car has pitted. Rob Boston has stayed behind the wheel, and as I say, it was a shorter than 4 minute pit stop, so therefore they weren't allowed to refuel it, and that car still has to make its final refueling stop then. So another problem pit stop then. I was thinking, hoping it was going to be a routine pit stop, but I think it was a problem pit stop for the Rob Boston Racing Lotus Elise. That's what Rocket Racing back into the lead. This race has still got some pages to turn. It's like you're reading one of those thrillers and you think you've got it all sorted. You've got the story sorted, you know what's going to happen at the end, and then they throw in something to change it before the end, and we've still got an hour and a half of potential changes. So we've dispatched Rob Lewis down into the pits to see if they can check with the Rob Boston Racing team what exactly went on at that pit stop. But as I say, it was too short to be a routine pit stop. A penalty being taken, a stop and go penalty being taken by the 33 Michael Edwards car. Now, was it Michael Edwards that I thought... No, it wasn't. It was Andy Perry, wasn't it, that seemed to take the restart a little bit too quickly. So not sure what that stop and go penalty was for 33. But anyway, it's happened. Michael Edwards on his way once again in number 33. stop and go penalty complete, but that's dropped him further behind Rob Boston. Back into the clutches, well no, not quite, of Benja Headley in 4th place, because Headley is still 2 laps adrift in 4th. So Andy Perry now leading in the 97 Rocket Racing Caterham, 314 laps completed, 10.5 out of 12 hours completed, an hour and a half still to go. Where's the excitement going to come from next? Well, let's wait and see. Waiting for Rob Boston to come through, see if the car is running all right, or whether there's still a problem with that car. Looking out of the window to my right, looking at the live stream on my left, there goes Rob Boston through the corkscrew now, heading up the Tom Price straight up towards the hairpin, and after that he'll be turning through the hairpin and back down towards the final corner. As they come through to complete another lap, here comes Andy Perry. By pure chance, Rob Boston is just behind him, so Perry crosses the line, leading the race. Boston crosses the line in 2nd place. There's nothing to choose between them. They're a lap apart according to the timing screen, so although they're on the road 1st and 2nd, not quite nose to tail, but a good opportunity for the two of them just to size each other up a little bit. It was a 1:43 from Andrew Perry and a 1:42 from Rob Boston. And so that's the battle at the front of this field, and well, yeah, you can't step away now, can you? It really is a tantalizing battle up at the front, and we can get an update now on the Rob Boston Racing from our own Rob Lewis.
No driver interviews this time, Paul. Just a quick update from the pits.
Yes.
I headed down to Rob Boston Racing to talk to the team. Tom Roach is suited up and ready to go, but that 90-second penalty was for overtaking under double wave yellows, in particular to the MX5 that was parked up and caused the last safety car period. A big no-no in motor racing, and it also highlights one of the problems with this race with the big speed differential in the field. It was likely that Rob inadvertently overtook someone unsighted, maybe a C1, a BMW 116 Cup car, but because that Lotus Elise is so fast, purely accidental. But Rob's came in, took the penalty, and we are expecting them to pit within the next 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you for that, Rob Lewis down there in the pits. Also thanks to Dave Goddard, listening from who knows where, who's just given me the same piece of information. Thank you for that. Of course, we can't see the penalty box from the commentary box here. We rely on the TV cameras ticking it up. We saw the stop and go penalty for number 33, Michael Edwards. What we didn't see was, or I didn't see, was a stop and go penalty for Rob Boston. So he's had that stop and go, and it's must have been a stop as well. They must have penalised him by about a minute, I reckon, before letting him go again, whereas the 33 car was a much shorter stop. So as you say, Rob, down there in the pits, Rob Boston coming into the pits for his what will be final scheduled pit stop. Enough fuel to get in the car to get him to the end of the race. And they'll have to assume that it runs without a safety car. They won't take the risk of trying to short fuel him on the grounds that it will get to the end without another safety car, or on the grounds that they get a safety car and they can therefore save fuel. So that'll be for Rob Boston, and the Andy Perry Rocket Racing car completes 317 laps with the very pale blue Caterham, and so he still has another pit stop to make, or does he? Rob Lewis is back up here again, and this race has more twists and turns than you would expect. That's all I can say. And just getting. Thank you, Dave. Dave Goddard there listening at home on a Sunday afternoon. What better thing to do than to listen to the Race of Remembrance? So penalties for Rob Boston Racing. It's Rob Lewis has just joined me again. It wasn't just a stop and go, it was a stop and hold penalty for him.
90
and
seconds.
They must have held it. I was just looking at the time on the screen. Yes, a minute and a half they stopped him for. And of course, that's very frustrating and could almost be race defining. Now, Andy Perry, when he restarted the last safety car, after the last safety car period, crossed the line in front of our vision here, and Rob, we've got a very good view of it. It was too close to call for me to say whether or not he overtook before they got to the safety car line, the start-finish line. And no penalty has appeared, but I was certainly concerned, and almost it was Andy Perry I was expecting to see the penalty given to. Certainly the safety car restart for Rob Boston was a clean one. Anyway, they'll be coming in, as you say, within the next 10 minutes, once they get to the point where they've got enough fuel on board to get them to the flag. They're going through again. It's a 1 minute 40.682 compared to a 1 minute 41.0 for Andy Perry. These two cars, the Caterham and the Lotus, never mind everything else, very closely matched on pace.
Absolutely. Rocket racing, really. I mean, when I was chatting to the other drive down there, Stephen, he admitted to me, we have, you know, in the interview, we haven't got the ultimate pace to keep with the likes of Rob Boston. So really, the emphasis on Rob Boston and the team at Rob Boston Racing come in, get the stop done, as we just see in an exhaust. I'm not sure the exhaust is meant to hang low like that on the car number 305 in the pit lane. I think that needs a new exhaust hanger on it, chaps. But with Rob Boston Racing, the emphasis on them, and they will be a slick pit crew. They will come in, do the stop, get Tom Roach out, and then, to use that Turner phrase again, Paul, he's got to get a lick on because and bang out those lap times again, because even this morning, the pace that Lotus Elise was showing with the repairs that they made overnight, don't discount that Lotus, because even with this 90-second penalty, we've seen all race long, it can change like that. We thought Callum Lockie had it sealed earlier, and look what happened there.
Well, exactly so. You know, the problems that Rob Boston has had to endure this weekend. I mean, even getting the car into a podium place at the moment is a remarkable achievement. I was, I think, suggesting at some point in the late evening yesterday that they'd be doing well to get into the top six. And as I say, here they are now squabbling over podium positions by pure chance, the way these things hang out. He's got the race leader, Andy Perry, right up his exhaust pipe. They're going up towards the banking at the moment, but the two cars practically nose to tail, and Andy Perry wants to show that Rocket Racing does have the pace to go quicker than the Lotus Elise. They're coming down from the banking now. Where are they? No, the Elise has actually got through the traffic a bit more effectively than Andy Perry has done there. So there they go. They're going along the back straight now. Rob Boston from Andy Perry on the road. Really, this is just a snapshot, though. This is not the battle for the race lead, because the two of them are separated by a lap on aggregate timing. So we're talking about 2 minutes separating those two, following the minute and a half penalty that Rob Boston had to take. So they've got to get over that and overcome that before we get a real race on.
More action down in the pit lane. We just saw there the Royal Navy Royal Marines car 17 leading the BMW 116 class. That has come in for what I would assume be its final pit stop of this race. So these class battles, we're soon going to be finding out who our contenders are going to be for all of the class honours and of the overall runners this time around. We are an hour and 20 minutes away from this, the 2022 Race of Remembrance. On your screen there is Rob Boston Racing. They will be coming into the pit shortly. Rob Boston currently on board that Lotus Elise. They have just served a 90-second penalty, but Tom Roach is suited out and getting ready to go into that car. The other Rob Boston Racing car, as you saw on your screen there, the Clapham North livery car. I just spoke to George Grant downstairs. I didn't want to tempt fate, and I don't want to. But he did say to me, the last time we did this 2-3 years ago, obviously COVID break permitting, we finished third. And then the last year we came here and we finished second. And the car on screen, I'm not going to say it, but he is on course to get a good finish. Let's put it that way. I don't want to put the commentator's curse on it, the way this race has gone, Paul.
No, and he's been ably supported, George, by Nick Rutter. And it's been an interesting battle, or an interesting race for the two of them. Nick Rutter putting in the lap times. There they go, just crossing the start-finish line now. And Nick Rutter is at the wheel once again. It has struck me that George Grant, when he's been out there, has tended to do slightly shorter stints. He's a very fit young man, and so he's very fit, but I think he's been letting Nick Rutter do the lion's share of the driving. So that's the battle as far as Class C is concerned. Class B still being led by the Track Scotland car. In 8th place overall is Alex Dawson in car number 155. And the battle then continuing. A slightly slower lap time that time from Andrew Perry. 146 compared to a 142 from Rob Boston. So Rob continuing to close that gap for the lead with an hour and 20 minutes still to go. I've been joined up here now by Matt Garside, one of the trustees of Mission Motorsport. And Matt, you've walked into this one because yesterday evening I was joined up here by Joe Bagley, who is also a trustee of Mission Motorsport.
Indeed.
Joe Bagley is racing here this weekend, so the obvious question for you, Matt, why aren't you racing?
Why aren't I racing? Oh, right, okay. Well, I've not got any ARDS licence or anything like that just yet. So
That's no excuse. Mission Motorsport will sort you out with one of those.
Absolutely. I'm very much hoping so. I mean, I've been a volunteer with Mission for about 5 or 6 years and recently joined their trustee board a couple of months ago. So we're very much hoping in the future that we'll have more kind of trustees involved in these races. Joe's having a fantastic time.
I got that impression
really
yesterday.
Well. Yes, yeah, exactly. He's certainly the bug is bitten him. And I know one of my fellow trustees, Mark, was also out with the Supercar Saturday as well.
Yeah, I mean, James Cameron has been up here several times, as you can probably imagine, and he's been telling me how there's been a great change in the organisation of Mission Motorsport. I think he said only one of the trustees that was here last year is still involved, so you're very much building a new team, aren't you, Matt?
Oh, absolutely, yes. I mean, it's always good to bring kind of fresh blood in on something like this, fresh ideas, fresh impetus to kind of drive things forward. And you know, there's nothing against any of the previous trustees at all. You know, they've built us and got us through the first 10 years in a fantastic fashion. And now we're just trying to lay the foundation for the next 10 years and beyond, so that we can continue helping our beneficiaries getting motorsport out there.
I'm going to come on to that. I just want to interrupt you though to tell you that the Rob Boston Lotus Elises car into the pits. This is, I can only imagine, for the routine pit stop for that car, and so they're putting fuel in, and Tom Roach will be getting into the car as well. It will be a 4-minute pit stop for that car. So Matt, as a trustee, what exactly is your role? Because my limited knowledge of these things is, as a trustee of a charity, you just go to a meeting every 3 months and sign some minutes, and that's it. What's your role as a trustee?
Well, the role of trustee is something that's governed quite closely by the Charity Commission in England and Wales. I mean, I've been trustee of various organisations, from the Institute of Mechanical Engineers and now more recently with Mission. It is true, we do go to meetings, we do sit down and we agree a way forward and different things. But the interesting thing with Mission Motorsport is each of the trustees is a director of the charity. Okay, so it's a subtly different kind of setup to what I've seen before. But what we're trying to do is set the kind of strategic side of things. So we're more looking at the governance side. We shouldn't be kind of getting sucked into the operational side of the charity. That's what we've got Jim and his excellent team for. So you know, we're paying them to go off and look after the operations. We're looking at the governance side of things and making sure all our policies are in place, all the of safeguarding and things like that for our beneficiaries, all the health and safety, you know, keeping an eye on these things, but not actually sitting there and writing the right risk assessments ourselves.
And what's your background? What has that? Is that what's attracted you into Mission Motorsport?
Yes, I think so. I mean, I'm a mechanical engineer by trade, and in fact, my wife, Helen Jackson, who's out there heading up one of the C1 teams right now, she got me interested in this. We've been volunteering for a while. I was just helping out as a volunteer, and some of my previous experience on some of my other trustee duties has kind of given me some additional skills within the third sector, the charity sector, and I'm really keen to try and use those to help the charity move forward. And that's, you know, whilst we've not got the most gender diverse trustee board at this point in time, we do have quite a large diversity of thought and experience, etc. So, well, we're not quite there on the gender side of things. We are definitely focusing on different aspects and how we're going to move this forward.
And obviously, I mean, as your wife Helen has no doubt told you, it's very much a thing which is driven by passion.
Yes.
And people get very passionate about motorsport, presumably in the same way you get very passionate about what Mission Motorsport is and what it's doing. One of the things that we try and talk about this weekend is what Mission Motorsport is doing.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, events like this are fantastic, where we had the Supercar Saturday, beneficiaries going out in people's cars, people bringing their cars along and, you know, getting them out there. And, you know, some of the previous things I've done with trustees, as a trustee, have kind of, you make a decision and it could be a number of years before something happens. Whereas here, you get somebody who's maybe a little bit quiet at the beginning of the day, out into a few cars, in amongst people who have had similar life experiences to them, and by the end of the day, for want of a better phrase, you can't shut them up. You know, the change is really quick in that one day, and that's what's really great.
And I mean, something that I won't say forget, but overlook, is that Mission Motorsport isn't just about the race of remembrance, is it? It's a 365 day a year, all year round thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, our next big event, for example, is the National Transition event in Silverstone, 27th of February, where we're hoping to get around about 1,000 service leavers, veterans and military spouses together in one place with a whole bunch of companies that are all looking for those people with those kind of skill sets, so we can try and help them transition from their military career into the civilian career. So things like that. We've got skid pan events. We go down to Goodwood for transition events, but also the invitational. You know, all of these things kind of come together to give us that route to help these people.
Great, just interrupt you once again. No problem. Andrew Perry into the pits now as well. Tom Roach has got going again. Struck me that it might have been a slightly longer pit stop for the Rob Boston car, but he's got going again. And so Tom Roach back into the race for the lead, and we wait now for Andy Perry, whether he'll stay behind the wheel or whether he'll hand it on to Steve McCulley. We'll have to wait and see, because it wasn't that long that Steve was last in the car. Back to Matt Garside, one of the trustees of Mission Motorsport. Here at the Race of Remembrance, everybody tells you, is it your first time here, or have you been?
I've been for 3 or 4 occasions.
Oh, okay, so you've had experience of the race.
Yes, I have.
This, for me, has been one of the biggest and best events we've had, certainly in terms of the race entry. Yes. 55 cars starting. The biathlon of foolishness yesterday had, I mean, I'm guessing there was something like 120, 150 people. There were just seemed to be lots of people doing it.
Yes.
More than I've ever seen before.
Absolutely.
So you've
and
got
one shark.
And a shark, yes. And various other people in various states of dress and undress. But you must regard this as a successful event so far.
Oh, absolutely. And like with any event, there are always going to be little things that we're going to have to kind of look at afterwards and kind of tweak here and there. But the big change for me this year, I wasn't unfortunately able to come last year, but in both of those 2 years, we've not had a very large, significant marquee taking up a large portion of the car park. And so seeing how we've been able to kind of utilise that space, having the club sport, having the Supercar Saturday, still managing to provide the occupational therapy as and when we need to in the relevant facilities, etc. And just a different focus on how we kind of get this kind of put together. And as you say, we've got a very different trustee board team. we've got quite a different exec team, and also some of our staff have changed quite recently. So for them to have come along here and being able to put this on and being as successful as it has been, I think it's a real testament to them. I mean, as a trustee board, you're only as good as the weakest link in anything.
Yeah.
Okay? So, you know, we rely on our staff to really kind of pull all the rabbits out of the hat in order to get us to where we are.
You have to delegate, but you have to delegate to the right people.
Oh, absolutely. It's crucial getting the right people. Okay.
Yeah.
And I think the team, we've had some changes, and that's gelling now. Part of our job is to help try and kind of coach that and mentor that in the right direction. And I think we're doing really well. I think we just need to try and get, you know, we're trying to fundraise as best we can. And the one thing I do need to point out that there's a particular Race of Remembrance sign outside the front of the track, and there's a silent auction going on that we really would require some new bids coming through. So if anybody's interested in taking that sign away home with them, then there's the option of going over to the merchandise shop, placing a silent bid for it, and then when we do the prize giving a little bit later, we'll be announcing who's won that auction.
Excellent. Okay,
Yep,
thank you
so
for mentioning that. And whilst on the subject of donations, you can, if you're not here, but you want to donate to Mission Motorsport, donate by texting the number 10, and then ROR for Race of Remembrance to the number 70085. So 70085 is the number you need to text. The message is 1010 ROR, so that's another way that you can contribute to the Mission Motorsport funds and to the Race of Remembrance. And anybody who is watching this for the first time, particularly given the extended live streaming we've had this year, have been able to appreciate quite what this event is all about. And we've had messages coming in from all over the place this year, Matt. So
Yeah,
I'm pleased to know that.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming up and having a chat.
Yeah,
I'll let you get on and enjoy into the last hour of the race now. So we'll need to focus on the unfolding drama of the race has to offer. Thanks very much indeed,
Absolutely.
Matt
Thank you.
Garside.
Cheers, thank you very much.
And as Matt disentangles himself from the headsets, what has been happening out on the track while all that has been going on, I was trying to follow. I told you that we had pit stops from what were the first two cars. So Tom Roach and Steve McCulley are now out at the wheel in place of Rob Boston and Andy Perry. And it's 97 ahead of 25. So Rocket Racing leads Rob Boston Racing. But the two of them, as a result of making those pit stops, Rob, have now been leapfrogged by Michael Edwards in the relay Lotus Elise.
So, well, the relay, and we've got them on screen now with right up his trumpet. We've got McCulley trying to get past him, and I'm sure he will try to make it happen. Although what you're seeing on screen isn't representative to the times being shown by the timing screens. This is on an aggregate time, which is also why Alpha Live aren't showing the timing on the screen in front of you, because they get that information from TSL, which will actually be a bit misleading to the viewer, as a matter of fact. But I can tell you that Rocket Racing is 25 seconds behind that lead car of ES Motorsport. But let's not forget that 33 car, because they are in that relay class, they're effectively invitational, so they're not eligible to win the Race of Remembrance on the traditional class system.
But they will be shown the checkered flag.
They will be shown the checkered flag, yeah.
Should they be the first ones to get there. And we say should they be the first ones to get there, because I reckon that there's still another pit stop to come from Michael Edwards, and that will cause it to drop 4 minutes down, because if they're going to change driver, and that is to say put Bailey Edwards' car out there, then they're going to have to wait 4 minutes to do so. So we'll keep our eyes on the white Lotus Elise, number 33, Michael Edwards, see if or when that car comes into the pits. Steve McCulley and Tom Roach, I expect, and you've been paying slightly closer attention than I have, Rob, but I think they can both get to the end without another pit stop.
I think that's it now. Those guys that are running, and I don't want to tempt fate, because knowing our luck, in five minutes, they're both going to come into the pit lane with a problem. I hope they don't, but the way this race is going, certainly as we see the Canada Operation Motorsport entry, they're in for one of their final stops. They're quite thirsty cars, those Honda FK8s. But on terms of raw pace, so lap times, Tom Roach is around the 1 minute 40s. That's the pace that he's carrying at the moment. Whereas the McCulley Caterham, and he's a brilliant driver, has been driving really well on the stints he's done so far. He's also got a fabulous looking moustache. I have to work that in particularly in Movember. He's only doing around a 1:43, so he's 3 seconds worse off, and it's just going to be chipping away at that lead that Rocket Racing effectively has over it in that Rob Boston car. And it also seems to me as well that Lotus is a bit better with getting through traffic.
Very much so, yeah.
In terms of the slower cars in front, they'll probably be able to see it a bit more in the mirrors, so they'll be more likely to duck out the way, because having been in that situation yourself, Caterhams, when you're racing against them, they're very difficult to see in the mirrors. So you don't want to be that person that innocuously turns into the corner if you're in, say, a 116 car or a C1 class car or one of the lower power-to-weight cars. You just turn in, a bit of a bump on the front left, and then that's another pit
Yes,
stop.
I mean, that was one of the conversations that I was having with Henry Williams last night, was around exactly that you do feel a bit intimidated in a Caterham when you've got particularly one of the American Hondas coming past you. Off onto the grass on the exit of the final turn, not for the first time, goes the number 61 AOF Motorsport Citroen. As you were saying a moment ago, Rob, some of the Citroens and BMWs as being so, I'll say slow, being so significantly less quick around the corners.
Should we say limited on power?
They, yes, they occasionally just jump out of the way a bit too vigorously, and number 61, not for the first time, as I say, finding itself squeezed to the edge of the circuit.
I do note on the back straight there, going up School Straight, we can't quite catch it on the live stream yet, but we do have what looks like the Pure Track Racing Renault Clio.
It's definitely a Clio, Rob, I'll give you that.
Yeah, that was a Pure Track Racing car that's...
I said he was pulling off. He's actually...
And on screen there, car number 223, the team run by Sarah and Matt Dennis. Oh, I was going to big them up. Well, Sarah, husband and wife team that run both the cars, and they were both in the separate cars during the stint. And
he's managed to get it up the hill. I mean, the important thing, going up towards Rocket, I thought, oh, that's where the car's going to peg out. But he kept going, so he does have power. But you were talking about limited power. It was very limited power on that car as he went up there, so the Clio was still going.
Certainly very slow. We're just looking on the TV screens. He's given the wheel a wobble. I'm wondering if it's a fuel surge issue of some sort. It's not picking up the power at all.
Or just trying to push it a bit too far on its tank full, the Renault Clio. A lot of these cars that are participating in the Race of Remembrance will be cars that regularly race in national racing, but they'll be racing in 25-minute sprints or half an hour at most.
Well,
so
in the
they won't
case
need
of the
large fuel tanks.
Well, in the case of the Pure Track guys, I think they do a lot of Club Enduro and 750 Motor Club, so maximum an hour and a half, 2 hours, and you can see it there crawling along the side of the track. There is no worse feeling as a driver in that situation. I've been there myself. You feel helpless and you're constantly mirror watching to see what's going on, but he's still wiggling the wheel there, so there's clearly some sort of issue either in the handling or he's just trying to get...
I think it looks as though he's trying to get the last dregs of fuel up through the system. He's around the hairpin. He's got to the end of the Tom Price straight. He'll wait for a gap in the traffic and then move across to the left, going past the old pit lane, and then when he gets to the bus stop, it'll be left and into the pits. And it looks to me, Rob, as if he's actually going to make it to the pit lane.
It looks like he's going to make it in. I can tell you as well, on board that car at the moment is Matt Dennis, the husband of the husband and wife team. Sarah is in the sister car at the moment for their final stint, but just making their way down. Fair play to Matt. We have to give him credit. That was very well driven, a nice clear indicator, kept to the side of the road, out of the racing line and out of the way to the other cars.
And got across the track when he needed to.
Yeah, just managed to get in. So down to the pit lane, you could see the car making its way in now, and the team will get to work. If we could... thank you very much. We've got to commend Alpha Live as well. The camera works superb. Straight into the garage as well. Not what you want to see.
Yes, Alpha Live providing the pictures for us this weekend. and just echoing Rob's sentiments, our thanks go to them. I think they've got 9 cameras with which they've been covering the event, and they've certainly given us a good extra dimension of the race, enabling us to see parts that we haven't been able to see, and also enabling us to see Rob Lewis as well whenever he's been down there in the pits. So if you've heard his voice, now you know what he looks like as well. I've managed to stay out of that one, so nobody knows what I look
there
like.
we go. So car 223 in the garage, the team working away on it. There's no fuel going in, so I'm wondering, and to be fair, the bonnet's not up either, so I do wonder if they've had to call it a day with that car.
Yes, interesting that he was not completely down on power, but able to keep going in the pits, getting refueled. We're talking about Joe Bagley. That's his car that's in the pits at the moment, the one he shares with Jason Batten, Steve Robinson, Mark Elliott, car number 52. And that car is certainly the one that Joe Bagley was driving. It was Jason Batten who brought the car in, and he is, yes, so I'll say 6th approximately in the BMW class, but receiving some treatment in the pit lane.
We have actually got probably what is going to be one of our final guest visitors to the commentary box. I'm going to hand over the mic to Jonathan Marks to tell us a bit about a transition event coming up for Mission Motorsport. He's the project manager for Mission Motorsport, so I'll hand over to Paul and we'll hear from Jonathan shortly.
Okay, thanks very much indeed. And so while Jonathan gets into the hot seat, and we have heard from various people from Mission Motorsport, and we're glad to hear from them. Nice to hear from drivers, but also nice to hear from people from Mission Motorsport, because this is ultimately their event and one of the highlight events. But as I was saying earlier on to Matt Garside, not the only thing that Mission Motorsport is involved in.
So, Paul, thank you very much for having me up in the commentary box, and I know you're getting to the business end of the event, so I will not take much of your time. But the next big event that Mission Motorsport are organising is the National Transition Event. That's taking place 27th of February 2023, and we will be running that at Silverstone. It's a very different event to this event. It's an event for those transitioning from the armed forces, and for veterans, and for family members, partners and spouses. And it's a transition event in the full sense. We will have employers there from the automotive sector, from the renewable energy sector, and from other sectors. We will also have armed forces charities and government agencies. So all the people who can help with that transition journey. So for those coming out of the armed forces and for veterans. And we'll look forward to seeing many employers there as well, and many opportunities for those transitioning to engage with employers and also engage with the agencies who can help them.
Yes, because I mean the byline, if you will, of Mission Motorsport is, and I always forget exactly what order it comes in, recover,
Yes.
recover, retrain, race.
Race, retrain, recover.
Okay, so
or race, recover, retrain, I should say.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, so it's part of that process. And Matt earlier on was telling me that you were expecting over 1,000 beneficiaries to come along to that.
We are expecting about 1,000 attendees. Yes, absolutely.
Attendees, okay.
At the event at Silverstone, 27th of February. Yes, that's right.
So quite a big event with a lot of opportunities, you say, opening up that you can get people involved in. And presumably, do you as an individual work with these people and kind of match them up as kind of a matchmaking service? Say, here's an opportunity, I know somebody who can fill that. How does it actually work?
We do try to do that to some extent, but that's very difficult to do with lots of individuals. So it's more getting the right people in the room, getting employers together with those who are looking for employment and thinking about a change in their career direction. So getting the right people in the room and getting them to talk with each other is the way we're trying to do it at that event. And it is an annual opportunity, and Mission Motorsport are privileged to run this event, which is, if you like, the transition event for the whole of England.
And you say you're holding it at Silverstone. Are you using the circuit at all, or are you just using it as a venue?
We are using the circuit. So a little sweetener to attract people to the event is the opportunity of a passenger track ride. And so everyone who comes as an attendee, we give them a bit of a briefing about what's available on the day. And once they've done that briefing, they'll get a wristband or a couple of wristbands, and then they, at some point in the day, can do a passenger track ride. And we're very grateful to drivers who support us by bringing their cars on the day, and with a willingness to go out and do those passenger track rides. It's also an opportunity for drivers who you know, maybe have got experience or running companies or whatever they do in life, to have a chat with beneficiaries or people who are wondering about life direction, and just to have a conversation. So yes, it's a coming together of the motorsport and the careers event and the transition journey.
And you're saying you're project manager for this event on the 27th of February next year. Does your world come to an end on the 28th of February, or what happens after that?
No.
Or are you not even focused on what might happen after that?
No, our world doesn't come to an end, because our Mission Automotive initiative carries on, and our Mission Renewable initiative carries on. So Mission Automotive, all about engaging with companies in the automotive industry and encouraging them in their armed forces engagement. And now we have this nascent new organisation, Mission Renewable, which is, if you like, a sister organisation to Mission Automotive. And it's all about encouraging companies in the renewable energy industry, offshore wind, solar, in their armed forces engagement, and getting them to think about how they can use those coming out of the armed forces and the talents and skills that those people bring, and with a bit of transition work and that willingness to put in a bit of investment in the training or retraining and transitioning to civilian employment, those companies can make good use and make good employees from those who are coming out of the armed forces. So absolutely, our work does not finish on the 27th of February.
I'm sure you've got lots of stories of people that you have worked with, and people whose lives probably have been changed through the work that you do. It must be a tremendously, I'm not asking you to puff out your own chest, but it must be tremendously satisfying at the end of a day like that, to be able to go home and think you've probably changed lives here in what you've been doing.
It is absolutely rewarding and satisfying. Mission Automotive has been initiative going for nearly 3 years, and lots of individuals who have been encouraged and have ended up with good roles in the automotive industry and becoming increasingly senior. And now with Mission Renewable, we have stories of ex-armed forces folk going into the renewable energy industry and then encouraging others who are coming up behind them, which is just tremendous.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Great stuff. Thanks very much, Jonathan.
Paul, thank you very much, and have a good rest of race.
Yes, we're into the last hour now, so I think we can start beginning to unwind a little bit, but we've still got a battle on for the lead of this one, and the challenge that this relay car is continuing to make. It's still Michael Edwards, hasn't yet been into the pits, and I don't know if we're going to be able to find out whether or not they're intending to come into the pits before the end of the race or not, but the gap between the two of them on aggregated times is just 4 seconds. The gap between the
Mazda MX5 slowing. Sorry to cut across you there, Paul. Mazda MX5 slowing, and that looks like that's heading back down towards the pit lane. So
that's just coming into the past the old pits.
One of the Mark 1 MX5s. Again, normally quite a reliable car, that. So I'm wondering if that's another car that is running on fumes.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I mean, they should run. I would have thought they'd have not run it that fine, because 50 minutes, you might as well, there's no need to cut it fine. If you are running just over the hour, then you might want to cut it fine, but it's coming down into the pit lane. Rob's going to be able to see it live. Car number
96, so
right.
off the top of my head, Jaffa Cake Racing.
Correct, yes,
with the orange flashes on it. Now, the problem it has with all these cars and all this traffic coming down into the pit lane, it's finally just given up the ghost on the entrance to the pit lane. Now, is it enough that the marshals can intervene and they don't have to put a pause on this race in terms of a stoppage?
Doesn't have to, because he's got it restarted.
Oh, he's got it restarted and back going again. So whatever happened,
he just needed a bit of a kickstart there. So,
bit of a kickstart. He's pulled into the pit lane in front of me and straight into the garage. So the team will get to work on that as soon as possible. Our camera crew down there in the pit lane following it in. As we also see in front of us, you'll see the big Downforce Radio logo. That tells us that the Rob Boston Racing MX5 is into the pits, and that's getting serviced ready for its final stint as he now heads back out of the pit lane.
Yes, there's Jaffa Cake Racing, 13th overall, so they're quite high up the list.
Quite high up on the list in quite a lower power to weight ratio car there, so they've done really well.
Daniel Grist was the driver that brought it into the pits, and he is running as a Class B car. Double check, yes it is a Class B car for Jaffa Cake Racing, which puts it behind the Track Scotland car, behind both of the Track Scotland cars, but in third place in Class B. So Daniel Grist and Jaffa Cake Racing were potentially a podium class finisher in that class up until that late problem for them. How long they're going to be in the pits, that's the question. Depends what the problem is, Rob.
Well, they pulled straight into the garage, so you know that it's not going to be a quick stop, put some fuel in, get the driver out, put a new one in and send him on his way. The 4-minute pit stops we're on about. It's clearly something that's potentially a bit more terminal than that.
Yeah, well, as I say, we'll just keep an eye on the screen.
Just a bit of news while we saw. We're looking at, so on your screen now, that's the Lotus, and look at the right rear on that car number 4, the traction sponsored car. That is fishtailing all over the place. Has that broke its suspension?
It's certainly not right, is it?
Certainly.
This is the 7th place car. David Smith behind the wheel of the traction Lotus Elise, car number 4. And
Gutted, you could just see it coming down. That is crabbing like you wouldn't believe. That's got to be a bearing or some sort.
But he's come past the pit lane entrance at, I would suggest, Rob, barely reduced speed, going up towards Rocket at the moment. And
let's have a look at that right rear. That is not a well car. The team, unfortunately, they came here with that Lotus and with the Mazda MX5. And the MX5, is, I can tell you now, is running on 3 cylinders. You can hear it. It's not a very well car at all. That is almost changing camber, especially on the right-handers. It is not a well-looking car. I do wonder if it's going to catch the eye of the officials on the pit wall, because they will perhaps meatball flag that car in and get them to stop and check that out. But
depends how what the feeling is behind the steering wheel. I don't think it's quite enough for the race control to intervene.
Well,
I've seen cars running that level of camber.
Yeah.
What's interesting, it's not symmetrical camber.
Yeah, but
it's only on the right-hand side. It's not on the left-hand side.
Yeah,
it's not been done deliberately.
The problem is, you can see it on the screen. It's crabbing like you wouldn't believe. The driver is fighting with it, but he chooses to stay out this time around as they come past the pit straight here, as you can see on the cam. So he's got no issue with it, but it does appear to be, especially on the straights, crabbing, because it's only on that right-hand side that the right rear is doing that.
Interesting. So we'll keep an eye on that. Still 3/4 of an hour to go. The car, as I say, is in 7th place with David Smith at the wheel of it. And the Lotus Elises, 3 of them in the top 10, 3 of them in the top 7 with that car number 4 in 7th place. And the battle on for the lead, but now just 2.2 seconds on aggregate times between Steve McCulley and Michael Edwards. Steve McCulley, though, theoretically is going to be able to open up the lead, because certainly on that last lap, 5 seconds to the good. So a change in leader on aggregate on that last time around. Steve McCulley now leads the way There goes Rob Boston, I should say Tom Roach, in third place now. He is 36 seconds behind the race leaders on aggregate. So here we are, Rob, 46 minutes of the race still to go, and we've got 3 cars separated by less than a minute, just over half a minute, in fact.
Well, this Lotus, the cameras have been trained on the Lotus for most of that last lap, just seeing what's going on. So in theory, if it was an issue on that car, you could see it moving around. So there is clearly an issue there. That's not a setup issue. That's something wrong.
It's not deliberate. No, I'm not suggesting it's deliberate, but it's something
certainly moving around. But let's say something happens to that car and that brings out another safety car, or it has to park up on circuit. I know the officials. I can see there is a meatball flag out for car number 9. No sign of car number 4. It just dives down the inside. Our pictures there on the pit wall. But let's just say the camera's back down on that Lotus. They obviously want to nurse it to the end. They don't want it back into the pit lane. But
I think the worry from my side would not be a problem for race control. Race control will make their own decisions. But as a team manager, I'd be more concerned about the tyre wear that level of camber is going to put on that one tyre. And because it's not symmetrical, then I'd be surprised if David Smith can't feel that something is wrong, but he's just electing, as I say, presumably in contact with the team, to say, well, if you're still happy to drive it, then stay out there by all means. I mean, the lap times from the car are slower, but not ridiculously slow. So his last lap was a 1:52. His best lap of the race, which is all that we've got to compare it with, a 1:43. So he's 9 seconds, nearly 10 seconds off his best. But then nobody is lapping that close to their best laps at the moment.
No,
I think the closest problem one is the turn 7 car. Lloyd Huggins is just 2.8 seconds slower than his best at the moment. So, and that's not really a surprise, is it, at this stage in the race? You wouldn't expect cars necessarily to be lapping at fastest lap of the race situations.
Well, a lot of it will be, ironically, the cameras are. It does look like the Lotus is coming into the pits this time around, potentially, as it heads back down the straight. Or no, it's keeping to the right-hand side, so it is elected to stay out. But it's almost self-preservation. You've got 45 minutes left in this race, so if you do have a problem in the car, and it's about nursing it towards the end. But with a car like that's that quick, if it does have an issue, it could create issues for slower cars, let's say, if it's lapping through traffic, and then bring out the safety car. But our overall aggregate leader, should I say, is the Rocket Racing Caterham of Steve McCulley. Second place is the ES Motorsport Relay team of Edwards. And third place, Rob Boston Racing, Tom Roach, who's currently putting in lap times of a 1:39.3 last time out. It's not anywhere near the best that car has done, but it is certainly a lot quicker than the car it is chasing down, which is effectively Rocket Racing, because don't forget, ES Motorsport in second place cannot win the Race of Remembrance as an invitational entry.
Well, I think it's one step at a time, isn't it? They're chasing down ES Motorsport first, and then they're going to worry about chasing down Steve McCulley for the race lead. 43 minutes of the race to go. They're closing in on that last lap, closing in by just over 4 seconds. They're 22 seconds down on aggregate on Michael Edwards.
Oh, there's a car off. That's a Citroen C1, and the rear right corner does not look very well on that.
That's had contact.
Car number 69, so something quite drastic has happened
they've
there.
Had contact with another car, I think.
Yeah. Now, looking at that image, that is a brake caliper hanging on, and I can't see a wheel on that C1. Now, where has that gone off?
That's a Rocket, I think.
That is. We could just see it from our commentary tower in the distance, double waved yellows.
He's off quite a long way to the left-hand side.
There's the wheel on the grass, so it's definitely 3 wheels on my wagon, as you can see by the TV screens there. So something quite drastic has happened on the back of that Citroen C1, a city car, cup spec car. I think that's going by the scheme that's on it, that's a former Bad Obsession car potentially, but the safety car lights are on, the flags are out, and we have another safety car on track with 42 minutes to go, and the Lotus Succeed, car number 4, has finally made it to a pit stop, and 318, this is the leader of the C1 class as well, they are in for their final pit stop of this race. Our camera crew's just trained on, sorry Paul, camera crew's just trained on the Lotus as they make it into the pits. They'll be trying to sort out that rear end.
Yes, this is the ideal opportunity to come into the pits if you need a final pit stop, because if you need more fuel, as I say, in this configuration of race, there's no such thing as a splash and dash.
No.
Because if you put any fuel in,
it's got
to stop 4 minutes. So an ideal opportunity to put more fuel in if you need to. And certainly everybody will be able to get enough fuel in during this safety car to get themselves to the checkered flag, because 40 minutes is not beyond what's going to be possible.
Well, so certainly in terms of the repair work to the Lotus, so they've pulled the car into the garage. If they don't fuel it and they don't change the driver, they can just tell the driver, right, stay there, stay suited up. They can do the repair work under the car, get a couple of jack stands under there, make sure everything's safe, because, I mean, the car's still stranded there on track, so I have a feeling the safety car's going to be out for quite a while.
It won't be that long. I don't think it will take longer than 10 minutes. They've been very quick and efficient. Yes, it will be 2 or 3 laps.
It'll have to. Certainly, it will be a low loader that'll have to pick it up.
Yes,
so,
and it's the flatbed is waiting to go, waiting for the queue to form behind the safety car to give them enough space to get out onto the circuit. They're taking the Land Rover recovery unit.
And there we have a very frustrated driver on our screen, unfortunate. But the good thing is he's got out of the car unscathed. There's a bit of damage on the car, yes, but we could just see the safety car from our window actually letting a few of the slower cars by. I think that he is looking to pick the leader up this time around. And I'll tell you who this plays into. Rob Boston Racing. If the safety car is going to pick up the leader, which it has, they have picked up car number 97, Rocket Racing. Steve McCulley, who is leading this race. This plays into the hands of both ES Motorsport and Rob Boston Racing. And ES Motorsport actually taking the time to make their pit stop, so Rob Boston Racing can make up another place.
So the green car is waiting to come back out onto the circuit. We were expecting Bailey Edwards to come out at some point, and so Bailey is ready to go. Whilst the live stream is showing us pictures of this C1 being loaded onto the back of the low loader.
I was going to say, if it's waiting to go, that's one C1 that's not going anywhere.
No, I meant the I meant the Lotus Elises Bailey Edwards.
Well, I saw the livery on the back of the C1 and thought you were going for a pun there on the livery.
Oh, I see. Yes, the Go livery on the side of the number 69 car. This the BS Motorsport. We didn't actually say who it was, did we? Car 69. See if we can work out who the current driver is.
They're saying that. So they're just loading that car up on the low loader now. Now, I'll correct myself, because the City Car Cup cars are upgraded versions of C1 Cup cars effectively, but I don't think even they have upgraded to disc brakes on the back. So it
no,
wasn't
they're running as a Class A car, not as a City car,
so it
not
wasn't,
as a Citroen class car.
I can tell you now, looking at the wreckage on that, so there's been some sort of wheel bearing failure, because the carrier is off at the back, and it looked like the drum brake was still attached to the wheel. So technically, the wheel bolts are still done up.
So you think that just fell apart rather than having been contacted?
That looks to me, as a rough guess, that looks like a wheel bearing failure of some sort.
So we can put that one down as a car failure rather than two cars coming together. The driver in question that I was just trying to get to there is Nick Wilson and it's a Mission Motorsport car, one which certainly has some Mission Motorsport veterans in it. Matthew Stringer, one of the drivers of that car, regular here at the Race of Remembrance. But as I say, it's Nick Wilson behind the wheel when it had that failure, and he presumably would have just felt it as a passenger. And going back to what you were saying then, the field will be closed up, but this is the problem with this type of race being run as an aggregate race. When you have a safety car in a normal race, it bunches up the field, and what you see on the track is what you get. When you have a safety car in this kind of a race and it bunches up the field, it bunches up the field on the road, but it doesn't bunch up the aggregates. It just puts them back to roughly what the aggregates were before the event. And so, as you say, Rob, very much the beneficiaries become Tom Roach in the Rob Boston Racing Lotus. Now, there's far too long to go in this race, still half an hour. Tom just coming up to cross the line now. I mean, it's a remarkable story, but those two, Tom Roach and Steve McCulley in the Rocket Racing Caterham, separated by 0.8 of a second only after 11.5 hours of racing. Okay, safety cars close up the gap, and it does become very close. But 0.8 of a second on the circuit as it is now means as soon as the safety car withdraws, then Tom Roach is going to inherit the lead.
Absolutely.
And so the safety car has not closed the gaps, it's leapfrogged Tom Roach into the lead. Which, to my mind, is not the purpose of having a safety car at all. But anyway, the Race of Remembrance has always run this way.
You play to the strategy. You know the terms of the race before you go in as a team manager, and you can let it either play to your strengths or give you a bit of a weakness.
You do, but there's nothing you do about it. That's the problem. The thing is, if there would be something that the strategist could do about it, then yes, I would subscribe to your view. But in this case, it's purely the safety car is giving Tom Roach more of an advantage than it's giving to Steve McCulley.
What it does show is that missing element that everyone in motorsport really, really wants in their toolkit, and that's Lady Luck.
True. Yep. Yes, you try to maximise your luck by playing the strategy the way you can, but sometimes it just plays against you. So you've got a feel for Steve McCulley. We'll see what the pace of these cars is once the safety car withdraws, but I think for Tom Roach, I mean, it will be a remarkable story for Rob Boston Racing. What did we say? A 19-minute pit stop resolving an electrical problem yesterday, then a 2-lap penalty. To overcome all of that, I mean, just think how far the Rob Boston car would have won this race by if he hadn't had any problems.
Well, that's... well, you say that, but then you had Rocket Racing with problems early on. And what about ES Motorsport that had the huge fire yesterday along the start-finish straight? The raw pace they were showing, I mean, they were second overall in terms of...
The 777 Lotus.
Yeah, the 777 Lotus in terms of lap time. What if the engine had held together on that car? Green flag this time around. So 97 hits the accelerator and takes off.
And tries to make the most of a bad job, Steve McCulley. And so off he goes, waiting for the Lotus Elises of Tom Roach to come into sight. There he is at the bus stop now, turning through the final turn, a couple of minis up ahead of him. Now, just managed to hold back there before they got to the start-finish line.
He played that
in
well,
order to
didn't
not be tempted in. He was very nearly suckered into going through, because it was almost as if the slower cars were letting him
car
by.
off on the
But
inside
somebody's
there.
gone.
And that's car 90. Car 90. Unbelievable. They were showing great pace yesterday in the opening laps in the BMW 116 trophy class. And unfortunately, it looks like they've either rotated themselves or been turned round. Is that on the exit of the hairpin? Or certainly the banking.
Exit of the banking.
Exit of the banking, heading down towards. So there's a car 17 as well. I'm wondering if there's something down on the track, because that was the Royal Navy, Royal Marines car number 17, BMW 116 car. That was leading the class.
That is leading the class still. The car that went off, number 90, way down in either 5th or 6th place in the BMW 116 class. So yes, they were involved, but the leading car in the BMW class, still the number 17 car, and still going very well in 16th place overall. And it's how far clear? It's 3 places clear of the VMS BMW, which is still second in the BMW class. So it's providing us some good racing, but during the second part of the race, really, the BMW situation has just become a little bit more spread out.
It's a little bit more spread out. I think that Royal Navy, Royal Marines team, when I was speaking to the team down there, they very much had their strategy set in stone with just just got the team there working on the Exige on the TV cameras, sorting out that suspension. But yeah, they've very much got that strategy spot on, as we see Tom Roach in the Rob Boston Racing Lotus Elise working his way through those BMW 116s we're talking about, but very much in charge, that number 17 BMW 116, and on course to take the honours in the 116 trophy class. I don't want to say that too loudly, I don't want to put the commentator's curse on it, but Rob Boston now has got some clear track ahead of him to make up that Tom Roach has got some clear track ahead of him to make up that time in the Rob Boston Racing Lotus Exige. He's going for the hat-trick, don't forget. Let's see if he can do it.
Elise, the 25 car.
Yes, Elise.
But at the moment on that first flying lap after the safety car, Steve McCulley was quicker. So Steve McCulley did a 1:41. Tom Roach, as he fought his way through the traffic, a 1:43.3. So the gap has gone out a little bit, 1.1 seconds. And so Tom Roach will be trying to close up, and he's got enough time to do this, and the car clearly has the pace to do this. And as I say, I don't want to suggest in any way that the Rob Boston Racing car isn't a well-deserving winner of this race, even if it comes in second place.
Yes, you wouldn't believe it. That is Sarah Dennis in the 23 Pure Track Racing car. That looked like it was up into rocket. Hopefully they can keep that car going. We saw the sister car 223 had some issues earlier with Matt Dennis at the wheel. That had a rear wheel bearing failure from what I was told. They've still got that down in the garage, replacing that as we speak to get that out on circuit. Hopefully Sarah can keep that going. It could well be she's just had a moment. But the only other thing I can think of, we've seen a few cars lose it going up into rocket, and I'm wondering if that is a result of any brake fluid dropped from that C1 that had the rear wheel bearing let go.
It's a possibility. It was quite a long way around the track, because it would have had to have gone all the way up to the banking and then all the way along the back straight, but certainly a possibility. Also in the pits at the moment, kind of behind where the camera is looking in the opposite direction to the number 4 is the Operation Motorsport car from number 220. There that is, having its routine pit stop. This is fuel already into the car. Sorry, it's the number 20 car, the USA Operation Motorsport Honda Civic, which is having the driver strapped in. Illustration there, if you can see it on the stream. Left-hand drive, these cars, and bearing in mind that you have to identify the driver by putting your arm out of the right-hand window in order to identify yourself to the WHO tag system. That gives the Americans another little challenge to overcome.
I'm kind of wondering if they have to sort of have the stick in the footwell of the car to sort of reach across and give it a prod.
I'm not quite sure how they do it, yeah, but certainly the James Cameron was telling me how the Americans felt that they were being disadvantaged because of running left-hand drive cars. But just to reiterate the point, those cars brought over from the States, they're Skip Barber Racing School cars, and the two of them they brought over here have, well, touch wood, run pretty well. The USA car has had a little bit more of a delay than the Canada one. Kevin Bohm brought the car into the pits a moment ago in 12th place. It's now Hunter Reeve back at the wheel. For my money, having his third shift is Hunter. The Canadian car up into the top 10 and well into the top 10 now in 8th place, although the way the screen adjusts itself, somewhat confusing as the cars go through. Tom Roach has done enough now with a 1:38 on his last lap to get himself into the lead of the race. So another change of lead as Tom Roach brets the 25 Lotus Elise back into the lead, but by less than a second. So Steve McCulley, it's a bit like a rally situation almost, or an auto test, where you're actually looking at lap times and comparing those, because whoever does the faster lap time ends up leading the race. And a 1:38.8 for Tom Roach last time around, a 1:40.8 for Steve McCulley means that the Lotus takes the lead. McCulley goes across the line in a 1:42.4, and we wait for Tom Roach to come around with the Lotus, and here he comes now into the bus stop, and through. He will be able to maintain the lead, provided he can lap quicker than a 1:38. He does. A 1:39 is quick enough. He needed to lap quicker than a 1:42, sorry. So a 1:39, Tom Roach going pretty well. I mean, given that car had a pretty much total rebuild overnight, the Rob Boston Lotus Elises, still going very well indeed. But as I say, it's done not really 12 hours, because it's done a race of 7 hours, then had a bit of a rebuild, and now a race of 5.5, or we've done 5 hours.
You say a bit of a rebuild. I mean, I got to the garage last night and they were ripping the engine out ready to go. So they had a number of issues. Speaking to Rob and Tom and the team, they had the engine went to 121 degrees according to their data logger and poured coolant out anyways. We see car number 11 is that turning into the pits? Oh no, that's at the top of the circuit, but they were
coming down through the court screen.
Yeah, they were indicating left. I'm not sure if that was just to get out of the way of the cars behind or if they've got a problem, but with the 116 trophy and the Enduro KA spec car getting away from them.
I think he was just saying that he's going to keep left, you lot sort yourselves out.
Yeah.
And that worked for them.
I know they've had a few issues during this race. In particular, they're running an endurance tank in the back of that car, and they've had a few issues with it venting, but they are indicating to come into the pit lane there. So a dreadful shame to see that car. They've had a few issues during this race, unfortunately. But yes, the Rob Boston Racing Lotus, they have been flat to the mat last night doing an engine change. They took the head off the old engine that had the issues and put it on the bottom end of a spare engine that they had, and they bolted that into the car. They had it on the laptop trying to adjust it. We've got a car in to serve a stop-go penalty, one of the 116 trophy cars, as the affected Mazda MX5 drops in behind it. And that's car number 19. That's one of the RAF Motorsport cars in the BMW 116 trophy class.
Isn't that, car number 19, that's one, as you say, wasn't the car that had the problem when we had the restart, but I think it might have been guilty of overtaking before the start-finish line, although it's not often that a BMW 116 overtakes anybody. It's Lucar Pino. Lucar Pino at the wheel of the 116 and car number 19 at the moment, taking that penalty.
Overtaken.
Yeah, so speculate as to why the penalty might have been assessed. Maybe he was trying to overtake another BMW.
Well, you never know.
But, so the rule is on safety car restarts that even if you are going faster than the car in front of you, it's easy if you're kind of the first car behind the safety car, but it's very much more difficult. You tend to get suckered in if you're a long way down, and you may be a long way down from the safety car. You see the green flags waving, and you think, okay, I can go, but no, you have to wait for the start-finish line.
I will be completely honest with you. I speak from experience. Unfortunately, I have ended up getting the wrath of the clerk of the course when that happened a few years ago at Brands Hatch in the modified Fords round. Being at the back of the train and having the faster car in front of you, I unfortunately forget the golden rule in the heat of the moment and overtook before the start-finish line. But them's the rules. You have to take your oil as such. As we see a terrific battle here between three cars. We've got a C1 class car, effectively an Enduro KA class car, and we've also got a BMW 116 trophy car. The three, what I would call lesser powered class cars here, and the C1 class wins overall out of that, so we'll call that a win for the C1 Racing Club.
And they need to take all the wins they can get, don't they, really? So up at the front, 6 seconds is now what separates Tom Roach from Steve McCulley in second place. The Bailey Edwards Green Lotus Elise in third place, car number 33, stuck a little bit in no man's land. They're a minute ahead. No, tell a lie. In fact, they've just been overtaken by Lloyd Huggins. How has that happened? So Lloyd Huggins in the Turn 7 team have moved up to third place overall, even counting the fact that the Lotus Elise, number 33, is a relay team car, so they've overtaken that car on the road.
I look out of the window there, Paul, just to come across the second Pure Track Racing Renault Clio, indicating right and going slow. Up at the school straight, heading up towards Rocket. I don't know if the cameras are able to get it trained on there. Pure Track Racing have had the worst luck this weekend, and that's the second 197 Spec Clio being driven by Sarah Dennis. It was going very, very slow up at the school straight at the back of the circuit. has got through Rocket okay, so I'm not sure if that's a reoccurrence of a wheel bearing issue it picked up earlier in the day or not. The cameras haven't managed to pick up. There we go. So there's the car on screen. It's being driven by Sarah Dennis, and it's turned to the right. The indicator was on to let other cars pass, so we'll see if she goes into the pit lane this time around.
Yeah, it's not kind of the time you really want to be making visits to the pit lane.
No,
last 20 minutes, you want to try and just keep it out there, stroke it home, even if you are a little bit walking wounded. Let's keep the car going as best you can, and I think that's the order of the day for a lot of the cars out there. The Traction Lotus Elises, I'm not quite sure if we mentioned that car is now back out onto the circuit. It's dropped from 7th to 11th, the number 4 car. Clayton Kingman is now at the wheel, and he's in a bit of a battle on track for 10th place with George Grant in the 169 Clapham North MOT Mazda, which is, say, in battle for overall positions for 10th place. The Renault Clio not coming in. The Clio is staying out there, Rob, for some reason. You thought it was going to be coming in.
Well, certainly Sarah had indicated and pulled off to the right, so I'm wondering if she's managed to get it going again and just thought, you know what?
Well, she was still going slowly, so again, walking wounded. On the other hand, I don't really want to have walking wounded going around for 20 minutes. Last 10 minutes, okay, but...
And effectively, the race leader up on the screen now, Rob Boston Racing, with Tom Roach at the wheel. We've actually been joined. I might have to hand over to the man himself, the boss, the maestro. He's a bit frustrated after seeing the former Bad Obsession C1 lose a wheel off its wagon there, but it's a pleasure to be joined by James Cameron. I'll just hand the mic over.
Right, okay. Yeah, James joins us once again once we untangle the wires. You're pacing up and down, James. That car that came off up there at the
69
Rocket was one of your cars, wasn't it? It was the
it's the
C1.
Bad Obsession Motorsport C1 car. Yeah, absolutely. It's a great little car.
And had Matt Stringer drive. I mean, Matt wasn't in the car at the time. It was Nick Wilson, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. No, so Nick, who's Royal Navy veteran, left 2 years ago now. He was actually one of the MOD's lead desk officers on COVID response for the first part of that. And he's one of our examples, funnily enough, of some of the other end of the scale of people who we're sort of helping into jobs in automotive. Nick went off into Bentley, but he is also now the new Chief of Staff of the Morgan Motor Company.
Oh, okay.
Morgan Motor Cars.
Right.
And he drove here in a three-wheeler. The new Super 3.
Was he out in the Supercar Saturday?
He was. So he's very experienced at driving three-wheel cars, but apparently a C1 stumped him.
Was supposed to be, yeah. When you kind of start off with the idea of it being three wheels, maybe, but when you start off with the idea of it being four, best to keep it that way. And as I say, Matt Stringer, who is, I don't know if he's actually a beneficiary of yours, but he's been up here and spoken to us on previous occasions, and he's one of those drivers who I've always, well, he's not just a driver, but he's a mechanic, and he's got himself involved in the motorsport world.
Yeah, I mean, he started
crossover.
working, he has, yeah, so, but I mean, Matt was in a BBC documentary called Our Boys, looking impossibly young, age 19 in Afghanistan. He was blown up towards the end of that tour, so you'll notice he wears 2 hearing aids and was medically discharged. Matt was employed by Stephen Doherty, who's been one of our supporters since the very beginning. Stephen and I have been friends for a long time, and I blame people like Stephen Doherty and Paul Golding and their support for being one of the things that gave us the confidence to do Mission Motorsport in the first place. And Matt Stringer went to work for Stephen Doherty, started as a truckie, tyre boy, worked his way up, was principal mechanic on the 911, I think it was a GT3 or Carrera Cup car that they were running. So,
he was working in a British GT team, certainly, yeah.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness, look, so I'm here talking, just as I'm doing that, I'm watching another Mission Motorsport car. It seems to have the correct number of wheels on it.
This is the Clouders car.
It's the Cloud era car, yeah, absolutely. So that's, look, he's got going again. God, that was exciting.
Lawrence Roke's car, whether it's Lawrence in the car at the moment.
So we're just having a look, but yeah, so Matt Stringer, yeah, absolutely. But I mean, here's the thing, because you call people beneficiaries because they benefit from the work which the charity does. It works the other way too. We bask in their reflected glory. People like Matt Stringer and the stuff which he has done, and the company which he subsequently launched called Matt's Wraps, which is now going from strength to strength. And of course, Matt, has done some wonderful liveries on Race of Remembrance cars in the past. He did a bit of training with us that started him off on that livery path. Of course, we still do lots of that sort of thing, and the big poppy cars are those sort of big things. Matt's got his own business, and it's going from strength to strength. So yes, he's a beneficiary, but I think we benefit from having Matt as one of our friends.
As you were saying yesterday, it reflects well on what you do and encourages other people to partner with you, no doubt.
Yeah, completely. Because, ultimately, I can open the door and make an introduction. But the ultimate success of these people is determined by their hard work and their qualities, not my ability to be persuasive.
I call you a gardener, James, because...
I sow the seed and scatter.
You provided the environment, was the phrase you used
absolutely.
yesterday, and there's no more or less than the gardener does. You give the credit to the seeds, and you give the credit to the soil and the plant, and watering it the right amount, and picking the right kind of seed, and doing it at the right time of year. But you put all that together, and you sort of say, well, was that me, or how did that happen? And I think there's a certain
We've grown some beautiful
analogy.
Vegetables.
There you go, yeah. Just to go back to that spinning Mazda that you saw, it was Lawrence Roke who was at the wheel of it, having his first race at the Race of Remembrance this year. And we spoke to him yesterday. I told you, James, he was like a kid at a Christmas shop. He was so pleased, and I'm sure he'll be a bit red-faced and he'll be kicking himself. But having spoken to him, he'll also be saying, come on, Lawrence, focus. He'll know what he did wrong, and he'll have recognised it, and he'll be taking steps, and glad that he was able to get going again.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just watching him tipping it in with some confidence into church as well, but managing a bit of track space there for one of the Caterhams just as it's on its way through. And it's beautiful here today. It really is absolutely stunning. And these cars have raced hard. Of course, it's a 12-hour race, but we've got another 4 hours of qualifying that they've all done too. They've all done day qualifying, and then they've done night qualifying, and then they've done 12 hours of racing. Many of them would have tested here beforehand. It's fantastic. It really does test sort of man and machine to the limit on this point. And at the moment, there is a truly heroic effort going on at the back of our garage as a 3-wheeled C1. They're turning back into a 4-wheeled C1.
Are they?
They're
10 minutes
they
to
are
go, 15 minutes to go.
Absolutely determined to try and get that thing out again. So I'm going to leave you to it. But if you see a car 69 emerge out from the pit lane again, there'll be a lot of cheering downstairs.
We'll try and echo those cheers from up here as well.
Thank you very
James,
much,
just before we let you go, because at the end of the race, we've got a presentation to do downstairs.
Absolutely.
That'll be taking place in the pit lane, roughly where the Remembrance service took place. Presumably everybody's welcome to that?
Absolutely. So everybody's encouraged to come and join us for that. As soon as the race finishes, BRSCC will be as efficient as they can in order to give us that so that we can go to that ceremony at the earliest possible point. You can see actually now the 69 car, we've just got a bit of a view of that garage. That's...
They're working very hard.
The back end's up in the air, and I think, is there a bit of effort going in on it? Or, it's hard to say.
Sometimes it's best not to look.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. I'll go and have a cup of tea and enjoy the view for a little bit. So, everybody's welcome to come and join in downstairs in order to celebrate those who've done well, those who tried really hard, and all of those who we need to thank for such an astonishing weekend.
Brilliant. Okay, thanks very much, James Cameron. Thank you for all your efforts throughout the weekend, and good to have you along, and your assistance as well. I think, however we put it, we can safely say that Mission Motorsport would be a very different thing were James Cameron not involved, and I mean that in a good way, not a bad way. Welcome back, Rob. Did I miss anything whilst I was talking to James just then, apart from the slight moment from Lawrence Roke in the Mazda? I think everything has continued on its way.
All is, I don't want to tempt fate, all seems to be well. But the overall gap has increased to 12 seconds from that car on our screens there that is currently leading the race on aggregate time. Rob Boston Racing, they've gone for the hat-trick. Tom Roach is at the wheel, and they are putting in the fast lap times. Their last lap time this time around was a 1:39.792 as they come. I believe that's going up into the hairpin just down the inside, and that's the class leader there, the 318 car in the C1 class. as it stands, although I believe they're still the C1 leader. We just need to double check the timings to see where they are on the screen, but certainly that is what looks like our overall race leader. Rob Boston racing with Rob Boston and Tom Roach currently at the wheel. And after the race they've had, we've spoken about it all day. Yesterday was absolute chaos with the 777 Elise that was very, very fast, and then all of a sudden blew an engine when it looked like they were going to be hot on their heels. We had issues for both Turn 7 racing overnight. They lost charge in their alternator. They had to source a new one overnight. They were leading the race by 5 laps at one point, and we've had Rocket Racing up there as well.
Not to mention Williams Motorsport as well, who going into today,
just coming to that, the face on Callum Lockie, I felt so bad for him. Callum Lockie, he looked devastated when he got out of that car. A spectacular engine failure by all accounts going up into Rocket, and it has quite literally, in the technical term would be, it's thrown a leg out of bed. It's got a hole in the block at the bottom, and it looks like it's thrown a rod. So gutting to see them bow out early today with Callum Lockie at the wheel.
But some good performances as well, and Lloyd Huggins just going through in the number 7 Turn 7 team Caterham, the RAF Motorsports entry. When Chris Slater was talking to you, saying how they'd worked the safety car very well, I'd expressed it in slightly more succinct terms as minimising the damage of having to do a pit stop, but minimise the effect by coming out just before the safety car came through, and so they were able to avoid losing a lap, and that's enabled them to challenge for 3rd place overall by right. They're still going, and on pace they're now ahead of the relay Lotus Elise. Bailey Edwards with the green car, not as quick as Michael Edwards' car is. I don't know if it's the car green and the white car is a quicker car, or whether it's Bailey and Michael.
Not at all. I'll just draw your attention to car number 11 we've got on the screen now. That's a lot of smoke coming out of the back of that car, and with 10 minutes to go, can they get that back to the pits and at least get it to finish, or if it's a case they're just trying to nurse it round with whatever dramas it's got on board. But it certainly looks to be burning a lot of oil, or something not right with the car.
This is the car which has had leaky things throughout. It was smoky as they did the restart right at the beginning of the day, but now the smoke is certainly getting worse, isn't it?
That's getting worse.
Seems to be coming out of the left-hand side more than the right.
Yes.
And the question is, who's at the wheel of that car at the moment? This is the number 16 car. He's bound for the pits, and just coming in behind you now, Rob.
And to rub insult into injury, they've just pulled off the road there, and I can only assume to either get out of the way. Oh no, they've just pulled into the pit lane.
I was say they were just coming in behind you.
Pulled into the pit lane, but to add insult to injury, they also have a stop-go penalty. Talk about kicking a man when he's down. They've had a stop-go penalty issued on the screen. That's if the car makes it to the penalty box. So he's just pulling for. I mean, smoke pouring out the back.
Yeah, it's.
I can only
Clive
assume
Bailey at the wheel at the moment, but funny thing is, when he gets off the throttle, the smoke stops. Through he goes. He's taking his stop-go penalty. That was why he came into the pits. It wasn't for the smoke. Well, it was for the stop-go penalty.
Or maybe, I mean, look at it as it comes out the pits. That is pouring.
It's on
out.
the throttle. When he's off the throttle, it stops coming out.
So it's got to be
so
burning
it's very
oil.
much an oil problem. And the question is it going to be able to make it to the end? They won't black and orange flag it, I wouldn't have thought. We're not in America. They would if we were in the States. So the car has had the stop-and-go penalty. As I say, it was number 11 is also being given a stop-and-go penalty.
And that's the Paul Schick car. Is that car number 8 that's had some issues? I know that had a new differential put in it yesterday.
It's certainly the right colour for the number 8.
So it is
differential has got on that car.
Yeah, well, they had similar issues yesterday. They got clouted on the rear wheel of that car, and unfortunately with the rear-wheel drive car, with the way the transmission is set up, if you get a sideways knock into the differential on those, they do not like it. So that's put pay to their effort there. But the Mazda car number 11, that's still going strong, smoke pouring out still. They're going to look to get that towards the end. However, with 7.5 minutes left, leading overall on aggregate is Tom Roach in the Rob Boston Racing Lotus Elise. In second place, Rocket Racing with McCulley at the wheel there, and they're lapping about a second slower than the Rob Boston Racing Lotus Elise. And in third place is the Turn 7 RAF Motorsports car with Huggins at the wheel. So that is our overall podium as it stands.
Lloyd Huggins being the driver of the number 7 car, not to be confused with Neil, the father. Both of those having driven the car. And I said at the beginning of today's activities, Rob, that not knowing who was going to win the race, but whoever was going to end up being the winner of the race, there was going to be a story to it.
Absolutely. This race has been one giant story, but as you can see there, the Turn 7 car, those guys will be really, really happy with the job they've done as well. They were leading by 5 laps last night, as we said earlier in the commentary. They had their share of woes. I mean, an alternator casing coming apart, it's probably the first time I've seen it happen to that extent. But Callum McDougall, he got straight in the car, drove to York overnight, came back to the circuit at 3 a.m. this morning and got that fitted and onto the car. So he'll be having a well-earned rest overnight, I can imagine. But there is our overall race leader, Rob Boston Racing, as they come through. There are 6 minutes left to go in the 12-hour race of remembrance with Mission Motorsport.
Yes, just looking down at positions as they were as we started racing activity this morning. 9 o'clock we got things underway this morning, at which point the Rob Boston Racing Lotus Elise was in 6th place, 4 laps down on the race leader. The Steve McCulley Caterham was running in 2nd place. He was on the lead lap and has managed to maintain being on the lead lap. And despite having this slower car, they managed to maximise their effort by staying out of the trouble, keeping their pit stops efficient. And I think by his own admission, when he spoke to you, Steve said he didn't have the pace. So they started 2nd and look like they're going to end up 2nd today. But the number 7 car, the RAF Turn 7
car off at the banking.
Finished, it was travelling in 7th place at the beginning today. Now, Rob.
The car, no, sorry, just got across you on the screen there. You heard the tyre squeal. That's car number 199. Has had a huge off, just gone straight forward at the banking there. Maybe getting a bit too overzealous on the brakes. There's our race leader still, car number 25 with Tom Roach at the wheel going up into Rocket. But yes, apologies for cutting across there, Paul, as you were mid-flow.
Perfectly all right. The car managed to recover, the one that you were describing.
Yes,
that had
yes.
the big off, so it managed to gather it all in, and the just general pace of cars going across the start-finish line has reduced now as they'll be counting down the laps. And
I wonder if there's a few in fuel-saving mode, you know.
I think there's a few in fuel-saving mode. There's a few carrying problems, and they're just driving the cars as fast as they feel comfortable to go. Quite a lot of the gaps between cars are quite large, so there's no point in pushing on, except if you name Steve McCulley, because 12 seconds is the gap that he has to catch back. He's going to, with so little of the race remaining, 12 seconds is a huge ask. Cross the line with 3:45 still to go and a 1:40 lap time, so they'll get 2 more laps plus another, because this race runs as a 12-hour plus 1 lap race. So at 12 hours they'll put out the last lap board, they'll then do a final lap, and let's just hope that nothing dramatic happens on that last lap. And so Tom Roach, the gap eases out a little bit more to 13 seconds.
I did notice on the screen there, Paul, as the Rob Boston Lotus came back, the car number 60. We had James Cameron up here earlier on, his beloved Mission Motorsport car number 69, the ex-Bad Obsession built City Car Cup car. They've managed to get that car out so it can complete this race, which is handy for them. Just to revert down to the class structures, so we've got the C1 class currently being led by the FDL packaging team, so there has been a change at the top. We spoke to David Drinkwater earlier, who couldn't really get the overall pace out of the car. He wondered where there was an issue with the car, in fact, in 318. James Poulton is out in that car at the moment, but the leader of the C1 class is the FDL Packaging CSC Racing with Neil Cunniff at the wheel. And in the BMW 116 Trophy class, currently being led, as has done all morning, by the Royal Navy Royal Marines Motorsport with Unwin at the wheel, and they are 16th overall, so some great pace by those BMW 116 drivers.
They certainly have had a storybook race really for them. That really is the best way to describe it, because it's all that they could have hoped for. Sarah Dennis continuing to lap, but very slowly, and so that car providing a bit of a mobile chicane for everybody. Linda Noble it is who's out at the wheel of the 69 Citroen C1 for Mission Motorsport, so she is the one who's going to have the honour of bringing that Citroen home on all four of its wheels. The crowd on the pit wall gathers and gets larger and larger as the marshals suddenly realise they've got to finish this part of the race with the black and white checkered flag, not the red and white checkered flag, and there's a rush to the marshals post. Oh, we need the checkered flag for this, don't we?
Well,
a minute and a quarter plus a lap still to go. I do hope they know there's still an extra lap to go, because the regulations suggest that there should be. Not that it'll make a huge amount of difference, but it's always better to play by the rules rather than assume that it's going to go differently.
So, Paul, your thoughts on this race this year? It's been superb, hasn't it? As we watch Rob Boston racing, not quite on his last lap. They have got the checkered flag ready for that car, but what a race this has been.
It certainly has. It's been a story for heroes, but it's been a story of unlikely heroes. And Rob Boston and Tom Roach really have done us proud this weekend, because, you know, as I say, they lost 20 minutes on a pit stop. They've lost 2 laps on the penalty, and yet they've still managed to get themselves back into the lead. They've pulled back 4 laps in the 5.5 hours of racing we've had today. I'm looking nervously down at the marshals post on the start-finish line, because I'm expecting the last lap board to go out, but the way the marshals are holding out they're not holding out the checkered flag, I hasten to add, but the way that the marshal who is holding the checkered flag, I just wonder, it's not a marshal, is it? It's one of the Mission Motorsport guys who is holding the checkered flag and being given the honour to wave it. So yes, I think the person who's waving the checkered flag is being given that to do as a job. He's not his regular task, so we'll get the last lap board. Now we go to find the last lap board, which will be shown to Tom Roach next time he goes through.
He's up into Rocket, as you can see on the screen. He's up into Rocket, going into Rocket out, so I can only assume the clock has gone down to 0.
It's down to 0, and as I say, there's some dare I say, faffing around going on down on the start-finish line, as we've lost the last lap board. That's the problem.
No, not at all. They've got the checkered flag. I can only assume that we'll keep an eye out and call it.
Found the last lap board. Right, in the nick of time.
Oh, it's there.
In the nick of time, they found the last lap board, but that was never seen anything so funny in my life, actually. Anyway, waiting for Rob Boston, for Tom Roach to make his way down. Steve McCulley goes through there, and the last lap board now is being held out. So,
however, Rob Boston coming into the chicane the last time out. Now they've had. Here's how it's very confusing, because on track they've had to start putting the last lap board with the way they've got it laid out on track, but in terms of aggregate time, Rob Boston is our race leader as it stands, or Rob Boston Racing rather, with Tom Roach at the wheel.
Yeah, exactly. So Tom Roach then has gone through. He's gone on to his last lap. He's gone past the last lap board. Quite a few cars have gone past the last lap board as well, a little bit early, waiting for Lloyd Huggins to come through. He will be coming through in 3rd place at the end of the next lap, as we wait then for the number 7 Turn 7 RAF Motorsport. There'll be a huge cheer from the military, because the RAF associating themselves with the Turn 7 team, and they've had a great race of it. waiting for the rest of the field. There's a fifth place car, the Unlimited Performance car. Neil Perry going through there in 5th place. The number 4 Traction Lotus Elises, they're currently running in 10th place. And there goes the relay car of Bailey Edwards in 4th place. That car will be looking out towards the Rob Boston car, which is making its way through the hairpin at the moment at the top of the hill at the end of the Tom Price straight.
And the checkered flag.
And the checkered flag goes out to Steve McCulley. Oh dear, I had a feeling they didn't know what was going on. Steve McCulley being shown the checkered flag, which is a dreadful shame because he is not the winner. There goes Tom Roach. Tom Roach comes through. I do hope that all works itself out, but unfortunately there was confusion down on the start-finish line, and Steve McCulley was shown the checkered flag in error, but they'll go back a lap, and Tom Roach will therefore still be declared as the winner. I say with great confidence. I certainly hope he should be the race winner by 8.5 seconds from Steve McCulley, who was second. Bailey Edwards in 3rd place for the ES Motorsport relay team. Lloyd Huggins in the Turn 7 RAF Motorsports car number 7. In 5th place, the Unlimited Performance Consulting team car, Neil Perry driving it at the end. Great result for Will Smith there. He did a 2-hour stint at the end in his first race in the 360 Motor Club cars. He finished in 6th place. In 7th place was the first of the Class B cars, the Track Scotland 1 car, number 155. Craig Dillon finishes in 7th place. In 8th place, great result for Operation Motorsport Canada and car number 220. Theo Brulsimer finishes in 8th place overall. Graham Davidson finishes 9th and 2nd in Class B for Track Scotland. And in 10th place, the Lotus Elise of Clayton Kingman in the Traction Lotus Elise car number 4. Great race. As far as the classes were concerned, we'll just go down and give you the class winners.
It looks to me the Royal Navy, Royal Marines Motorsport has taken out the BMW 116 trophy class. I did notice
that's
actually
car number 17, finishing in 16th place overall. Sorry, Rob.
I did notice in a strange turnout for the books as still the last few cars get over the line there, the 118 car just crossing. The ES Motorsport relay team has managed to get themselves into 3rd overall ahead of RAF Motorsports Turn 7. However, they won't be eligible for any trophies as far as we're aware, so it does look like the RAF Motorsports Turn 7 team will get the overall podium.
Yes, I think that might be a position that changes when we see the finishing results because of the way that the checkered flag was shown, but we'll see what happens. Credit to George Grant. He brings the Clapham North MOT car 169 home in 11th place overall to win the Class C honours. In the Citroen C1 class, the winner was the FDL packaging car 417, and they had a fairly quiet run of it in the end, didn't they, Rob, having kept things out of trouble. Patrick Scharfegger, Nick Cunliffe, James Cunliffe and David Scotting, the drivers in the team. Nick Cunliffe was the one that brought it across the line at the end.
Yeah, so unfortunately Robin Welch, David Drinkwater, James Poulton and co miss out on the overall win in the C1 class there, but they'll be happy with the podium. Certainly Robin will be after his first time out in a C1 this year. But on a personal note, my credit to all the drivers, all the teams in this event. It's the first time I've personally attended this event, and I found it to be quite an eye-opening experience, Paul. It's certainly one that is not going to be missed next year for sure, whether I'm down in the pit lane next year on the mic or in a car maybe, we'll see, but I will definitely be back.
There's a challenge laid down for you. Find a car for Rob Lewis to drive for next year, and he'll definitely be up for that one. Yes, it is. It's a unique event. It's been great fun to be involved in, and as we heard from James Cameron a little while ago, there'll be a presentation as soon as we can possibly get it. But as far as our live stream is concerned, we've given you the finishing positions. You can see it on the stream at the moment. The layout of trophies that are there, and there is a huge number of trophies. Obviously, there's the Heroes Trophy for the overall winner, but everybody who came, everybody who participates, there will be a trophy for everybody at the end of this, and they're very special trophies as well. They're all handmade. There's a particular contributor, a partner of Mission Motorsports, that makes the trophies, and there's usually a story behind them as well, because they're machined out of I don't know what they've been made out of this year, but last year they actually created trophies out of used bullet casings, and so they do go to a great deal of trouble to get these trophies as being something more just to put on the mantelpiece. There's always a story even behind the trophy with Mission Motorsport. So great to be involved in the Race of Remembrance. We'll be, as I say, doing some presentations from downstairs as soon as we can, but that could be 15 or 20 minutes away. If you are around the circuit, then please by all means come down into the pit lane and join us for those presentations, and we'll get them underway as soon as we can. So that's the end of the live stream. That the presentations will be available presumably as a package later on, and they'll be going to Mission Motorsport for packaging into their summary of the race as well. You just mentioned, Rob, it's been a great experience for yourself. It's been great working with you.
And you, Paul.
We've both worked hard, I think, and you realise what you're letting yourself in for next year when you say, yeah, I'll come along and do the Race of Remembrance.
Oh, don't worry about that. I'll thrive. I'll thrive. I mean, Paul, what an event this has been. From the high drama during the race, the first part yesterday, the 7 hours of pure tension at the top, the class battles throughout, the BMW 116 trophy cars duking it out for the first 2 or 3 hours, rubbing door handles, pure raw racing. And then on the other end of that spectrum, this morning, we all gathered underneath the tower here at Anglesey for the real reason that we all gathered. Effectively, this is a remembrance service with a motor race built around it. And James Cameron, the Mission Motorsport team, everyone involved with Mission Motorsport, Operation Motorsport, Canada and USA. I noticed one of their cars, they've come over, first time racing here. They've got one of their cars into the top 10. And if you are listening to this, guys, be proud of yourselves. Everyone in this paddock should be proud of the show you've put on today, for the live stream, for the people watching internationally. It's been an absolute pleasure to cover it.
And it has been a story of community, and I think that's what everybody's been saying, the recurring theme, the different communities coming together, working together. People have shown courtesy to one another. We've had reasonably clean racing up on the circuit, despite the cut and thrust that you've been describing, Rob. It's been clean racing. We've got a remarkable story of Rob Boston and Tom Roach bringing home their car, having lost 4 laps, lost 5 laps, and then pulling them back over the course of the second part of the race. Remarkable story for them, but theirs is just one of 55 remarkable stories of the 55 entries that we've had, and then all of the other remarkable stories from the people involved in Mission Motorsport. And yes, echoing my thanks to all of the marshals who have come along and helped us go racing this weekend, to the guys down in race control, to the timekeepers, everybody else involved, to Alpha Life for putting the show together, the pictures together. We've had some superb pictures. But for now, from Anglesey, the 2022 Race of Remembrance is at a close, looking at the pictures of the Snowdonian Mountains in the distance there. It's good night from Rob Lewis and from me, Paul Truswell. Hope to see you back again soon.